Okay, I'm going to start us off, and in the spirit of today, because we've got quite a busy schedule, I'm going to be very brief and brisk. So welcome, everybody. Thanks very much for coming to UK and EU in the UK and EU relations in the Sunak era. Last time we reflected on the relationship was September 2022, when we were about 2 weeks into the Liz Truss premiership. I remember that we were delighted to have Javel de Almeida, who was then the EU ambassador to the UK, and he was warning us that that the relationship could not improve unless trust were rebuilt. And I think we can honestly say that that has been happening since Rishi Sunak became Prime Minister on the 22nd of October 2022. What we're going to do today is to explore the various ways in which that's happened, where it's happened, how it's happened. So I'm delighted to have a distinguished slate of speakers who will talk about the view from Brussels, the view from national capitals, the view from Whitehall, the view from Westminster, but also will explore particular sort of sectoral issues, sectoral cooperation and relations, and we'll think about where we are, how we got here, and what the prospects are for the future. Now I'm going to change tone and describe the domestic arrangements. So we will have lunch and all beverages out there on the in the corridor room, and then at the end of that room there's what they call the music room here, and that's where we'll be having lunch. So please bear that in mind. Facilities. The facilities are in the basement. Okay, so you have to go down to the ground floor and then down from there. I'm delighted to begin the conference by passing over to Fabian, who is the Chief Executive at EPC in Brussels. Fabian.
Thank you very much for inviting me. Very happy to be back in London. So I've been asked to provide the view from Brussels. I should say that, of course, I don't speak for the institution, so it's very much my view from Brussels. But I would say that it's not just the view from Brussels. I think to a large extent this is the view also in the member states. And I'll come back to that. I know there's a panel later on which will cover that in a bit more detail. But for the member states, I think most member states, at least the ones which are not directly involved, are really rather satisfied with the current arrangements within the limitations those have, and are happy to leave the technical implementation to the Commission without getting too much involved. But there is not that much activity at the moment. Most of the focus is on technical implementation of the existing agreements. It is no longer a political issue for Brussels. EU-UK relations are a third-order problem at the moment. There's very little focus on EU-UK. In most cases, the UK doesn't feature in the discussions. I think that was an expected side effect of Brexit, that for member states, other member states matter far more than third countries. So the voice, the visibility of the UK in the EU political discussions has rather drastically reduced. And I would say that you can clearly see the expected loss of power and influence of the UK, that on many of the core discussions, there's very little consideration of how this plays in the UK. Not unexpected, but I think what is also noticeable is that there is more of a distance, and that distance, I would argue, is actually growing from both sides. So neither the EU nor the UK are keeping up with what is happening in each other's political discussions, which also means that there's a lot of scope for misunderstandings or misinterpretation. There are some corporations which go beyond the agreements which are there. In particular, there has been good coordination a little bit below the radar on issues such as sanctions against Russia. So there is that cooperation, but it isn't a very intensive cooperation across different policy areas. The biggest issue since Brexit has been resolved to some extent, Northern Ireland. So on a political level, the Windsor Framework has meant that there's far less worry about the relationship going wrong, but it also means there's very little attention beyond the people who are directly working on the issue in the Commission or the External Action Service. The relationship with the current UK government from an EU perspective is, I would say, okay. I think it's good when you compare it to the relationship to previous governments. It is more constructive. There is more participation of the UK also in some of the processes. The European political community, that was seen as positive that the UK decided to participate. There has also been the resolution of the Horizon question, so there is a more positive mood. But I would say it's not a brilliant relationship. It's not as deep as it could be. There are a number of areas where there could be more potential in the relationship, but it is limited, and I'll come back to that. I think what has also been a positive is that at least the Sunak government seems to be able to get agreements through Parliament, which has not always been the case. From an EU perspective, having a bit more stability, having a bit more certainty in the political processes in the UK helps, and it also helps that you have a government which does not seem to be overly influenced by the DUP or the ERG. There seems to be a lot less political grandstanding than before. That's something the Commission generally deals rather well with, but it did create a number of issues in national governments. So it is good not to have that constant blaming of the European Union for everything which is going wrong. But there is also a recognition in Brussels that most likely this is a government which is not going to be re-elected. So there is an attitude of let's wait and see. And let's start thinking about what we can do with the next government rather than opening any particular areas at this moment in time. So what about the next one? I think the expectation generally is that it will be a Labour government and that it will be a Prime Minister Starmer. It's expected to be constructive and pragmatic, but not really to provide any radical change in the relationship between the EU and the UK. Certainly, the discussions around single market membership or customs union membership don't seem to be very realistic, also because these are technically rather difficult. So if we seriously were talking about moving in that direction, there would have to be a lot of preparatory work to make that happen. It's not a process which could happen in months. It would take years to get to the point where something like that would be workable. And there's a real question whether there is the willingness to really accept the obligations which come with that, given that the fundamental lines of the EU have not changed. Single market means all of the freedoms, including freedom of movement of people. So in the end, I see very little prospect, and I'm not even going to mention rejoining, because I think if that is a possibility, it's very, very far off. So most likely, I would think there is a possibility of having Windsor Plus, so a bit more alignment, easing some of the difficulties which are still there, in particular not focusing only on Northern Ireland, but looking at what else can be done with more alignment of the UK to European rules. Even that, I think, is a difficult discussion, but I think there are some possibilities there. But it's not a radical difference to what is there. It would be based on the TCA. It would be building on the agreements which already exist. I think there could be more cooperation on global challenges, in particular climate change, but also Russia. But there are also difficulties in that. If we look at what is happening at the moment, also with differences between member states, then it can be quite difficult to see how you have a coherent position at EU level, let alone coordinating that with third countries on issues such as Israel, Hamas, on issues such as China or the US, and a possible Trump 2 presidency. But in any case, I think there are significant limits to where the relationship can go in the near future. There is a loss of trust in the UK system, that is regardless of the government in power. The Brexit experience has been a rather sobering one for the institutions and for national governments. So there's a real doubt about how political processes work in the UK, and that will limit the possibilities going forward. In particular, there's a fear that any commitments a UK government makes have no long-term stability, because a new government, a new prime minister, might as well just overturn anything which is already there. I think there is also a loss of UK capacity. The capacity of the UK has been diminished by Brexit, and that's probably going to continue to be an issue, especially as fiscal constraints are starting to bite. And the global position is becoming more difficult for all smaller countries, and I would say all countries in Europe are rather small. There is also a major development within the EU. The EU is changing fundamentally. We are going to have, at the same time, more discohesion within the EU, but also more integration, which is a little paradoxical, but the reality is that there are many issues where European member states at the moment disagree with each other, where we have fundamental differences in approach, but at the same time, the global challenges which we are facing mean that the EU is also having to adapt, and that means in many areas that there is more integration, and that things are being done which would have been unthinkable a few years ago. And I think this is going to continue, Just to give one example, I think it is extremely likely that we will have Eurobonds in a few years. They might not be called that, but the realities of fiscal pressures, and in particular the reconstruction of Ukraine, will mean that there will have to be financing at the European level. So the certainties of how the EU behaves, what the EU does, are, I think, in the current situation in question. What we are going to see much more is also drawing up the wagons, making sure that being within the European Union matters, and that means that a number of policies are going to be rather explicitly aimed at only EU member states, not even the third countries which have a very close relationship like Norway. You can already see that in areas such as industrial policy, where the EU is already taking a more proactive approach and is going to continue to take a more proactive approach. I think we are going to see this in a number of different areas, including politically very contentious areas which touch on foreign policy and security. And whenever that is the case, it also means that the predominant preoccupation of member states is to make sure that the other member states are on board and the concerns of third countries come very low down the list. What that also means with the relationship between the EU and the UK is that unless there are particular crises, I think it's going to continue to be relegated to a third order issue. But there are potential crises, there are potential flashpoints. I think the question of Northern Ireland, while it is for now more quiet than it has been, I don't necessarily think it's settled. I don't think the EU will open it, but if it gets open in domestic politics, then the EU will have to deal with it. There is the review of the TCA coming up, for which there seem to be very different interpretations in the UK than in the EU. For the EU, it's a technical review which doesn't put into question any of the fundamental tenets of what has been agreed. The discussion I've heard here has often been more fundamental about a different kind of agreement. That is not going to happen. The EU is not going to negotiate a new TCA. Yes, there can be tweaks, what I mentioned with Windsor Plus, but I think that is the limit to what can be done. I think what all of that means for the future, and this could be very quickly proven wrong, is that we will see no radical improvement in the relationship, but a gradual process of rebuilding trust, of rapprochement, unless some of the downside risks intrude. As I mentioned, the Northern Ireland issue, I think for the EU, one of the issues which hasn't reared its head so far have been the level playing field conditions. I think there is a potential there that if it becomes an issue for one of the member states, then it could come back. So there has been some worry expressed, for example, about the recent announcements of the Sunak government on environment and climate change, whether this is not leading down a road. It's nowhere near that moment yet, but whether it's not leading down a road where you will then have to start looking at the level playing field conditions within the agreement. So there are also points where it's possible that it will re-emerge on the EU side, but from an EU perspective, I would say it's only when it becomes a political issue in one of the major member states that it will re-emerge. But there is, of course, also the possibility of outside destructive influences. If we have a Trump 2 government in Washington, then I would say all bets are off. I don't know what that would mean for EU-UK relationships, whether it would mean coming closer together to deal with whatever that government brings, or whether it means more fragmentation. I suspect it would be more fragmentation, but it's difficult to say. I think if we don't see those downside risks, there will be more action also on common challenges, but it's easy to say we'll work together on issues such as climate change or Russia. It's much more difficult to say what does that mean pragmatically, what are the concrete measures where you're going to work together, what are the kind of policy changes which that would entail. Yes, we have the European political community to have those discussions, but I would very much say that's a talking shop rather than something which really is going to produce great new policy initiatives. And I think that will be a limitation also when it comes to issues such as migration. So I think what could be done, and I'll finish on that, is I think there could be a better conversation between the EU and the UK. In particular, coming from a think tank, I would say that, but I think we need more track 1.5 conversations so that we can work out what kind of things can actually be done, what kind of policy changes might be useful. And in that, for the UK, it's important to realize that the Commission is its best friend, that it best works with the Commission in putting these things forward rather than bilateral, that it is the junior partner in this relationship. So the question from the EU side will always be, what is it the UK can bring to the table to address the challenges the EU is facing at the moment? So it's a long and risky process of rebuilding without any radical change. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Fabian. That was sobering, I think it's fair to say. Just a couple of questions from me, and then we're going to come to the audience. And I think there's a roving microphone, and I'll try to take at least 2 rounds of questions, so don't hold back for the second or third or fourth change groups.
I think if we are looking at structural changes, not rather small changes, I mean, I think they are important, but structural changes, yes, SPS. I think in general, it's about norms and standards, and it's essentially if there's a willingness of the UK to accept the European rule book, then I think there will be more easing of the relationship. But we're not talking about a radical change. It might have a big impact on certain sectors, but overall, I think you can then also start talking about, for example, the question of mobility of artists, but there's also always in the background is the question of reciprocity, and in how far the UK is also willing to reciprocate in areas the EU cares about, and that's going back to my last point, that it's really about what is it the UK can offer, which is of interest to the European Union in these negotiations or in any kind of changes which are put through.
So what would you be pointing to as areas that the UK might offer? I mean, we know that Michel Barnier certainly repeatedly said how disappointed he was by the lack of formal structures, you know, on foreign and security policy cooperation that were foreshadowed in the political declaration, but the Johnson government made clear they didn't want. Is that the sort of thing that the UK might offer? Is there still EU interest in that, or is that now there's been quite good cooperation on Ukraine and sanctions, as you mentioned, and some people think informal cooperation has actually worked a bit better than very structured cooperation there?
I think that question would differ if you ask institutions or if you ask member states and if you ask small countries versus big countries. I think some of the big countries are rather happy with bilateral or trilateral relations on issues such as defense and security. I think from an institutional perspective and from the small country perspective, they would rather like to see that a bit more formalized within the European framework. But yes, I think it is the areas which were foreshadowed in the political declaration, which actually contains a lot of good material. It's just never been in any way translated into reality.
Okay, let's go to some questions. I've got some more if nobody puts their hands up, but let's take them. Let's take these two questions here. So, gentleman there in the white shirt, and then pass along the row. Yes, can you tell us who you are as well, if you're okay with doing that? Yeah.
Hello, I'm here really as an individual, but I've always had an interest in Europe, and I've travelled around 50 years or so in Europe. I just came back from 3 months in Europe after retiring. So the first time I've had that amount of time to be able to travel. And I really have to say that I felt pretty hounded by Schengen at the end of my trip, counting the days. I was away 92 days, but I was outside Schengen for about a week, I guess, or just a bit more. I understand that the UK were offered 180 days, because that is what EU citizens get in the UK. And I think it's a small thing towards building better relationships with the EU. It seems to me completely inappropriate that a limit of 90 days, which applied to each individual country previously, now applies across the whole of the Schengen zone, 20-odd countries. It doesn't just affect the UK. People I met from Chile knew that they had to get out of Europe after 90 days. It wouldn't question the very basis of Brexit, but I think it would be a good thing if the EU were to think again about that 90 days within 180 days right across the whole of the Schengen zone.
Thank you for that. And then if you could just pass along. Oh, we've got two. Wonderful, yes.
Thanks, Neil. Peter Hurst. I was wondering from a EU perspective, taking into account the possibility of EU enlargement, what is the appetite or the realistic possibility of more of a two-tier EU?
That's a very interesting question, and I think let's do those. So I know this has been a regular concern, particularly of lots of people who've got second homes, who want to spend the winter, say, in southern Spain, that not to change the number of days in the year you can stay, but to change the block, so you can go to 180 and 360, which I think is the rule here, versus 90 and 180. Is there any prospect that might be? I think the British government's been having chats with the Spanish government about that, but are there any prospects that that could change, so we don't have to spend winters in England, UK?
I think in principle, yes, it could change, but I think there's a big difference between the discussions which took place during the negotiations and anything you want to change at this moment in time. If you want to change things now, then the question is, what is the incentive for the other side to change it? I don't believe very often in politics people do things out of goodwill on any side. So I think it's a question of what's being put on the table. On the two-tier enlargement, I think what we can only say at this moment in time is that the enlargement question is wide open again. That wasn't the case before Ukraine. It wasn't moving at all for a number of years, to the frustration of the Western Balkans. Now it is an open question. And yes, there is consideration of different models, although the reality is we already have a union of differentiated integration where different areas are more or less pronounced depending on the country. So that wouldn't in itself be a big difference. Whether that means we can have something like associated membership or some other form of membership, That is a much more difficult question, and I would think that politically that is not going to happen, because I cannot see that the countries who are wanting to join would accept that kind of in-between status, because rightly they would fear that they would get stuck in a second tier. And in particular, I don't think Ukraine is willing to consider that kind of second-class membership as it is seen by many.
Could be a category of one with us in it. No, that was the sort of the Franco-German expert report. Has that got any traction inside the EU? Is that being talked about a lot? Or?
There is some discussion around it, but I would say the main focus of that really is about what kind of reforms we need to do internally to get ready for enlargement, rather than offering particularly different prospects for accession countries.
So we had one question, I think we had one right at the back, Yannicka, and then, okay, last three, and then I have to read to the next panel. Yes.
Thank you very much. David Maloney from the Open University. I was just wondering how you came to the conclusion that there may be Eurobonds into the future, since I think most people are aware the Recovery and Resilience Facility, there was huge difficulties in relation to agreeing to that, and that is very much a temporary mechanism. As we know, the Frugal Four were very much opposed to this idea, and other member states too, very much opposed to this idea of common borrowing. So I was just wondering how you come to that idea that, yes, we're moving towards this idea of Eurobonds, specifically in terms of funding a country like the Ukraine, which has some very serious issues in relation to corruption.
Thanks very much. Yeah, then there, and then over there. Yeah, Jan.
Hi, Yannicka, UKICE, Changing Europe. I was wondering what your view is on where the EU's relationship with third countries is going more generally in the area of foreign security and defense policy, also with a view to the strategic compass and kind of the partner section in there that says that the EU is interested in more tailor-made relationships with third countries. I'd be interested in kind of your reading on where that's going more generally.
And finally, yeah.
Hi there. My name is Marcelo Boris from the Brazilian Embassy. Thank you for the frank and direct presentation. I'd like to hear a little bit from your perspective regarding Gibraltar negotiations, which it seems that it's one of the last remaining Brexit pending issues. Thank you.
Well, that's quite a wide range, Fabian, to finish up on. Okay. So do you want to start with Eurobonds and end up in Gibraltar via all third countries?
Eurobonds, yes, the rhetoric has been around for a long time, and this is why I said we will never call them Eurobonds, because that's far too contentious. But the reality, I think, is going to bite, that ultimately, when you add up all of the pressures which are there on public budgets, they are enormous. When you look at the limitations, even in the best performing countries in the European Union, there is no fiscal space left. So how are you going to finance all of these pressures? And there will come a point when, at least in my interpretation, when it comes to reconstruction of Ukraine, that will be the job of the European Union. The US will make it very clear that they are not going to pay for it. So you either then have to go to your public and say, we are going to raise taxes to reconstruct Ukraine, or you say, we borrow a bit more at the European level and finance it in common. I think politically the latter is far easier than the former. So I think it's going to come. It will take a long time, and I think it will be rather painful and politically contentious, but it will come.
But you don't have the Brits around to veto it anymore and saying
yes,
you're not doing that.
Which is also helpful.
Yannicka, this question about third countries.
I mean, just on that, I think that's not the question, but I think it is actually something also to consider, that yes, Brexit has been a very negative experience for the European Union, but there are things which have happened since then and which are going to happen in future, which probably couldn't have happened with the UK as a member state, including, for example, a discussion around taxation, which is long overdue. On third countries, I think the European Union in its neighborhood has had to rethink
rather radically, because essentially the idea was in the neighborhood we have accession countries, or those who are going to be accession countries, or those who want to be accession countries, and then just a couple of minor ones who are just holding out, but it doesn't really matter if Norway and Switzerland don't join because they are integrated in any case. Now it's a very different environment, not only because of the UK, but also the question of what happens in the East, how do we deal with our eastern neighbors, how do we deal with Turkey, which is a huge unresolved question, how do we deal with the whole of North Africa and the rest of Africa. So this is, for the European Union, there's a complete change in at least the realization that you have to think much more globally, and also because now we have and I don't have the time to go into it, but we have a major global challenge of the death of multilateralism, which for the European Union was an essential part of its interaction with the rest of the world. So all of this means that the foreign policy, including all of the economic policies, trade, investment, are also being re-examined. But this is a very difficult process because you are now touching very sensitive competences of member states. So there will be a very long and painful discussion of how do we deal with these issues.
Finally, Gibraltar.
On Gibraltar,
are we nearly there? We've been told we've been nearly there for quite a long time.
I think we've always been nearly there. I mean, I think Gibraltar is solvable, but I think it is a question of negotiation and seeing who's getting what out of it, because also there are political concerns involved. But I don't see a fundamental problem in resolving it.
Probably just need a government in Spain at some point.
Well, a government in Spain which is also willing to spend political capital on issues which are not at the center of its thinking.
Okay. Thank you very much, Fabian. Thank you for being so open with the answers. A bit of hope, possibly on the 180 and 360, not so much elsewhere. But thank you very much once again, Fabian, for coming over from Brussels and sharing those thoughts with us.
Thank you.
And now, only slightly out of schedule, I'm going to be joined on the stage by Hussein Kassim, organiser of this conference, Professor of European Public Policy and Administration at the University of Warwick, and one of our senior fellows at UK Changing Europe. Lisa Claire Whitten from Queen's University Belfast, Simon Usherwood, another senior fellow at UK Changing Europe, Professor of Politics at the Open University, and Cleo Davis, Senior Research Fellow in Living with the Neighbours at the University of Warwick. And we're going to now discuss the sort of, some of the things that Fabian was touching on that we have to learn to love and live with, as far as you can see, the Windsor Framework, the Trade and Cooperation Agreement, and UK bilaterals. Hussein, are you going to kick us off?
I mean, I'll start. In a way, I'm going to cover some of the ground that Fabian covered, in a slightly different way, perhaps. So the work I do, the project that I lead for in UK Changing Europe as a fellow, is on the EU perspective. And so I've spent a lot of the last 6 years visiting Brussels, but also touring the member states and speaking to national diplomats. And so this is very much the sort of the fruit of that, and in particular, a recent visit that we paid. So I've got 6 points to make here. The first point takes us back to the Windsor Framework, and I think that we have to recognise that it was a real landmark. It was a technical and a political achievement. It brought about an immediate relaxation of tension. And I think it's really important to remember that there was immense frustration on the EU side at the failure to implement the Northern Ireland Protocol. And the point was made sort of very pointedly to us that this was an agreement that was not only negotiated and agreed with the very government that was failing to implement it, but that the EU had sort of bent over backwards to accommodate the special circumstances. And so it was outraged by the, angered by the domestic legislation that threatened to override its provisions. And there was real anger in the summer and autumn of 2022, in particular, with a number of large member states actually calling for retaliatory measures. I think we forget that perhaps how close it came, but also I think that a point that Fabian made a bit earlier is that what the UK failed to perceive perhaps was that it's the Commission that is the UK's friend, and that speaking to the EU, speaking to the Commission, is a really sort of key sort of device here. The second point is about the implementation of the Windsor Framework. This is going well, but it is a work in progress. As with many EU agreements, there is a timetable, there's a schedule, it moves bit by bit. The UK and the EU need to work closely together to make it work. There's cooperation needed to ensure verification, but it is a work in progress. So, and on the EU side, there's very close scrutiny as to how it's being observed and implemented. The third point is that we are in a phase of a normalisation of the relationship. So what we mean by that is that the meetings and the committees the committee structures that were created under both agreements, both the withdrawal agreement and the trade and cooperation agreement, they're taking place. There are discussions in other areas, and there have been the top-level meetings, and there isn't a regularised, institutionalised meeting, as some have called for. But if we remember the Sunak von der Leyen declaration recently about migration. I mean, one of the interesting things about that was that it seemed to be very much a high-level initiative. It wasn't something that came from sort of deep within the bowels of the Commission. It was something very much decided on the 13th floor by the President. The fourth point is that it's really important to not to exaggerate where we've got to. So progress has been made. There has been this major milestone, a thaw in relations, an unfreezing of some measures. So thinking about Horizon in particular, but some of the other sort of indications of this thawing have been really over-interpreted, over-read. So I'm thinking here about the memo on financial services. I'm thinking about the dialogue between competition authorities. If we read the TCA closely, we see that those things were agreed, provided for under the TCA, and it's really just a process of normalisation that we're seeing here, not not new measures that have just been recently decided because relations have improved, not a brave new dawn for that reason. Similarly, that means that when we speculate about the TCA, as Fabian quite rightly says, what we're seeing, and certainly the sort of strong message from Brussels is this is a review. It's a review of implementation. There is no prospect for renegotiating this agreement for exactly the reasons that Fabian expresses. I mean, the reciprocity is really important here, and so the question is that if the EU were to offer, if the UK were to ask for relaxation of mobility or the removal of other restrictions, what could the UK offer in return? And that's where I think the difficulty is. The fifth point is that it's important not to misread signals. Yes, the UK relationship with the EU is different, but it's not necessarily special. The EU's put a unique apparatus in place for dealing with the UK. You see that in the Council Working Group, the 2 units in the Secretariat General that are intended to deal with the relationship. And there's also close cooperation between the institutions and the member states circulating information about the UK. But this doesn't signal that the UK is about to be given sort of privileged treatment. There's real concern about it's a real function of the breadth and sensitivity of the 2 agreements negotiated, about the proximity of the UK as a neighbour, and the fact that it's an important trading partner. it doesn't mean that the UK is about to become anything other than a third country. And I think, again, as Fabian says, one of the crucial things is that the EU, the institutions, the member states are very happy with the agreements that they negotiated. They're not about to alter those, to fundamentally rewrite those. And then the final point is, because of all of this, that we should be, our expectations about what a future government can achieve ought to be quite mellow. Whenever we ask about this on the, to interlocutors on the EU side, whether they be in the Commission or whether they be in the permanent representations or the member states, the response is always the same. What is needed from the UK is a really major step. It needs to be a departure from an abandonment of the red lines that date back to Theresa May. So membership of the customs union, membership of the single European market. Otherwise, the UK remains very firmly in free trade agreement territory and is likely to stay there. So, thank you.
Thank you, Hussein. I think Simon is going to go next.
Okay. I'm going to be echoing the pessimism of, but I guess it's the rest of the panel as well. Just to think about this in a slightly different way, I think in many ways where we are now is where we have so often been in terms of British European policy, which is that we're not entirely sure what we're trying to achieve. And I think that this is a perennial problem, that the issue has been one primarily of avoiding problems rather than particularly achieving goals and objectives. With the possible exception of the single market program back in the 80s and the 90s, we haven't found a clear purpose behind European policy. And that was clear at the time of the referendum and in the Johnson period, and then more subsequently now with Rishi Sunak. Now, I think where Sunak has had a change is that there is a clearer rationale and understanding of the need to act in good faith in international relations. That the challenges through the internal market bill, the other questioning of the obligations that had been entered into in the withdrawal agreement and the TCA were producing reputational risks, not only with the EU, but more generally in international relations. And for a country that was trying to reassert itself on the international stage, you needed to be able to say that you were actually a good faith actor. So if we're trying to make sense of the Sunak era, and I think we did have debates about era as a word, I think that the leitmotif for Sunak has not really been a profound re-engagement in European relations, but much more an awareness of a looming general election. And I think if we're to understand the Windsor Framework, but also Horizon, the motivation strikes me much more as being about producing relatively contained solutions to obvious problems that will generate some positive impact, or at least tie off the worst of the issues, rather than a comprehensive package that moves forward. And so, as we see, even something like Horizon, which was a relatively simple issue that was flagged back in February at the time of Windsor as being a priority issue, that still took 7 or 8 months of arguing about finances, and not unreasonably because money still matters. So even a simple thing like that highlights the problems. And when Fabian's talking about major things like customs union or single market membership requiring years, I think that is true whatever we're talking about. And the speed of politics as it is done is not really conducive to that kind of long-term planning. So if we're thinking about where we end up with a Labour government, again, we don't see a clear strategic vision there either. And if I just want to throw in one last problem before I stop, not only is there an issue about what a Labour government might do after a general election, but I think from the EU perspective, there is also a concern at some level about what comes after a Labour government. Given the volatility of the British electorate and polling, if this is a one-term Labour government, and we end up with the Conservatives returning to power in, 2029, 8, with a leader who has been selected off the back of a historic defeat and who's likely to have a more extreme view on European policy, are we then going to go through the same thing again? So even if Labour does come up with a strong vision and puts a lot of political capital behind it, which seems questionable, I think we still have to accept that one of the problems about it is that the EU is a necessary partner in all this. Labour can't make decisions by itself. And so there will be a limit on that. So that issue around trust is still there. The catastrophic loss of trust that took place in 17, 18, 19 can only be gradually brought back. And that gradual rapprochement that Fabian rightly talks about, I think, is going to be the leitmotif, which possibly means that we're not going to see big advances, but it does mean that we're likely to see more of these kind of crisis points, small and larger, coming through, and they're going to continue to be the drivers in this relationship. Thank you.
Thank you, Simon. Before we go to Northern Ireland, we're going to go to Cleo, and then we're going to have a different perspective from Lisa Clapp. Cleo.
Yes, so this is a short few points on the UK's engagement with the member states at a bilateral level. So we focused almost entirely, though there was the mention of Spain to do with mobility. So just very briefly, the drivers around bilateralism, the UK's bilateralism with EU member states. Exogenous factors first to the Brexit process, mostly to do with regional security. There's been a lot of deepening of the bilateral relations over security and defense in the wake of Russia's invasion of Ukraine. There are functional pressures, and those are as a result of the type of Brexit agreement that was negotiated. And then there are political drivers. When I mean functional, that means compensating for the loss of leaving the single market in particular, and mobility reasons too, mobility. And then political drivers. Boris Johnson's government already made bilateralism a priority. Rishi Sunak pursued and broadened that and has a more integrated approach that both covers bilateralism and the UK's relationship with the European Union. The words are, in James Cleverly, so energetic bilateralism, and maintaining the drumbeat of diplomatic engagement, Leo Doherty. So commitment there at a political level. And indeed, the UK has done very well and has established broad cooperation for strategic dialogues with almost all of the European member states post-Brexit. I'll put this into context with three key dimensions that have to be taken into account when the UK pursues bilateralisms with bilateral agreements with the EU member states. The first one is the institutional dimension. There's a loss of the formal and informal networks with diplomats that used to take place within and on the fringes of the council configuration meetings in Brussels. So there's a loss of fora in which the UK can engage with its counterparts diplomatically. A second one is the legal dimension. The member states, even if they were wanting to, are constrained by the existing EU-UK agreements. So they can't enter any agreement with the UK if it is already covered by the Trade and Cooperation Agreement, for instance. Beyond that, they have an obligation to EU law, even in areas that are not covered by the TCA. I'll give you one example. In civil justice cooperation, which falls outside of the TCA, it was not covered. It is an implied external exclusive competence of the European Union, which would make it extremely difficult for a member state to have a formal agreement with the UK bilaterally. So that's for the legal dimension. And then there's the political dimension, and here it ties in a little more with what Hussein and Simon were saying. There's a legacy of the negotiations here. the member states have committed to sharing every information to sharing information both with the Commission and their counterparts within a council configuration working party over any agreements that they are intending to negotiate bilaterally and the substance of them with the UK. And that's because there's still a consideration of the UK as a strategic, as I say, a legacy of the negotiations there. It's inscribed in law too, to an extent, so the duty of sincere cooperation there. And that puts, for instance, bilateral, even if the UK, if member states were very keen to have a bilateral relationship or agreement, for instance, on mobility issues to do with visas, which is an exclusive competence of the member state, for political reasons, they may pursue it at the level of 27. Still now, because of the legacy, the political legacy of the negotiations. So those are the things. I'll conclude with 3 points. Because I think yes, there are avenues for cooperation, and both the UK and its counterparts have been very keen to pursue bilateral agreements and cooperation. But the depth and the scopes will necessarily be constrained to an extent by the existing UK-EU agreements and member states' obligations under EU law. Secondly, the UK and the EU member states have set up soft modes of cooperation. Now, these require less technical expertise, but they need skills that are about networking, deep knowledge of the domestic and political institutions of the member states, so slightly different to what was happening when they were engaging bilaterally as a EU member state. And these are institutionally more vulnerable to neglect. Neglect them and they will become dormant. So that's another challenge. You need to commit to them over time. And then more general reflection. The UK has done extremely well to reach out and to set up these strategic dialogues. That was not a given, and they've managed, and it's been done in quite a short amount of time and quite comprehensively. There are motivations on both sides for the bilateral relations, but there is a question mark beyond this first attempt to re-establish better bilateral relations and kind of move on from the deteriorated relationship of the past 7 years. What is it? What is that product that the UK's diplomats are promoting to their European counterparts beyond regaining trust? And that goes perhaps beyond just the member states themselves. And I'll leave it at that.
Well, we have a lot of people here from the Foreign Office, so hopefully if any of them want to join in the discussion afterwards, hopefully they will tell us what the UK is offering. Fabian can then take that back to Brussels. But we've heard about Northern Ireland, the Windsor Framework as at least having sort of solved one political problem in the EU. It's not quite solved the political problem in Northern Ireland yet. Potential future flashpoint, though, future source of risk, according to Fabian. So we're now delighted to hear from Lisa Claire Whitten from Queen's University Belfast about what's going on with, I think, some fun new data as well that has just come out today.
And new data will feature, thank you. So yes, on the basis that my harsh vowel sounds put me in some kind of minority, probably in the room, my aim in the next few minutes is to speak and present a view of UK-EU relations in the Sunak era from Northern Ireland, focusing in particular on the Windsor Framework. And a one-sentence summary of that Northern Ireland view would be that this has been a broadly positive chapter in a very negative and unfinished story that is EU-UK relations and Northern Ireland's place within it since 2016. Because there's more to be said than time to say it, the approach I thought I would take is to essentially give you a pro-con list about the Sunak era viewed from Northern Ireland. I think I can keep it to time, but feel free to jump in. So I'm going to begin with the positive. On the pro list, the Windsor Framework is an agreed outcome between the EU and UK on how to manage the unique arrangements set up for Northern Ireland after Brexit under the Protocol Windsor Framework. This is arguably one of the most important and significant positive features of this era. Prior to the Windsor Framework, a majority of stakeholders in Northern Ireland business and civil society had been calling for the certainty that would come from consensus between the UK and EU about arrangements for Northern Ireland, almost regardless of what those arrangements were in substance. The Windsor Framework provides that certainty, and in so much as it's an agreed basis on which to move forward, it is inherently positive for Northern Ireland. As has been mentioned, as part of the project I'm involved with in Queen's, we carry out regular opinion polling, and the latest report has been published this morning, so I'll scatter some interesting findings throughout. But on the big picture of an agreed outcome, 56% of respondents to the survey, which polls in Northern Ireland, weighted sample to represent the population, see the Protocol Windsor Framework as overall a good thing for Northern Ireland, and 58% see it as an appropriate means for managing the effect of Brexit on Northern Ireland. 60% agree that the Windsor Framework, specifically those changes and amendments brought in, is the best available compromise for addressing the concerns of people in Northern Ireland with the original protocol. It is, however, also the case that notwithstanding that majority view being broadly positive, there is a consistent roughly 30% of respondents who disagree with the majority positive view and remain strongly opposed to the Protocol Windsor Framework. That may come in more when we get to the con list. So also just positive reflections on the substance of the Windsor Framework, which in general had kind of two categories of provisions. First, those relating to the movement of goods Great Britain to Northern Ireland, and those then another category regarding the involvement of Northern Ireland voices in the process of implementing the Protocol and Windsor Framework. Without getting into gritty detail of Green Lane, Red Lanes, derogations and breaks for stormont, we can go there in questions and answers if you want. But on a high level, it is worth noting that the substance of the Windsor Framework demonstrates a responsiveness to specific issues and asks that had been identified by Northern Ireland representatives since the end of the transition period. The political declaration that was published alongside the Windsor Framework texts was explicit in this regard. It framed the changes introduced as responses to everyday issues faced by people and businesses in Northern Ireland, and proposed these would be, quote, to the benefit of all the communities in Northern Ireland. And the dual emphasis there on the practical impacts or everyday experiences, and also the apolitical or non-partisan framing of the Windsor Framework as being for all communities in Northern Ireland, I think is to be welcomed. The avoidance of divisive political rhetoric when speaking about Northern Ireland is, I would suggest, always wise, and if I may be so bold, was not necessarily the approach taken by all of Prime Minister Sunak's predecessors. Also on the pro list, provisions for greater involvement of Northern Ireland stakeholders specifically in the ongoing process of implementing the Protocol Windsor Framework. Some of the associated new structures are still being set up and others have already begun to operate. To the extent that the involvement of Northern Ireland representatives will make it possible to upstream potential impacts of the Protocol and Windsor Framework arrangement possible, particularly around the dynamic alignment of Northern Ireland with aspects of EU laws, and therefore the avoidance or the aspiration to avoid major unforeseen problems on the ground, that new involvement can be said to be a very positive development. When asked about these new provisions, a slim majority of respondents to our opinion polling, 53%, agreed that UK-EU engagement with Northern Ireland stakeholders should mean fewer difficulties in the implementation of the Protocol Windsor Framework. 29%, again, classic disagree. Also on the pro, just the specifics of the Windsor Framework to say that certain issues that had arisen since the protocol came into force were addressed in whole or in part, and this is a good thing. Prominent examples include the supplies of human medicines to Northern Ireland, tire freight quotas on steel, arrangements for moving pets GB to Northern Ireland, also movements of parcels, alongside some specific derogations on things like plants and potatoes, etc. That's broadly positive. Last on the pro list, and this comes with, these are tentative assessments on the economic impacts of the Windsor Framework, with the disclaimer that data in this context is contested, not least because isolating the effect of the Windsor Framework is not possible. Nonetheless, we can point to some positive economic indicators. So NISRA data figures, so Northern Ireland Statistic Research Agency, for the beginning of 2023 show an annual growth rate of almost 2%. In the first quarter of 2023, Northern Ireland output increase was 1.7%, which compares favourably with the 0.1% for the whole of the UK, and also with the decrease of 4.6% for Ireland, with the caveat that the latter is decreasing from recent really positive economic performances. Some commentators in Northern Ireland have therefore posed that there is an evident post-protocol Windsor Framework boost in some areas of Northern Ireland's economy. Regarding the kind of felt or perceived impact of the Windsor Framework for business, the Northern Ireland Chamber of Commerce latest quarterly survey from quarter 3 of 2023, Northern Ireland business representatives were asked about the potential impact of the Windsor Framework, and 34% reported being positive about its actual or likely impact on their business. That's down from 44% in quarter 2, but nonetheless still positive, with 35% being neutral on the issue, only 14% being negative, and 11% saying it's too early to say. Similarly, on the broader economic impacts, 49% of respondents were positive or very positive about the impact of the Windsor Framework, and only 13% thought it would be negative or very negative. Last economic point and last pro point, perhaps somewhat more controversial, but nonetheless notable, that cross-border trade on the island of Ireland continues to grow as it has done since the end of the UK transition period and entry into force of the protocol. Latest Intertrade Ireland analysis valued cross-border trade at 7.6 billion in August 2023. And just by way of context, in 2015, that same figure was 1.9 billion. It was in 2020, 3.2 billion, and that's since jumped to over 7. Data for October 2023, when the first round of Windsor Framework changes came into force, are not yet available. But before I mislead you all into thinking that Northern Ireland has found the elusive sunny uplands, let's finish with some depressing cons. The first, just to say, reflecting on the UK government, Sunak's leadership in particular, the Windsor Framework was oversold by the UK government, or at least some aspects of it. Statements, for example, regarding the disapplication of 1,700 pages of EU law, a curious metric for measuring law, but anyway, and the idea that new arrangements had removed the border in the Irish Sea for internal UK trade were at best partially true, if not actually actively misleading. In that opinion polling, we've consistently asked about levels of trust in different actors to act in Northern Ireland's best interests in the context of the Protocol Windsor Framework, and findings regarding trust in the UK government have stood out, and not for good reason. The most recent results are actually some of the best figures we've collected, but there's still only 8% of respondents report trust in the UK government to act in Northern Ireland's interests, and 77% distrust or distrust strongly their capacity to act on behalf of Northern Ireland. This links to another kind of negative factor. The misrepresentation of some aspects was particularly problematic because the aspiration of the Windsor Framework was not only to fix practical issues, but also to better support and protect the 1998 agreement and the principles, commitments and institutions it established, including the Northern Ireland Executive and Assembly. In this respect, the Windsor Framework has failed so far. And the initial overselling of the mitigations it contained arguably made it harder in the long term for unionist politicians in Northern Ireland who opposed the protocol to consider or portray the Windsor Framework amendments as sufficient. In circumstances where a narrative of betrayal on the part of the UK government was quite prominent among grassroots unionists and loyalists, in retrospect, a more honest approach about the realities of the costs and benefits, real benefits of the Windsor Framework, but the drawbacks may have been a better approach. Regarding public opinion on the restoration of the Northern Ireland institutions, 64% of respondents agree or strongly agree that they should be restored now that the Windsor Framework has been concluded. 31% disagree. Conscious of time, a specific technical point worth noting just on the bringing in the changes associated with the Windsor Framework. There is now a new risk of undercutting of Northern Ireland producers in their own market due to the operation of the Greenlane system. So under the Windsor Framework, certain goods, primarily agri-food goods, moving from Great Britain to Northern Ireland via the Green Lane process, don't have to follow all the EU rules that still apply to producers of potentially those same goods in Northern Ireland selling onto the local market. Read that together with the general deregulatory preferences, if not always practiced, but of the current UK government, and the new Green Lane, Red Lane system newly exposes Northern Ireland businesses to the effect of undercutting by GB goods, presuming UK in respect of GB regulatory system to be less burdensome than UK in respect of Northern Ireland, mirroring the EU. Okay, final 2 points. With its prioritisation of east-west trade, meaning Great Britain to Northern Ireland trade, which is incidentally historically novel since Brexit, but the Windsor Framework indicates, if not actually enacts, a kind of subtle but important shift, I think, in the UK's policy or posture towards North-South cooperation on the island of Ireland. The UK government command paper on the Windsor Framework states that, and I quote, "Inherent in this new way forward, specifically arrangements around movements of goods, is the prospect of significant divergence between the two distinct economies on the island of Ireland, from food and drink to plants and pets, building on the existing differences in every area of economic and political life, such as services, migration, currency and taxation." While not necessarily questioning the veracity of that statement, the active pursuit of significant divergence between Ireland and Northern Ireland on the part of the UK government is arguably quite a clear reversal of the logic and trajectory and commitments made in the 1998 agreement, specifically Strand 2, and thereafter regarding the development of consultation, cooperation and action on the island of Ireland, which the UK government, together with the Irish government, gave solemn commitment to support and, where appropriate, implement. Final negative point, and this one is perhaps the most obvious, but linking back to the lack of functioning of devolved government in Northern Ireland, a very obvious negative, but to put it in the context of Sunak's premiership and the Windsor Framework, I would tentatively suggest that one of the most potentially damaging effects of the conclusion of the Windsor Framework and the general improvement of EU-UK relations in the Sunak era, that it has enabled, broadly positive of course, but when viewed from Northern Ireland, is the idea that Brexit's Northern Ireland problem has been solved, because it hasn't. Although it's understandable to think in that way, the situation in Northern Ireland is no longer restraining the endeavours of Downing Street in its relations with the EU directly or more widely, and there are far bigger and more pressing challenges, so I have sympathy for the agenda moving on, of course. But it's also true to say that Northern Ireland is not in a good place right now. I mean, to list off some factors, 2.3 billion budget shortfall in the next financial year. The health system in Northern Ireland really is failing. Over a third of the population are waiting for elective medical care, significantly worse than other UK regions. There's an education sector crisis, budget cuts of over 2.5%, which means they're having to cut things like holiday food grants, breakfast clubs for vulnerable kids, giving out free library books. Loch Ness, the largest freshwater lake in the UK, is disintegrating into pollution and decay. The list could go on, and while all of those are primarily a domestic UK issue, for our purposes, I think it also ought to matter in any consideration of EU-UK relations because of the new strategic position Northern Ireland has under the Protocol and Windsor Framework as a place that is both within and between the two markets of the UK and the EU. It's now the touching point between the two legal orders and regulatory regimes. And what that means is, I would suggest, if we don't see devolution restored or an alternative, some form of actual government, and Northern Ireland public services are allowed to continue to decline, then that decline may have broader implications, and those are not likely to be positive.
Thank you very much, Lisa. Lisa, just one quick question. Next year, I think we get the first consent vote on whether Northern Ireland wants to stick with those arrangements or not. Does that happen even if there's not an assembly sitting? How does that work, and what are the prospects for that? Do we take as read that sort of 56, 58% you've told us about will vote for that, but maybe not on a cross-community basis?
I think in terms of predicting the outcome, that's our polling data suggests that there will be between 50 and 60% majority support for the continuation of the application and its Articles 5 to 10, primarily those that relate to the free movement of goods, to continue, but there won't be a cross-community support. And on whether or not that vote happens, regardless of the institutions not functioning, the statutory instrument written to enact the democratic consent process makes it almost impossible for a vote not to be held. If there is one MLA, so the MLAs will be recalled regardless of whether the institutions are operating, and if there is any one MLA who wants to have the vote, then the vote will happen. And given the political character of the MLAs across the board, I think would be in another world if it doesn't happen.
So even without a speaker, or
without a speaker, it'll be the grandmother or grandfather of the House who acts as speaker. So.
Sorry about that sort of slight indulgence there. I've just always been fascinated about how that all works, and that's obviously a potential sort of concern for whatever government may, of course, coincide with a general election on timings, which make everything even more awkward. Let's go to questions from all of those. So hopefully there will be some questions in the room. If not, I will kick off. Any questions to our panel? If not, Hussein, yes. Wait for the microphone.
Sorry.
Vivian.
Vivian Grave, Queen's University Belfast. I wonder actually, a question for everyone but Simon, I think, is the idea is, clearly you're saying in your bilateral engagement and going in talking with EU, how much does Northern Ireland come up in those discussions? Yeah, that was kind of more, yeah, thank you.
Okay. Northern Ireland.
Yeah, it's been a central preoccupation, and it really exercised everybody. And yes, and you know, the Commission in particular invested a lot of time going to Northern Ireland, making contact with stakeholders, trying to work out sort of practical solutions to the particular problems. Yeah, I mean, huge is the answer. It's been the major preoccupation, I would say.
But is it now regarded as job done?
No, it's let's see if we can trust the UK government to actually implement its obligations under the Windsor Framework.
But it's implementing the obligations rather than saying, actually, you know, if Rishi Sunak went back and said, I just need another tweak to the Windsor Framework to say Jeffrey Donaldson to go back into government. Fabian's glowering. Would that go down very badly?
It would go down very badly, yes.
Cleo, does it feature at all in any of the bilateral conversations?
For the perm reps, in the same way as it does, so the permanent representations in Brussels, it's a concern in terms of the being able to have normalised relations and the implementation, a hawk eye on the implementation there. At a domestic level, the obvious one being Ireland, the Republic, which must be a major concern. Other than that, I couldn't say. No.
Simon.
I think what the longer term success, I know you didn't want me to talk, Vivian, sorry.
I'm sorry.
I think the longer term success of Irish diplomacy around the referendum and around the negotiations of the withdrawal agreement is that there is much more sensitisation in Brussels to the situation of Northern Ireland. And so there is better scanning of issues. I think the engagements with stakeholders is part of that, and I think that's actually, in many ways, the more important part of the Windsor Framework is that trying to get ahead of issues rather than having, storm on break. Well, it sounds like, it doesn't even sound nice, but it's not going to be the default instrument. The idea is that you pick this up early on. So I think from the EU side, there is an awareness that you need to be proactive about managing this. The problem, I think, comes that, as you're saying, Lisa, that as we have more questions about how the Good Friday arrangements work in general, that goes beyond the EU's competence as much as they will be a supportive ally to the British government, the Irish government, the Northern Irish people, and whatever institutions they happen to have. The EU can't drive that. So I think you're coming paradoxically back to a situation where there's a more systemic issue for Northern Ireland's situation. You know, we haven't talked about border polls, but that's also going to change the calculations. And so I think there is an awareness of that, but that needs to be left to the local parties rather than something in which the EU can get involved.
But what about, I mean, are there sort of potential flashpoint issues, like, for example, the carbon border adjustment mechanism, which could work out very, oddly in Northern Ireland? Lisa?
Yes, but one of the implications of lack of an executive is that Northern Ireland Assembly, Northern Ireland's political institutions' ability to input into that process, particularly around the two stormont breaks that now exist, one on amendments and updates on regulations on goods, but then the other, which is perhaps more significant, is for any additions to the laws that already apply to Northern Ireland. There will be, the UK government has committed to hold a vote in the Northern Ireland Assembly, and that is subject to cross-community consent before an addition can be made unless exceptional circumstances apply. So issues like the carbon border adjustment mechanism, other things coming down the line, I was looking the other day at an EU regulation proposed to address forced labour in supply chains. If that's brought in, because that's around the single market in goods, it is likely to, if not just impact on the laws that already apply and amend those, or perhaps be a candidate for an addition. And so then you get this interesting tension. Laws have been added since the Windsor Framework. We've had 4 additions to those laws that already apply via that 13-4 process for the UK and EU to agree that. If there was an Assembly sitting, those additions could have been put to a cross-community vote. So yes, flashpoints, but there's almost it's like the UK government are holding that over the DUP to say, look, if you don't come back in, then these things are going to happen anyway, which is perhaps a risky game to play, but nonetheless.
Okay, we've got some more questions in the room. So, lady at the back, and can you wait for the microphone?
Sorry, Julie Smith, Cambridge University and House of Lords. Simon said, my question's actually to Cleo, but I'm going to start off with Simon's point about...
Well, Simon's not allowed to say anything. It's excellent. No.
Sunak recognising the need to act in good faith. And in lots of ways, that sounds like a follow-on to the whole Brexit negotiation, and particularly some of the language coming from David Frost. But the reason I wanted to ask Cleo, apologies, is I did work about 20 years ago on the UK's bilateral relations under Blair. And there was great fanfare about the Lisbon Agenda. So not the Lisbon Treaty, but the Lisbon Agenda, where the UK had 14 separate bilateral relations with the other 14 members of the then 15-member EU. And yet, just a few years later, people were saying, well, we don't really trust the United Kingdom. That what the Blair government was very good at doing was buttering up countries when they wanted something. And then when they'd achieved what they wanted, they turned away and they didn't understand reciprocity. Is that different under the Sunak government? Does he realise that? Or are these strategic dialogues that you're saying are working now also likely to fall foul of a British failure to understand reciprocity?
Okay, Cleo, do you want to have a go at that, and I'll invite anyone else in? I was just in Germany, where the Germans were quite interested in the deal that the UK had just done on school exchanges with France, because the Germans had been told a year ago that was impossible to contemplate, and yet they see us doing a deal, but someone said, but we got some quite interesting concessions out of the French have to think what we want out of the Germans before we bring that in. But yeah.
It's a very good point. The British failure to understand reciprocity. I was thinking about it coming in. I don't know how it's being perceived. That I don't have the data or anything. But for sure, it's overtly what the government is pursuing. So you mentioned the exchanges of students. Now, that's a unilateral decision of the UK, right? So the French didn't actually have to do anything. It's just, I think, the Brits decided that they could not require passports and visas. So they could do the same for Germany, presumably, or Belgium,
so what
without
they were saying was they've got significant concessions in another area out of... So while it's a unilateral decision, it wasn't one we were prepared to make until the French gave us something that we were very interested in, and that would be a similar, potentially, if it was to come onto the table for Germany, it would potentially be...
Yes. Well, we'll have to wait.
One of the lines that was being taken. So
yes, we'll have. I don't. If anyone can tell us what that significant French giveaway was, but that's one thing. And the other one is the obvious one is migration. So the cooperation there. A couple of days ago, a week ago, Suella Braverman. There was quite a lot of press around it too. The fact that she'd signed actually a joint statement. It wasn't binding in any way with her counterpart in Austria, with whom the relations bilaterally are not actually that developed. So this made headlines in press. Most of the mainstream press covered it as contemplating a Rwanda-style deal and so on. Something similar came up with Italy. There's a lot of promotion around that. I'd venture to say a bilateralism that is driven entirely by pushing one's own interests, or so obviously trying to compensate for things that it's lost as a result of departing, is probably falling short of what would need to be done to really secure long-term commitment to dialogues across the board, if that's...
Anyone?
So I'd say, there's a really sort of, in a way, there's a deep history here because, all of the people that certainly that I've met either in Brussels or elsewhere express sort of deep regret about Brexit and the way it was done and about the very fact of Brexit. Realise that belonged to that we're now in a new world, and a lot of what's been done with the sort of bilateral relationship is trying to sort of foster a friendly relationship. But Cleo's read all 15, 16 of them, or more of them, more now, has read all of them, and it's really interesting how restrained they are. The acknowledgement of the sort of obligations that member states have as member states, reference in all of them to the TCA and to obligations under those. But also, you just wonder, what would it look like for a government to sign, let's say, 20 of these agreements and to commit to them? I mean, what does it look like to fulfil those agreements? And do we see the sort of clear thought, the energy being expended on them, or is this going to end up as just a lot of dinners, in nice places throughout the year?
Maybe it goes to Fabian's point about big member states versus small member states. So there'll be some that we do it with, and others that just fall under the radar.
Well, there's also an internal politics about it. You maybe think about the big versus small. So a lot of the small member states are saying, oh well, this member state might want that kind of agreement with the UK, but it's not going to get it because this is a mixed competence or an exclusive competence. So.
Okay, let's go. I think Declan Kelleher here wanted to comment specifically on this discussion. Yeah, and then on to Joel. Yeah.
Thanks. If I could just go back a couple of questions to go back to the Windsor Framework and the debate about the role of Ireland on this. I think it's worthwhile emphasizing two things, and I say these in an historical sense. Number one is that for Ireland, Brexit posed existential challenges and existential problems. And we had 4 priorities, which I was centrally involved in pushing in Brussels. First of all, to ensure respect for the common travel area, which turned out to be the easiest issue because there were protocols already. Secondly, to ensure that our position in the EU was fully maintained and mainstreamed. Third, to try and support a soft Brexit, because the UK is our biggest trading partner. And finally, and most important, to maintain the integrity and the fabric of this extremely gossamer web-like structure of the peace process and the Good Friday Agreement. So that is why, I mean, my life as permanent representative was in daily, sometimes hourly contact with Michel Barnier and his team. We totally worked through the Commission and the Barnier team. The other point, again, an historical point, is that it was striking the extent to which, and I think this was mentioned from the platform, that on the British side, there was a notion of Northern Ireland having faded from central view. I mean, no British Prime Minister had gone to a meeting of the Good Friday Agreement, BIC, BIIGC, since 2011. The Northern Ireland office had basically, you know, the competences had been devolved back to Belfast. And because the institutions weren't sitting, the Northern Ireland Civil Service was essentially hamstrung from giving its insight. I mean, one of the central elements of Windsor was the channels, the red and green channels. I first saw a channels paper in early 2018, which I'm sure others did too. But it was never brought into the overall debate. It was never brought into the Whitehall system. The DUP objected, and there was resistance in Whitehall too. So I just mentioned that just to give a little bit of context to the kind of the suboptimal world in which Windsor, which I think was a very good achievement, I think Rishi Sunak deserves praise for this, was achieved and was kind of agreed. And so far it seems to be working well. Anyway, it's a long question, but I just wanted to add those couple of thoughts. Thanks.
Does anyone want to comment on that? Simon, do you want to come in quickly and then
just
to Joel?
Briefly, I think it's worth saying there's nothing in the Windsor Framework that probably couldn't have been agreed back in 2020. Or even 2018. So again, a lot of it came down to government attitudes here in the UK, you know, the politics rather than the technical side of it. So again, I think this is a reflection of how the situation here in London has shaped things intentionally and unintentionally. And more, you know, you talk about fading interest, which suggests that ever London was particularly focused on it. And, you know, think about that, the politics of the situation, that connection of Windsor to the restoration of the Assembly, you didn't see the same political effort being put behind that second half of the project. And, you know, there was high hopes at the presentation of Windsor about using this as a way in. But clearly the groundwork hadn't been done and there wasn't the focus because from London's perspective, the upside of restoring the Assembly is relatively small in political terms, that it's not going to change the political weather. So again, we kind of fall back onto we'll wait until it's really a problem kind of mode, which is as true for Northern Ireland as it is for European policy. And I'm aware we've just been very pessimistic, well, maybe I'm just projecting, but we're not seeing a lot here. As much as relations for the EU are going to be difficult, or with the EU are going to be difficult, it doesn't mean that the UK shouldn't be trying to be more assertive about trying to address these things, because staying where you are is not actually an option. The EU is changing, the UK is changing. The drift that comes through, I think, is just going to accumulate problems, and the sooner we start to have a proactive engagement, the more likely it is that we can go back to having very boring relations, which, for those of us who've been working in this field, would be a nice break.
Do you out of all your grants, Simon? Very interested to know whether Theresa May in 2018 would have accepted anything like the Windsor Framework. She'd have regarded that as an unacceptable constitutional separation, surely. But discuss. We can discuss that in the coffee break. I want to go to more questions. Yeah, Joel, can we have a microphone? No, wait for a microphone like everybody else. Yes.
Yeah, Cleo, you talked about the kind of 27 maintaining a very united front, not wanting to enter into bilateral negotiations. Kind of question for all of you. I wondered whether you think that is likely to change. Like, we've now got this example of the French school groups and a split between France and Germany on electric vehicle rules of origin, for example. So yeah, do you see that fragmenting, and is that a good thing or bad thing for the UK? Does it make it easier or harder to extract concessions?
Okay, will divide and rule finally have its day? Hussein?
No, I think that the premium was still on unity, and the institutions that were created specifically for the negotiations that were intended to ensure circulation of information, a united front. They've been adjusted and adapted a bit, but they're still there. And there's still this sort of, this delegation to the Commission. The Commission is the sort of central monitor, has key oversight. So I think it's very unlikely. And one of the things I've been very determined to do, because I didn't just want to get the institutional view, was to sort of tour national governments, and they are as strongly behind this as anybody else. So the solidarity is still very much there. So I don't see it fraying anytime soon.
Lisa, any thoughts?
I would absolutely agree, and then just perhaps one specific technical point, which may be completely irrelevant, but on the Council decision that brought the withdrawal agreement in the EU, there is an Article 4 of that provision for bilateral agreements to be signed between EU member states that have specific arrangements under the protocols of the Windsor Framework, so Spain for Gibraltar, Cyprus for the sovereign base areas, and Ireland for the protocol. It may be never used, but in the context of arrangements, in the context of specifically Northern Ireland and the stagnation there in the institutions, and that broader question around the 1998 agreement and the sustainability of governance in Northern Ireland going forward, it might be a point of interest, and the specific provision is if EU competence is engaged in any agreement that wants to be taken forward on a bilateral basis with the UK, then the European Commission can give permission for that on the basis that it helps enable the protocol, the relevant protocol, to continue. So we could see something like that if there was a major breakdown in an ongoing breakdown in Northern Ireland institutions, things like police and judicial cooperation, things like movement of people, common travel area. If there had to be a sort of EU strand to any solution being brought forward on a bilateral basis, there is a provision there, but it's specific and limited. I agree with the general point around the solidarity of 27.
Clear.
Yes, perhaps it's the framing of it as unity versus fraying, which would suggest that is an indicator of the EU kind of dysfunctionality. And that's more, so it's a bit the framing. Of course, they have 27 different interests and so on, but I think and they'll have different areas on which they want to collaborate, but crucially, I think it's that they've recognized that they needed to continue to share that information, and that they have mechanisms and indeed decisions, council decisions, so the Windsor Framework, but also for the TCA and future bilateral agreements, that they recognize that has to be shared, that information. Just on the point of the electric batteries, that's the EU-UK relationship. There would be an agreement. It's come out, but there'd be an agreement, and it would be then put forward by the Commission, which is slightly different than going through the bilateral relations. And there I would say, well, that's really Brussels politics back to normal. It's actually an indicator of the fact that the relationship has normalized, that you should start to get the big member states saying one thing and another, and in the end they'll come up with a common position, and that will be put forward by the Commission in the context of the specialised committees.
Okay, well, I'm not going to go to some now. Is there one last question in the room? Yes, the gentleman there. Yep, microphone is just coming. So, yep.
Peter Hurst. I'm not sure I can get this into a question, but it was in regard to Professor Usherwood's remarks about a strategic vision for our relationship with Europe. And to me, I mean, it's fairly obvious that, well, apart from self-interest, the EU would gain some trade advantages, economic advantages from a closer relationship. But are they sufficiently significant for the EU to take much notice?
Okay, does the EU take any notice? And I'm going to throw in a tactical question to all of you, so you can all answer that question. And a tactical question: if you were advising a returning Sunak government or a Starmer government about a sort of, significant step they could make to move the relationship into a different place as a sort of confidence-building, good faith-building move, what might you suggest that they would do? Simon.
Thanks. On the tactical move, I think the thing I would suggest is a big reinflation of the informal contacts. I think that atrophying of the chance conversations around formal meetings, attending spaces where you can exchange ideas and just get a measure of each other. I think that's where the UK, whatever government you have, has put more effort into it, but needs to make a lot more effort from the various highest levels.
You can't just hang out
no, but that's
council meetings.
But again, in terms of thinking about that progressive rebuilding of trust, I think that that's part of it, about being able to have a sense of a connection that transcends words on a page. So, on the specific thing, I think on both sides there is an awareness that there are rational calculations about the advantages of having a close relationship. The problem is, and this kind of comes back to Joel's question as well, that you bump up against politics of decisions about exposure to cost or to competition that I think make it difficult. So, as I think we saw in the referendum, you can articulate rational arguments about what is the right thing to do, which crash into emotional arguments about what we want and who we are and, what control we want to have of our lives. And I think that that's where we come back to that problem about a strategic debate. That a strategic debate in the UK about what its European policy should be actually is an extension of what kind of country does the UK want to be more generally. So if anyone wants to take that on, they're very welcome.
Cleo.
Yes.
Strategy and tactics.
Strategy and tactics. Well, if you really want to please the EU after the next general election, you can concede on the review for fisheries. That's going to be a big one. So that is one thing that they'll have to keep in mind, whomever is in government when they come in after the general election, is that they'll be waiting on the other side of the table on this and I shouldn't be smiling, it's actually good. So anticipating curveballs, I'm sure it's being done, but just in case. In terms of build on what Simon was saying, really invest at the highest political level in certain diplomatic relations in particular, starting with Ireland. So Rishi Sunak, a lot was made of the fact that he was the first Prime Minister since Gordon Brown to have attended the British-Irish Council. He didn't attend the June iteration. Okay, doesn't matter, but maybe there's something to be said. His bilateralism with the Taoiseach is touch and go, right? Partly, yeah. Whatever the personal connections or not, that relationship has to be invested politically. France, well, seem to be getting on very well, and there's more of an investment there at the level of the ministers too. Belgium, the Netherlands, the smaller member states, also they're your member states. Your energy security depends on them. Of course, you'll get the agreements that are about functional and interest-based. Just add the politics on top. It's going to be needed because that's what we were speaking. Because when they do become fraught, when tensions around fisheries that are, by the way, with the same member states, flare up, you kind of know that at a political level there's a commitment to that relationship anyways. So that would be my point there.
Just Lisa.
Excellent.
And Spain.
Just to riff off the back of that, would re-emphasise the importance of Irish bilateralism and that relationship, and also just note that there is an Irish general election upcoming, and for the first time in history we may see some kind of coalition arrangement led by Mary Lou MacDonald of Sinn Féin. There should be strategising in the UK context as to how they're going to forge that relationship and get around all of the historical nuances that could be involved. On advising specifically on the UK-EU relationship, perhaps controversial, but I would propose a potentially time-bound SBS agreement to be pursued by the next UK government. Combine that with a domestic initiative to continue political talks with Northern Irish parties and lay down an ultimatum around if you don't do this now, there will be direct rule with some form of joint authority, and push that through the SBS agreement in view of the lack of seeming forthcoming US-UK free trade agreement and the more moderate approach to retained EU law. It could be sold as a transitional high standard setup. So that would be my advice. I'm not sure they would take me up on it all.
Hussein.
Yeah, well, I agree with everything that's been said. I would really emphasise the re-establishment of a relationship with, well, re-establishment of responsibility for Northern Ireland, which has really, which the UK has really retreated over the past 10 years. So I think that's really important. I think that, as Fabian said earlier, the relationship with the Commission, that's really, really important. That's really underplayed by the UK, and the UK doesn't understand that that member states are sort of alert to its bilateralism now, its concerted bilateralism, that, it sees these repeated waves and rounds coming. I mean, I've had this, rehearsed to me a number of times about COVID and about other things. They know it's coming, they talk to each other about it immediately, and they try and sort of contain it. So, this is, the UK's got to realise that isn't the way of forming deeper, stronger, better relationships with European partners. It's got to be direct up front. Serious, that's all very important. SPS on policy, SPS alignment, would that be so costly? And institutionalisation of defence and some sort of security cooperation.
I was going to offer the UK would rejoin Erasmus, but anyway, no one else did. Let's all break for coffee. You are due back. I realise I've slightly overrun. You're due back at 11:20 when we're going to be looking at the views from national capitals, particularly interesting in light of the discussion about investing more in those relationships and reinflating contacts. Interesting phrase I haven't heard before. So back at 11:20. Thank you all very much, and thanks to our panel.
Okay, if we could please convene for our panel on the views from national capitals. We're delighted to have three more distinguished speakers. We have from my right to left, Nikolai van Andorza, who is from the German Institute of International Affairs, who's just released 2 reports in his name and therefore been very, very busy. Nikolai, perhaps you want to say something about those in a moment. We have Declan Kelleher, who's already introduced himself as a former Irish permanent representative to the EU. And we have Pauline Schnapper, who's a professor at La Nouvelle Sorbonne.
Yeah.
So, should we go in order of the programme? Pauline.
Thank you. First, I just want to apologize for my very poor voice this morning. I hope, and I'm so grateful to have a microphone. Thanks for the invitation. Compared with last time, a little over a year ago when I last came to this event, the mood has changed dramatically in Paris, in the right direction, I would say. There's been a parallel improvement in the bilateral relation, parallel to the overall UK-EU improvement, which we've already talked about. Even though some difficulties remain in the bilateral relation, there's a great improvement, as was illustrated by the first bilateral summit in 5 years that took place in Paris in last March. And of course, the King's state visit in Paris and Bordeaux in September, which was widely described as very successful and very good for the bilateral relation. A number of factors have made this improvement possible. Some of them we've already touched upon, others more specific maybe to France and the UK. Ranging from Liz Truss's decision to attend the first European Political Community Summit, which is, as you know, one of President Macron's pet projects, and therefore it was very important for him that the UK should attend. There was obviously the changes of government in London and a change in leadership style, especially in the rhetoric towards Paris, Macron, and France in general, which helped. France is no longer... Macron is now a friend of the UK, and a general relief, I think, in Paris that the UK government has gone back to what they call a more reasonable and less hysterical attitude towards the EU in general and France in particular. There's also been, of course, the improvement, which I will not talk about again, linked to more UK-EU issues, the Windsor Framework, Horizon, etc. Ukraine, of course, which has focused minds, even if at first Macron's attempts to engage with Putin were a bit awkward, let's put it that way. But since then, things have really improved, and there's cooperation on sanctions. There's also intelligence sharing between the two governments, even though apparently it's not going much further than that. But that's already something. Also, maybe a last factor that we need to bear in mind is the tensions between France and Germany. Which, I mean, there have always been ups and downs in the bilateral relation between France and Germany, but at the moment we're definitely in low for all sorts of reasons. And the restoring better links with London should also be understood, I think, in that context. When things are not going well with Germany, with Berlin, especially on issues such as energy, it's useful for the French government to resume better relations with London. So what's happened since March, since this bilateral summit? There's been a good implementation of the agreements that were signed then, well, the declaration rather, that was made public then, especially about migration, strangely enough. I mean, it used to be a source of tension. Cross-channel migration was a big issue. It's going much better, and the two ministries Home Office here and Ministère de l'Intérieur in Paris work well, apparently, on those issues. Energy is another area. Political cooperation on Ukraine is going on. What I think is clearly missing is something that Simon alluded to earlier, and which is really important, is the whole thing about bringing civil societies closer is something that has really waned in the last few years and is proving difficult to re-establish, whether it be at the diplomatic level. The French diplomats were complaining to me that they didn't know who to talk to anymore in London. They didn't know their counterparts anymore, that people had changed so much in the last 5 years, and that it was difficult, that this whole socializing, informal contacts that Simon was talking about have disappeared. Of course, they will come back, but at the moment, there's still a lot of work needed. And more generally, civil society, society-to-society links have deteriorated. Of course, COVID played a part as well, but it wasn't just COVID. And my understanding, we talked about the issue of school trips this morning. My understanding was that this had still not been solved, so I might not be aware of the latest developments. But when I talked to the people in Quai d'Orsay only a few weeks ago, they were still complaining that the British government didn't want to waive the need for a visa for non-EU school children in French schools, and that this was blocking the full implementation of the agreement in March. So I might be wrong, but my understanding was that that was not solved yet. And more generally, the whole mobility issues which are so important for citizens across the channel are clearly not solved. Another point is that the French government find the current British obsession with migration a bit of a problem, because they want to be talking about other issues, whereas the Sunak government always puts that on the table and has, to the French, from a French perspective, not many other priorities at the moment in the bilateral. So you won't be surprised if I tell you that the French are looking forward to a possible Labour government in a not too distant future, and hoping that things might go further. Starmer went to visit Macron just a couple of days before the King in September, and even though Brexit and post-Brexit issues were not directly tackled, the fact that Macron took the time to talk to him should be, I think, interpreted in that way. A difficulty is, again, something we've already mentioned this morning, is the fact that for the French, the UK finds itself in a completely new situation, no longer an EU member, obviously, but not any third country either. And I think they're still working out how to develop a bilateral relation which would be really ad hoc, really specific, and which would make sense for both countries. As for renegotiating possible aspects of the TCA, it's not really, there's no appetite clearly for that now, but there's also the idea that with a different Labour government, if it's really engaging with Europe, the European Commission and member states, well, they don't want to close the doors completely, I think, to a more substantial renegotiation. But the line remains that the unity of the EU and the defense of EU interests will always come first. I think that is really important. Any change in the UK-EU and even UK-French relation will have to be on the basis of what the EU as a whole is prepared to do. And my final point, if only because I can't speak anymore, is to suggest that the question of trust remains really important. Again, this is something that we've already talked about, but which I hear a lot in Paris. Trust has been partly restored with the new government, and the idea that hopefully you can now rely on British governments to follow the rules. But it's not completely done yet, I think. And the fact that diplomats no longer have these personal contacts as easily as they used to, I think also plays a part and will need to be worked on both sides. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Nikolai.
Yes, thank you very much. Thank you for the invitation and the opportunity to speak here. I will try to give a view from Berlin, but I maybe have to preface it with the remark that it's almost exotic now to think about Brexit in Berlin. Just at the beginning of this week, we had our yearly dialogue with Ireland, together with the German Foreign Office, the Irish Foreign Office, and the IAA, an Irish partner think tank. And it was the first year where EU-UK relations was not on the agenda. So even with Ireland at the moment, it's not at the forefront of German decision makers. And this is why I want to sort of go through 3 points how the relationship to the UK, both the bilateral but also the EU-UK relationship, is viewed in Berlin under 3 trends: normalization, geopolitical cooperation, and alienation. And I go through each of them. So normalization is something that was already also mentioned in the last panel, and I think that is very much true for Germany. I think Brexit hit the German political scene particularly hard, which is very strongly, at least from the sort of center parties, very strongly pro-European, and for whom the idea that you could willingly leave the European Union was seen as extraordinary. But also that then the primary task of Germany would be to keep the EU27 together and work at the cohesion of the EU at all costs and avoid any kind of bilateralization of the Brexit negotiations. So between 2016 and 2021, the German government did everything that it could not to have any kind of bilateral negotiations on Brexit with London, and therefore also always took a step back in any kind of formal engagement with the UK. In addition to that, with this focus on the integrity of the EU27, the German government put a particularly stress on defending the interest of the Republic of Ireland on the issue of Northern Ireland and the Northern Irish Protocol, and I think was also particularly offended by the UK strategy on the Northern Ireland Protocol. I think it's important to say that German politics is very strongly dominated by lawyers, both in the Bundestag and in government. And German politicians tend to view international and European relations often through a very legal prism. Rules-based order as the core of the German strategy. And the idea that you have here a UK government that would willingly sign a treaty that it never really wants to implement and then negate on it just a few months later and regularly threaten to unilaterally withdraw from that treaty was seen as widely offensive in Berlin. And this is why under the shadow of the Northern Ireland Protocol, sort of battle between Brussels and the UK government, Germany made always very clear that any further steps in the bilateral relationship would be contingent on a resolution of the conflict over the Northern Ireland Protocol. And this brings us sort of to the Sunak era, where I think there really has taken place this normalization. The Sunak government was seen as acting in good faith, as in the negotiations looking for solutions rather than problems it can exploit internally for political reasons. And therefore, both the agreements on Windsor, but also further bilateral engagement was seen as very positive by the German government. And you can see that now the UK and the relationship over Brexit are no longer seen as a problem in Berlin to be dealt with, but we have seen this normalization of treating the UK as a normal, quote-unquote, normal third country, still an important partner, but definitely a third country with whom the German government wants to cooperate with closely. Which brings me to my second point, the geopolitical cooperation, which is, I think, certainly the area where the German government is most interested in increasing cooperation with the UK. I don't have to mention the Russian war against Ukraine, but this has certainly sort of been, by now you all know the German term Zeitenwende, and this also applied to some extent to other relations across the world and across Europe, where it has really underscored for the German political scene the huge relevance of the UK as a security actor in Europe and as a partner to cooperate with, no longer within the EU framework, but certainly within NATO, in the G7, where between 2021 and 2022 we had the handover of presidencies between Berlin and London, but also in a UN and multilateral format. Cooperation certainly been an alienation between the two countries. And if relations have now normalized, I would say they've normalized on a lower level, and this might be the difference to France. I think first looking from Berlin, in many sense the Windsor Agreement has, as I said, crossed a problem off the list, but it hasn't really led to a huge increase in bilateral cooperation and engagement between the two countries. It's just one problem less to worry about around the world that is burning around us. But it has meant that UK-related issues don't really factor in much in the Berlin foreign policy debate. And this sort of disinterest is coming from both sides. In Berlin, I think it's fair to say, at least those who still work on UK-German relations, it's whispered quite loudly that we are now over 1 year under the premiership of Rishi Sunak, and he hasn't made his inaugural visit to Berlin yet. It's not that Rishi Sunak and Chancellor Scholz don't speak with each other. They've known each other also as finance ministers, but this formal inaugural visits hasn't happened yet. And a lot of the plans that were there, for instance, for government-to-government consultations, from the German side point of view, will only happen once there is this inaugural visit. Then on the other hand, when Scholz came to power, it also took a couple of months until he visited London, because he first went to Paris, to Warsaw, to Brussels, to Rome, to Madrid, to Washington, and then somewhere down on the list came London. And when Germany adapted its first national security strategy this year, even in this area where it really wants to cooperate with the UK, it names two essential partners: France for everything European, the United States for everything transatlantic security-wise, and no other country is named. And that includes the United Kingdom. Of course, no other country is named. That also includes the Netherlands, Poland, and so on. But it certainly has been a conscious choice by the German government not to name the UK here as an essential partner. And then we can go and sort of add to the list in other areas in economic policy. In 2015, the UK was amongst the 3 top German trade partners. Now, depending on how you count, it's either in place 8 or sometimes even 11, so dropped out of the top 10 in some counting lists, so certainly has been overtaken by countries like the Czech Republic, like Poland, like Austria, in terms of economic importance for Germany. This, of course, is also noticeable in the economic discourse, even if Germany still has an interest, for instance, on electric vehicles, to find an agreement there. And then maybe a final point on the cultural side. We've just been mentioned in the previous panel. Many schools are starting to reorientate their sort of exchanges to Ireland or Malta, because it has become so difficult, in particularly if they have non-German, non-EU citizens amongst their classes, to visit the UK for exchanges. And here Germany, unlike, I wasn't aware of the deal with France, still sticks to that mantra that any agreement on that point should be EU-UK rather than bilaterally because it wants to ensure the cohesion of the 27. So to come to my conclusions, I think the relationship has stabilized on a lower level. The good news is that it's no longer high drama, it's no longer a difficult relationship. It's still an important partner, but not as important as it used to. And the question really is, I think, what happens in the era after the next elections. I think the German government will now wait for any major bilateral initiatives for what happens after the elections. And here there might be a short time window. There are quite close connections between the SPD and the Labour Party, particularly in security and defense, and some interest has been voiced there to agree a security relationship, maybe even on the style or level of the Lancaster House Treaty. But much depends on how large that time window is. German elections will be in the fall of 2025, so the later the UK elections are, the shorter that time window will be, but that's certainly the next step that the German political scene is waiting for, what happens after the elections. Thank you.
Great. Nicola, thanks very much. Declan.
Okay, thanks, Hussein. First of all, we're all looking at Brexit now through the rear-view mirror. Some mirrors have different focuses, I suppose. But the default position, and let me first of all say that I was an Irish official. I'm no longer an Irish official, so I'm not speaking on behalf of the government. However, let me say that the default position in Ireland, in Dublin, would be to favour close and mainstream and beneficial relations between the EU and the UK, and to, frankly, lament Brexit. Brexit was a lose-lose for a variety of reasons. Let me just go through. I briefly summarised them in a question in the previous session. 4 key points, which were 4 central objectives that the Irish government put forward and were an essential part, certainly, of my interaction with member states, the Commission, the Council and the European Parliament when I was in Brussels. First of all, and most important, is to protect the integrity of the peace process and the Good Friday Agreement. And that meant avoiding a hard land border and also just reflecting that the underlying logic of the Good Friday Agreement was essentially to park the divisive, binary, long-term constitutional issues and to focus on making lives better in both parts of the island. And a central, and it's in the preamble of the Good Friday Agreement, but it's a core axiom of this, was our common membership of the European Union, and particularly what had happened in 1992 with essentially the creation of the single market. It meant that, the land border didn't really matter. And when you had the ceasefires and the peace process, the security border disappeared as well. And this essentially was core and central to the sustainability of the peace process. And this was something too, let me also say uniquely, Ireland was a co-guarantor of a peace treaty, the Good Friday Agreement. Now, the UK is also, I think, a guardian of the Cyprus Agreement too, but in a very hands-on way, Ireland and the UK were stewards, co-stewards and co-guarantors of the peace process and the Good Friday Agreement. So this, as I say, was existential. That's the first point. The second point was something that was initially seen as a big issue, and it is a big issue. It's essentially the common labour market, the mutual voting rights, the common travel area between Ireland and the UK. But that was actually solved very easily because we already had in the Amsterdam Treaty and the Lisbon Treaty's protocols on this. And our partners, other member states, were happy this was not going to cut across the rights of their citizens. The third point was to maintain the integrity of Ireland's position in the EU, as a mainstream member, as a net budgetary contributor since 2014, and not be, if you like, dragged out of the EU by the gravity effect of Brexit. which frankly was one of the stated positions of a number of House of Commons representatives who used to come to Brussels and would ask to see the Irish ambassador as well. And they would say this to me, why are you with the Europeans? Why don't you come out with us? I mean, a kind of fairly spectacular failure to understand realities. So that also meant that essentially it was in Ireland's absolute interest, treaty-based interests, and kind of wisdom interests to work with and through the European Union, through the Commission, to the Council, through the European Parliament. It also meant that we had to find new allies within the EU. Traditionally, Ireland joined at the same time as the UK, common law system, similar approaches to legislation, similar approaches to business regulation, similar approaches to free trade. We're on the liberal side of the EU with the UK and with the Dutch, the Nordics, the Baltic states, the Czechs, and one or two others. And what that meant, apart from anything else, there was a blocking minority when more statist and more even Colbertiste ideas were put forward. You know, so there was a sort of equilibrium there. With the UK leaving, we had to work to find new allies. And we did so. We've opened consulates in France and in Germany. Also one in Britain too, because you know, the UK leaving meant we had to step up our contacts with the British system as well. And on that point, a point I think that's also unique from an Irish perspective is that, remember, before 1973, when Ireland and the UK joined, essentially there was minimal, if you like, high-level policy, serious contact between Ireland and the UK. There were administrative contacts on things like the Common Travel Area and kind of beef, because the UK took 90% of Irish exports, but there was no serious sovereign-to-sovereign state kind of interaction. And with our membership of the EU, this led to a blossoming of relations between Ireland and the UK at official level, because officials would meet in the margins of meetings, at ministerial level, because of councils, and at every single European Council since the early 1980s, there was always an Irish-UK bilateral summit in the margins. So this was an arena for enhancing cooperation, enhancing mutual understanding, and also a backdrop to what we were trying to do in resolving the Northern Ireland question. Brexit basically put a coach and four through all of that. Then the other point too, and Nikolai referred to trade. I mean, Ireland and the UK had an extremely intense trade relationship. Ireland, population of 5 million, was the UK's 5th largest trading partner. But since then, things have changed. The 80% of Irish exports to continental Europe before Brexit went through the land bridge across the UK. Now we have new direct port links. So there's been a fundamental structural rebalancing and changing of the relationship. I think also it's worth just bearing in mind in that context that the reason that Ireland insisted on prioritising the 4 points we mentioned is because the rhetoric that was coming out of the Brexiteer elements in the British government at the time, and explicitly from parts of the May government and the Johnson government, was, well, you know, and David Davies used to say this all the time, well, you know, we can solve the Irish issue as part of the trade deal. And then at the same time, well, the German car makers will give us what we want. And the French wine exporters will give us what we want. So there was this notion that Ireland would become a kind of chess piece to be disposed of at midnight on the last day of the trade negotiations. So this was something, again, it was very important for Ireland to insist that Irish priorities were upfront and at the centre, particularly because, as you said, they relate to the preservation of peace on the island. That was then, now is now. And as I said before, I think Rishi Sunak deserves a lot of praise for what he did on Windsor. He is not, I think, naturally schooled in the intricacies of Northern Ireland, but he picked up the ball and he ran with it, and a deal was done. I suppose one of the points for regret is that the DUP, having seen that this was good for them, and also having got the so-called Stormont break, which is a kind of a device that they wanted, they should have waited a few days after Windsor and then announced victory and said, look, we've won, we've got it. And everybody would have said, including the Irish government, which I don't represent anymore, would have said, yeah, great. But that has not happened. And so, as Lisa said, you have Windsor having been adopted, and Windsor working quite well if you look at Horizon, if you look at the new proposals on Frontex, if you look at the financial MOU, that's all going fairly well. Few little issues on ETEL and things like that, but it's essentially going pretty well. But on the Northern Ireland issue, we still have the institutions not up and running, and that's a major issue in Dublin, a major issue for the Irish government. Rishi Sunak has been talking to the DUP now since March. There have been improvements. You know, there's more of a British engagement now with the British Irish Council, the British Irish Intergovernmental Council, which are outcrops of the Good Friday Agreement. But I think as I look at this, I think there are two things just to be aware of, that we hope that there will be a solution on getting the executive up and running again. And remember, the DUP and the other rejectionist, Windsor rejectionist party, the TUV, account for 25% of the vote in Northern Ireland. That's a point to bear in mind when you consider the attention that's given there. But it would be very important that any deal would not, if you like, give as a sort of a consolation prize anything which would cut across the basic fabric of the Good Friday Agreement. And by that I mean the whole, you hear talk about, to strengthen the position of Northern Ireland in the Union. Well, the UK Supreme Court has already said that the ability of the UK government to act on that is limited by the terms of the constitutional settlement or accommodation in Northern Ireland, which is the Good Friday Agreement. So the UK government could not unilaterally, if you like, paint a different picture of the internal unity. It's something that's set out in the Good Friday Agreement. And one final point, there is in the background a potential and quite a serious in Northern Ireland obstacle. It's the so-called Legacy Bill. I don't know how many have heard of the Legacy Bill. This is essentially a bill which would give amnesty for murders and crimes of violence committed in Northern Ireland, not only to paramilitaries, but also to members of the security forces. And that has actually united all 5 parties in Northern Ireland who all want this Legacy Bill to be dropped because impunity is an issue. And that's something I think which Westminster is going to have to tread quite carefully on, whether it's the Sunak government or whether it's a Starmer government. And one final point, Jill, if I can answer your earlier question. You asked the question about what would be the best way to bring forward the EU-UK relationship. And I would agree with Simon that the point is do it at high level. Okay, a veterinary deal, all right, it's low-hanging fruit, but you know, it has to be high level, and it has to be high level building trust, re-establishing trust. I think that's the key point. So atmospherics are going to be very important to this, because trust did get a battering during the Brexit negotiations. Hussein, I hope I haven't trespassed too far over the time limit, but I give it back to you. Thanks.
Great, thanks. So are there any questions in the room, first of all? Can you introduce yourself? So 1, 2, people with microphones. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Oh, hello. Yeah, so Raphael Baer from The Guardian. So I'm sorry if this was covered in an earlier session, which I couldn't catch because of UK trains not working. I'm very interested in what you say about the absence of the sort of social networks that allow the relationship to flourish, and also there was an interesting reference to the EPC. And you know, certainly Boris Johnson's approach sort of very explicitly ruled out new institutions that would have managed this relationship. So for everyone or anyone really, the question is, what might a new institutional framework look like? I don't think it's going to be, people say it's not the EPC, maybe it is. And if it's not, you know, what could that be, but to reintegrate and re-establish some of those social networks?
Should we gather the first three?
Diana Galeva, Oxford University. Thank you so much for a panel, for a very informative discussion. My question to Professor Pauline, if I may. Yesterday at Iraq Initiative at Chatham House conference, senior Iraqi politician mentioned about the impact of about migration, about energy and Ukraine. And there are a lot of discussions that perhaps the Gaza war will take some attention from Ukraine war, and also the discussions about humanitarian aid as well. So I just wonder, from your perspective, how the Gaza war and situation in the Middle East might affect relations on UK and France and broader EU. Thank you so much.
Great, thanks.
Thanks very much. I just wanted to come back to the small country, big country question. And in particular, I think for many of the smaller countries, there's a dilemma that on the one hand, they want to have better relationships with the UK because they share certain interests, their economic interests, but also security when we're talking about particularly Eastern Europe. Some of the policy positions are similar, but on the other hand, they are very reluctant to see this done more on a bilateral level, more led by the big two. So is there awareness in Paris and Berlin about that contradiction and how best to deal with that?
Great, thanks. Nicola, do you want to start? We'll come down the line.
Okay, great. I'll pick up on the last question first. I think there is an awareness of that. As I said, the German government really had this priority of keeping EU cohesion, and maybe has a dilemma the other way around, that Germany knows if Berlin does a bilateral deal with the UK, everybody else will say, okay, if they do it, it's fine, we can do it as well. And this actually happened on that bilateral joint declaration on foreign and security policy. A lot of the other bilateral declarations we had on foreign and security policy of the UK with other EU countries followed on the wake of the German ones. And at least I heard from the Foreign Office that a lot of sort of a little bit energized diplomats from other countries rang Berlin after that was published and said, what have you done? What's possible in the scope? And so I think after that, Berlin again became more cautious, because it knows that if it gives sort of the impression that it's okay to do these bilateral deals, many other EU countries will follow. And I think it has found it harder than Paris to sort of separate the bilateral relationship with the EU-UK relationship. In Berlin, it's really sort of seen as one relationship rather than two separate ones. And that maybe relates also to the question on the institutional setup. I think Berlin wanted from the start an institutional arrangement on security in foreign and defense policy, so would be very open to have regular summits, but also some kind of flexible integration of the UK into initiatives in CSDP, so was very happy about the UK joining PESCO. Where Germany really doesn't know what to do with it is the EPC. The only time you hear talk about the EPC in Berlin is if either the French or the British mention it. And German diplomats will normally tell you what the EPC is not about. So it's not an alternative to enlargement, not an alternative to the Council of Europe, and so on and so on. And this really hasn't changed, and there's much apprehension about what happens next. The Granada summit was widely seen as a sort of waste of time. And there's some fear that the UK will use the EPC only for migration, which the German government really doesn't want to focus on the EPC. And the presidency afterwards would be Hungary. And Germany really doesn't want to do a sort of a big security summit in Budapest. And so at the moment, there is a bit of a wariness of what to do with the EPC and whether it can survive sort of the twin, from a German point of view, a bit weird UK presidency and then potentially a even weirder Hungarian presidency.
Shall I come down the line? Is it okay for Declan to go first? Thanks.
Well, although I don't think the questions were specifically addressed in the Irish context, but let me just briefly comment on each of them. On the new institutional framework, or what would be the best institutional framework, you know, there are a set of principles in the Joint Political Declaration. Now, the Joint Political Declaration was bigged up by Theresa May as being, if you like, almost another treaty, and was absolutely narrowed down by Boris Johnson, said he didn't want to know about it. So is the Joint Political Declaration, which was mentioned earlier, does it still have any force, any validity? I don't know. The other questions about institutional solutions do seem to be linked up with the medium-term question of what will the European Union itself look like in terms of, you know, talk of a differentiated European Union, you know, the different views about what the EPC should be. So that's something that I think is probably going to take time to unfold. I think there's plenty of scope for ad hocery as long as it doesn't cut across EU law and basically upset the smaller member states. And on the smaller member states, I think it is important just to emphasize the point that the small country versus big country issue in the EU has started to run again. And it's running again partly because of geopolitical changes. If you look at the change of approach on state aids disciplines, state aids rules, that now France and Germany, particularly Germany, are responsible, particularly Germany with its fiscal headroom, is responsible for a huge proportion of state aids, legal state aids in the EU context. Smaller member states are unhappy and have been told, well, just relabel cohesion funding, which has made them even unhappier. So that's an issue that I think is going to have to be resolved. It's a big issue that's going to come up in the negotiations of the next 7-year budget, the multi-annual fund. It's also going to be an issue around the whole question of how we look at decision-making in the EU. So I think it's going to be difficult in some to isolate the specific British problematic or perspective from the broader EU institutional issues, despite what the intentions would be. So, and one final point, again, underlying all of this is, and I think this is important for any new British government to understand, that the balance of rights and obligations, quote unquote, has been a sentence in every single European Council position on the relations with the UK since the 29th of June 2016, when the first one was done. So I think it's important that cakeism be avoided and that no signs or scent of cakeism be evident. Thanks, Hussein.
Briefly, on the first question about the EPC and the future institutional framework for EU-UK relations, I think there are a lot of questions in Paris as well, to be honest, about the future of the EPC post-Macron, let's put it this way. I mean, 2027, when he leaves office, what will remain of his push for this EPC? We don't know. But what remains true is that there will have to be a way of having the UK on board something, which is not going to be the EU, but which, if only for security reasons, we need to find some sort of structure. So the concentric circles have come back. I mean, I'm old enough to remember the 1994 reports on concentric circles. It's sort of issue coming back every few years. So, but it's still true. I mean, it's still a question. And that will need to be addressed at some point, even if it is not now. I think people are probably waiting to see what Starmer has in mind about the future of the political declaration, or going back to the political declaration or not. Gaza, well, not the easiest question. I'm not sure, not that I'm trying to evade the question, but I'm not sure that it is going to have any effect on the Franco-British relation. for two reasons. So one is that there's no difference in approach between our two governments at the moment, including in the domestic pressure that two countries face at the moment on all sorts of fronts. But there's no difference in their rhetoric about what's going on. But for another reason, which is that, fortunately or unfortunately, neither France nor the UK nor the EU, I would argue, are a major player in that conflict at the moment. So it's very much rhetorical, but it has no impact on joint policy making, I think. But I'm not a specialist on that issue, so I would be very cautious in my answer.
Great, thank you, Pauline. So we had a question at the back here and then one here. Can I take that one first? Okay, go ahead.
Richard Rose, institutional cooperation, a British and a practical approach might be to have a functional purpose. The reconstruction of Ukraine is clearly a big project. If you look at the Marshall Plan, it led to cooperation in the 50s because there was a coordination. If you look at some of the smaller states rebuilding in the Baltic, both sides of the Baltic after the Berlin Wall fell, the reconstruction of, if you look at military and humanitarian assistance, there are a number of non-EU member states, to take Canada, to keep it quite calm and unemotional, Japan, but you look at the amount of money, if you then pull out the US money, the incentive for bringing in non-EU member states to support financially and otherwise, without regard to EU membership. And that the fact that Monet's defense community and political community failed in the early 50s, but the OEC, which became the OECD. But it seems to me that there's an international role there and a pressing problem in a couple of years.
We'll take the next question first.
Thank you. I have just two quick questions, if you allow me.
Sure.
Okay, first, my first one is connected with the yesterday UK in a Change and War Europe event regarding E3. So I'd like to ask Professor Schnapper and Professor Ordanza, what do you think about E3 and if it could be used as a mechanism to boost UK-EU relations? And I'd like also to ask Mr. Kelleher, taking into consideration that you were inside the government and now you're outside, what are your views regarding the unification process eventually in Ireland, especially after Brexit? And if you take the fact that Taoiseach said that he's going to see a unified Ireland in his lifetime recently, and also if it could damage or poison the relation between UK and EU. Thank you.
Okay, I'll just say to the speakers that you're standing between us and lunch now. So please be brief.
Again in this
Yeah,
order?
I think so.
Okay, so very brief reconstruction of Ukraine as a joint project. I think, at least from a Berlin point of view, there's great interest to keep the UK involved. Germany was a bit more hesitant, the UK was a bit more forward-leading, but by now the UK and Germany are the two biggest providers outside the United States of military and financial aid to Ukraine. And this is certainly something that the German government will be very interested in, particularly in light of the developments in the United States. I mentioned sort of the shadow of a Trump 2.0 presidency, but even within the next year, with the House of Representatives is fully open, how much the US can sustain its support. And this is maybe a point that I forgot to add to the last question. I think one change, maybe a bit of a German government position, is that they would, I would think, now be open more flexible arrangement of including the UK in security and foreign policy mechanisms. Back in sort of the original Brexit negotiation, Germany was very much on the point, treat the UK as a normal third country like Switzerland and like Norway. And I think given the weight and the importance of the UK in the changing security environment, I would see a bit more openness to some flexible solutions that would treat the UK different than Norway or Switzerland. And then very quickly on E3, I would answer yes and no, in the sense that E3 is very important for Germany. It's an important vehicle to keep the UK engaged, but it's not necessarily seen as a mechanism for EU-UK relations, rather as something to keep the UK engaged in security affairs. And there's sort of strong, this is one of the few areas where the regular informal contacts are still very much alive between the Chancellery, the LEC, and Number 10. And these are highly valued, but they're not very much seen in EU-UK context, but rather in a security and defense context that I think has gotten even more importance with the sort of happenings in the Middle East and all around us. But that's for now, to keep it short.
Thanks. In relation to the question on the Marshall Plan or the reconstruction of Ukraine, clearly that's going to be, in any event, a massive kind of project. And of course, there may be surprising players in this. I mean, China has a very good relationship with Ukraine, and China may suddenly appear as part of the reconstruction effort. I think what's happened before, the Marshall Plan and other reconstruction efforts, are good guides, but I think given the scale, the size, and the geopolitical sensitivities, I think it's important to draw lessons, but I don't think there's any one template. And I think, again, the EU will, I think, have to develop and devote a lot of attention to this. There will be many donors' conferences, there will be many reconstruction conferences, and it'll go on for a while. And of course, then the relationship between the US and the EU on this will be important too. The question of, what the proportion of payment is, which will be a difficult issue, particularly if you have a change of administration in the US. If you have a kind of Trumpite administration who, as you know, have been taking a very stern line on European countries spending so little on things like security and defense. So I think there's no easy answer to that. The second point, very briefly on E3, before I come to Irish Unity, on E3, contact groups, yes, they exist. They're issue specific. Contact groups are issue specific. So I don't see that there'll be a standing E3 to deal with as a fire brigade. I think there's a long history of contact groups in and around the EU, including EU and non-EU members, but I think they're issue specific. And I think the smaller member states would probably be looking at this quite carefully in institutional terms to see whether this is an end run round the basic framework of the EU. On Irish Unity, very briefly, I'm keeping you all from your lunch. The Good Friday Agreement is extremely specific on this, that as long as a majority of people in Northern Ireland want to stay part of the UK, they stay part of the UK, and it will be for the people of Ireland, north and south, without external impediment, to decide on self-determination. And it will also be a majority, a mathematical majority. That does not mean, we're looking at 50 plus 1, but I think the point that the Taoiseach was making, and also the Deputy Prime Minister in Ireland, was this thing is moving, and it will be very important to prepare the conditions for it to happen successfully. There's another clause in the Good Friday Agreement which talks about the duty of the sovereign power, not named sovereign power, the sovereign power,
to behave with strict impartiality in terms of respect for the different traditions that are embraced in the jurisdiction concerned. So I think that they're just preambles, but to answer your question, yes, Irish unity has moved up the agenda. Yes, Irish unity will happen at some stage, but it will have to be prepared carefully, and it will be done through the mechanisms of the Good Friday Agreement. And I don't see, if I understood your question rightly, how it will become a complicating issue between the EU and the UK. I think probably the reverse, actually. But if I understood your question correctly. Okay, thanks.
And just a very quick word on the E3. I would say that on paper, yes. I mean, it really sounds like it could be the right form, or one of the four, in which to bring the UK into the European fold in the wide sense of European. But in practice, I don't sense in Paris, at least, much enthusiasm to revive or extend the remit of the E3. Also, the fact that the Iranian deal has collapsed might not help. But I don't sense it's not being referred to very often as that. So I'm not sure it will be very important in the years to come. Thanks.
Thanks very much. So we've now reached lunchtime, and before we thank our speakers, lunch is through the doors, down the corridor, room at the end, so please join us for that. Thank you for your questions, but please join me in thanking our speakers.
Alex, are there people out there? Could you bully them in? The rest of the people to come in. We'll give them about 2 minutes and we'll start. Because 3 or 4 minutes turns into 9 or 10.
It's very difficult when they're over there.
Ready? Good. Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to the afternoon session. I was about to say welcome back, but I thought that would be hypocritical as I sadly had to miss this morning's proceedings. My name is Anand Menon. I'm Director of UK in a Changing Europe, and I've got a wonderful panel here to talk about the UK and its relationship with the European Union. I picked up this morning that a lot of people have been talking about the need for the UK to invest more in political relations with the European Union. I've heard there's been a lot of talk this morning about the UK now being just a third country like any other, which is clearly not the case. But anyway, let me start with, I mean, we've all got these comments from the outside, but Nick, let me ask you from your insider's perspective, have things, as people were saying this morning, genuinely got better or changed in any substantive way since the Windsor Framework was signed?
Yeah, thanks, Alan. So, hi, my name is Nick Heath. I'm the head of European strategy at the Foreign Office. I mean, the way we think about the situation since the signing of the Windsor Framework is it sort of turned a page, right? It doesn't change everything overnight. It doesn't restore the levels of trust that were talked about in the last panel, but it did start to turn a page and start to allow the development of a new relationship. And so shortly after the Windsor Framework was signed, the UK government published the Integrated Review Refresh, which I'm sure all of you could probably quote from extensively, and unless you have trouble sleeping, I wouldn't necessarily recommend reading in cover to cover. But it does set out in some detail, and much more detail than its predecessor report in 2021, what the UK's strategy for working with our European partners are. And what it articulates is that we want to develop our relationships with our European partners into a new phase subsequent to our departure from the European Union, and that that has both a part about relationships with the EU institutions, but also with the member states of the EU as well. And in practice, I think, since the signing of the Windsor Framework, that has been kind of the approach we've adopted in what I would describe as a focused set of dossiers, focused set of issues. So we haven't tried to do everything at once. The first and obvious issue that we worked on was the Horizon Programmes negotiation, which also included Copernicus. And that was about resolving an issue that we never thought should have been an issue in the first place, because of course the UK government's position was it shouldn't have been held up over the Northern Ireland Protocol, the Windsor Framework. But the resolution of that discussion in September was a really good example of a pragmatic deal-making between the European Commission and the UK government. We've signed an MOU on financial services, which I think we referred to earlier as well, which again is sort of about maximising the approach that is possible under the TCA, and that was something that we were very pleased to see done. As you know, we're working at the moment on a negotiation with Frontex that President von der Leyen and the Prime Minister picked up. So what I guess I'm trying to articulate is that it's sort of quite a lot of specific objectives that we're trying to achieve to maximise the relationship that's available under the TCA. And with each one of those, I'd suggest, and in a modest way, I think it does improve trust. It does re-establish the UK as a partner you can do business with and deals with. From our perspective, we always thought those concerns were overstated, but it's a process, right? Building trust, and I think that's the phase we're in at the moment.
Okay, fantastic. Raf, turning to you, I mean, have we reached our happy place in relations with the European Union, from where you're standing?
It's an interesting way of framing it, because actually I think from number 10's point of view, the answer actually is yes. Yeah. Because there are sort of fundamental limits on what the Prime Minister can achieve within the parameters that are set by a whole set of ideological propositions that dominate the Conservative Party, which limit his room for manoeuvre. I mean, I think the best way to understand it, that sort of equilibrium that we're at, is to think about, I mean, crudely speaking, sort of the journey that Rishi Sunak has been on in the last, really since 2016. So, it's very important that he voted Leave. From an ideological point of view, he was under pressure from George Osborne at the time, who was saying to lots of up-and-coming young Conservatives, stick with me, kids, we're going to win, Remain's going to hold it, you'd be mad to vote Leave. And actually he made a principled choice to express what were very strongly held Eurosceptic convictions. But, and this is going to sound maybe unkind to the Prime Minister, but I think from what I understand from conversations with him at the time and people who've worked with him, those convictions came with an understanding of what the European project actually is politically, and how hard Brexit would actually be, that really didn't go much further than what you needed to say in a candidate selection meeting for a safe seat in a Conservative area in Yorkshire, and he then had to, but then obviously once he becomes Chancellor of the Exchequer and you're in the Treasury, just being in the Treasury necessarily you acquire a more sophisticated understanding of what the European Union is. As we've heard already, his way of doing politics, his instinctive preferred way of doing politics, very much not in the Boris Johnson, Liz Truss sort of troublemaking, law-breaking maverick school. And so you reach this, as I said, this balance point where you want to do the Windsor Framework, you want to rehabilitate the UK's status as essentially a serious grown-up country that can be relied upon to do diplomacy. Normally, you actually listen to the Americans when they say, don't mess around with the Good Friday Agreement. You realise that the retained EU law bill was mad and you can't do it, although note that in his leadership contest that he lost to Liz Truss, he promised to go harder and faster on that. So that sense of trying to sort of park Brexit and its consequences in a pragmatic way so that you can then focus on other things, while retaining still a very profound, very strong kind of myopic ideological barrier against really understanding what the European project is not going anywhere, and that it's always a process, not a simple destination, and not really applying any political bandwidth to dealing with that. I think number 10 is kind of satisfied with where they are, because those are the limitations that are placed on them. I mean, I could go on more, but that's my sense of
It's curious, isn't it? I mean, I'm aware that Rishi Sunak backed Leave. I've never understood or never been told why. I mean, he never does.
Well, I had that conversation with him, I mean, in 2016, and, essentially, I think it came from the person who in public was articulating the sort of way of looking at it that I heard played back to me from what was then a sort of up-and-coming, I don't think he was even on the front bench at that stage. Right. It was a new MP. It was the kind of Owen Paterson school of sort of Singapore-on-Thames with a bit of we'll be able to have our cake and eat it, an understanding that there, as I say, really not thinking through, either he didn't recognise the importance of the single market to the UK economy, or he didn't recognise really the political character of the European project that meant you wouldn't get what you wanted out of the single market if you decided to leave. And I think it was just very naive.
Okay, so assuming that we've reached an equilibrium of sorts under a Tory government, Jill, just turning to you, what are the prospects for change if we have a Prime Minister Starmer after the next election?
It's very interesting. I just want to say on Raphael's point, I think that actually for Rishi Sunak it's probably more San Francisco on Thames or Silicon Valley on Thames than Singapore on Thames. I think it's part of his sort of instinctive reversion to California
Bangalore
dreaming or whatever, or Bangalore on Thames. But I think it's that sort of view and that sort of lack of understanding of what the EU's fundamentally about. I think, to come back, I think the real risk for Labour is ends up in quite an unhappy place around the EU, because quite a lot of what you see so far from Keir Starmer and David Lammy is quite a lot of cakeism about what they think they can get from the EU just for being nicer and more pro-EU, ditching the rhetoric, and they will butt up against many of the same constraints that that Conservative negotiators found of, you know, Keir Starmer's ruled out rejoining the single market or the customs union. You know, we were talking earlier with Fabian, who said maybe a deal on SPS could be good news for farming and some seafood exporters, but it's not going to shift the dial economically enormously. There may be one or two other sort of tweaks at the margin to knock off some of the rough edges, but I don't think it's going to be the sort of, you know, big economic game changer that, you know, Keir Starmer and Rachel Reeves would undoubtedly like to see, nor is it going to satisfy those people, those Labour supporters who think he's being too timid on the EU and would like to see him shift towards a much more, if you like, route to rejoin strategy. So I think, you know, relations on a personal level will probably become much easier, but I think in terms of substance, it could just be a series of mild disappointments and frustrations.
It's interesting. Just for the audience, if you want to come in on a specific point, just stick your hand, don't make me regret this, but just stick your hand up, and if you want to come in on something that's being said at the time. But it strikes you, it's a weird situation, isn't it? Because whenever the OBR produces a forecast, that 4% is there. You know, they change the page it's on sometimes, but it's always there, every single time. And yet, it seems there's a curious kind of omerta when it comes to talking about it. And I suppose, and there's no easy answer to this, how sustainable is a situation in which every single politician is talking about growth? The OBR routinely tells us that there's a 4% drag on growth hanging around there in our policy landscape, and yet no one talks about that thing. I mean, can we just go on forever? Medium term? Any of you? Actually,
well,
any of you but
no,
Nick.
okay,
Can I put Nick?
I'll have
Not
an
Nick.
answer. I mean, look, I've been commenting, writing about Westminster politics for the best part of a quarter of a century now, and the rule is, whenever someone says it can't possibly go on like this, the answer is it nearly always can and will. And so, I mean, I think the answer is yes. You know, we know why it's so hard, and the answer is because the significant changes that you would have to make, particularly with the single market, involve free movement, and immigration is a toxic issue in UK politics, and you know, it's rightly a focus for a lot of people, and the Labour Party in particular, and this comes back to Jill's point about why I think the Labour Party will find themselves very quickly disappointed and frustrated in relations with the European Union, because first of all, I agree, I think they're banking much too much on a kind of goodwill dividend and not enough on what you actually have to do institutionally, and the effort of diplomacy, the bandwidth of your political capital you have to use to get the diplomacy to work, to get what they might want out of the review in 2024. I don't think they've thought about that. And the reason they haven't thought about that is because Keir Starmer's political operation is very narrowly focused on what you have to do to get over the line in the general election with a majority. And from that point of view, the two really most sort of powerful engines driving that Starmer operation forward at the moment are understanding public opinion, specifically with a geographical focus on the areas you need to win, which means you can't touch rejoining the single market, you can't upset people who voted leave, voted for Boris Johnson, aren't necessarily Tories, they're more kind of Johnsonite Brexiteers, you need them to sort of come home to Labour. And the other one is making sure you've got absolute control of the Labour machine, the Labour candidates, the Labour Party itself, so you don't end up going back to the fractious divisions that you had under Jeremy Corbyn, and you don't select a bunch of MPs who are going to be freelancers or insane or say things that you don't want them to say. That's an incredibly parochial set of propositions. Factored into that, when the Conservative Party isn't going to run a campaign saying, isn't Brexit brilliant, hasn't it worked fantastically, or really want to talk about that as a legacy of achievement, you don't have to worry about it in campaigning terms when you're the Labour Party. So from that point of view, even if it remains true that the OBR says, oh, by the way, this is a drag anchor on your growth, the Labour Party will arrive in power if they get in, not only not having an articulate position on what to do about the Brexit settlement, but more importantly, not having thought about it enough because they haven't had to.
And do you think, I mean, it always seems to be that one of the variables here is the size of a majority. You know, a Keir Starmer government with a majority of 10 is very different to a Keir Starmer government with a majority of 100, not least because in the latter circumstance you can probably think medium term, whereas in the former short term. Do you think a Starmer at the head of a government with a significant majority will be bolder? I mean,
well, I think one of the problems that's dogged the Brexit negotiations and in dealings with the EU is we always think it's just a matter of the UK making up its mind about what it wants, and when we finally domestically get our act together, we go and say, hello EU, we've now made our mind up about what we want, would you like to sign on the dotted line? And we don't think enough about that. I think one of the big differences, and there was a point that came out when Fabian was speaking earlier, is that it's got to be worth the EU taking the time and effort to get the 27 aligned, to actually, think about what it wants to get out of the UK to do a deal. And these can be quite difficult and technical negotiations. And it's quite different to invest in that if you think you might do a deal in 2 or 3 years. You won't have the same deadline as you had for the TCA. You'll then get it approved, maybe with complicated approval mechanisms that we avoided last time round. You don't want to do that if you think that it's going to be torn up by a new incoming Conservative government just as you sign on the dotted line. So I think there is a difference if you think that you would have time to actually bed in some arrangements, those become, if you like, the European word, become part of a new acquis, get bedded in properly, and that's where I think the longevity point changes, that you think that it's more worth doing business with a government that's going to be around long term than one that's going to be around short term and is basically having to sort of start fighting the next election from the moment it gets into power.
I wasn't ignoring you, Nick. I'm trying to spare you from the
No,
politics.
I have no view at all on the UK politics, but I was just going to make an observation that politics exist on both sides of the channel, right? And in June next year, the European Parliament elections will take place. That will start an institutional refresh in the EU system that's, much predicted, but not with any great certainty. And Nikolai was reminding us earlier about the elections in Germany in 25. So the uncertainty of political leadership and political ambition and direction isn't solely a UK issue.
Can I just, there's a couple of things that I would add. On the majority thing, self-evidently the character of the government is affected by the majority, but it's very hard to know what that means, because actually Keir Starmer having to rely on Lib Dem votes as opposed to Keir Starmer not having to worry about what the left of the Labour Party says because he's got a huge majority, it's quite difficult to extrapolate what that then means in terms of whether you have a more or less flexibility to develop the relationship with the EU. And I think, as has been said before, the really key variable is whether you've got Trump in the White House in November. And certainly speaking to, how can I frame this? People close to the foreign policy making bit of the shadow cabinet, that is something they are thinking about very, very hard. And the opportunity or the necessary reality that you might very quickly towards the end of next year be having a conversation where not only do you have to, but you have an audience in the UK to say, macro strategically, the UK is now part of Europe in a way that it has to be, because we cannot rely on America under Trump.
But again, I mean, Jill's point comes up, which is there's no guarantee that a Trump presidency makes the EU willing to bend its rules.
I think with Keir Starmer in Downing Street looking at 2 terms, I think it does.
Okay. I mean, Nick, a lot of people, our organisation included, have said we're not a priority for the EU. The EU've got bigger fish to fry. There are all these other issues. Besides, they're bored and tired of us. You talk to these people. You engage in negotiations. Do you get that sense?
Look, we're obviously not members of the club anymore, and we are no longer meeting European ministers and leaders at councils. So you know, the dialogue is different, but it doesn't mean that it's stopped. And across a range of different issues, I think the last 18 months, 2 years have demonstrated the resilience of interests and values between the UK and the EU, and EU member states more particularly. And so, you know, Ukraine's the obvious example, but it extends to second-order implications of Ukraine, including sanctions cooperation or energy security and filling up gas reserves across the European continent. I mean, the UK was a net exporter of electricity last year, so there are shared interests that exist, and those dialogues happen in different ways than they used to, but in still a very significant way. Certainly, you know, the position that we base ourselves on is that the TCA is, you know, carefully negotiated, long negotiated, and is the basis of the relationship, and is the right balance for the UK of access to trading markets for responsibilities to partners, and you know that's the basis on which we operate.
But I mean, the other part of the relationship, though, is the fact that both we and particularly the European Union evolve over time. And here I'm talking about the sort of regulatory dimension that Joel captures so well in his divergence tracker. Is, you know, even if, with the best will in the world, even if we want to work closely with the European Union keeps doing stuff that poses policy challenges. Are you might want to comment on this, but are we set up to, A, be totally on top of what they're doing, and B, to think carefully about how we want to respond, sort of institutionally as much as anything else?
No, so that's a very important question, and one that we reflect on a lot. You know, I think in the run into the exit negotiations, the presumption on maybe both sides of the channel was that divergence on regulatory matters would be primarily a UK issue, right? And actually the interesting sort of real-world dynamic has been that it's our European partners who have diverged every bit as much, or if not more. And if you look at GDIP and its reaction to the IRA on green policies, you know, that is a major piece of intervention in the market. So we do, I can assure you, we track that work very carefully. We think very consciously about what our options are in various sort of TCA committees and dispute resolution mechanisms. But you're right to say that, you know, it's not just the UK that kind of changes in this space. We've got to constantly adapt. And that's true, just stepping back beyond the sort of regulatory space to the enlargement debate that is sort of so topical after the Commission's announcements yesterday. You know, if you're looking at it in a sort of 5-year horizon, the story of how the Union will change over that period is driven by its approach to Ukraine, Moldova, Western Balkans, maybe Georgia. And, you know, we will have to continue to dock into a changing entity, just as we're changing ourselves. So we're very conscious that the dynamic is on both sides.
Yeah, did you want to come in, the gentleman? Do catch my eye if you've got a comment, because we're going to keep talking and take questions as and when, rather than just breaking.
Thank you. Peter Hurst. I do feel like something like Brexit or other issues that really have a long horizon, it would really be better, ideally, to move them out of party politics with this 5-year framework. And I wonder whether we could, you know, nationally change the conversation to getting a national consensus about things. I mean, if there was, say, 2/3 in majority by consistent polling that Britain wanted to rejoin the EU, then any politician in power would have to take notice of that, or should have to take notice of that. And if we could move more to that sort of position, then I think it's so murky at the moment, we would have a bit more clarity about where we're going.
Okay, I'm going to pose this to one of you two, and not Nick. Any thoughts on that?
Well,
consensus in the UK, there's an interesting thought.
I at the moment, I worry that the way British politics is set up militates so ferociously against that. And in particular, I think, you know, and speaking as a journalist, my feeling that the media infrastructure is pulling in the opposite direction. So, you know, when you think about what happened in 1997, when you had a landslide Labour victory, there was fairly quickly, there was a sort of sense that actually everyone swung behind Blair, and either Conservative Party and opposition sort of looked cranky and marginal, even though actually in the country that wasn't the case. Lots of people had voted for them, but that became a sort of consensus view. That won't happen, even if the scale of the victory is bigger for Keir Starmer because you now have GB News and Talk TV, and you have a much more embedded ecosystem invested in a kind of US Republican style sort of nationalism-driven iteration of conservatism that will just sort of continue at 20 to 30%. Campaigning against reality and or the electorate, and making it very hard for the main opposition party as the Conservatives to get on board with any kind of consensus. And that sounds terribly pessimistic, but I think those structures are just there to be efficacious.
There was a hand at the back, but I'm not entirely sure who it was connected to. Is it? Yeah.
David Maloney from the Open University. I was just wondering if the panel could comment on why there is such a disconnect amongst UK politicians and perhaps even civil service, or generally speaking Westminster, with regards to the TCA review process. I have spoken to a number of member states' permanent representations, and it has been very clear that the EU is taking a united position. They see this as a very technical review process, but the UK seems to be placing a lot of weight on this review process. Indeed, David Lammy himself spoke about this in January 2023. So I was just wondering why there is this disconnect between Westminster, which seems to be placing a lot of weight on this TCA review process, versus Brussels, and I talk about the 27 member states plus the Commission here, who see this very much as a technical review, which is automatic, which does not allow for the reopening of the TCA. Thanks.
Nick, Whitehall hasn't got this wrong, has it?
Well, no, because we obviously can't engage in the political judgments that will shape it in the end. I mean, just to explain what we're doing now is starting an analytical process of understanding how the implementation of the TCA has taken place and where the gaps are that we could improve. So we're talking to stakeholders, we're running economic sort of forecast and analysis of how expectations have mapped out in practice. And the expectation and hope is that that will give the evidence base that does make the technical part of this process work. It's up to political leadership to decide what happens after that. But just to sort of explain, quietly and seriously and in a rather boring sort of civil service way, that's what we're doing.
Either of you want to chip on this?
I think it's sort of quite convenient to say there is a staging post at which we have to look at this again, and I think everybody is sort of latching onto that as something, which forces the EU as well, it appears, to look at this. I think there's a bit of a sort of growing acceptance on the Labour side that actually there would need to be a sort of bigger political process around actually getting sort of significant changes, that it wouldn't be done through the TCA mechanism. There are sort of things you can do within that sort of plethora of councils and committees, specialised committees that Simon looks at. So, I mean, it's not completely, all performative and useless or whatever. There are sort of things you could do to improve things, and there are issues you might want to address. I mean, Fabian earlier was talking about possibly addressing level playing field. I have no idea whether the UK is going through and thinking, are there areas that we're a bit concerned about that we might want to put into the level playing field hopper about, massive expansion of state aids or something like that. So I think, it's a staging post to look at, and some things do come up, like fisheries. Cleo mentioned earlier, that's going to be quite interesting. And I think one of the really interesting questions for whoever is the next government is what approach they take to all the sort of range of issues that are potentially in play, and where do they start. And I think this was the really interesting thing from the morning. Where do they start thinking what the UK has to offer? One of the obviously interesting points is how much leverage we lose. Say we want to do something to streamline border processes. It's much easier to get an agreement with the EU on mutual streamlining of border processes if you have border processes at the UK border that are anything like the border processes that our companies face exporting into the EU. Then there's a mutual benefit to be created. One of the problems, because of the constraints on capacity, delays, timing, fears about the economy, etc., is that what we've ended up with is an incredibly asymmetric deal, an asymmetric implementation of an asymmetric deal. So we're sort of, throwing away quite a lot of what would be potentially cards for clear short-term reasons, but that doesn't necessarily put us in a strong position to negotiate longer term.
Am I right in saying, just on the fisheries, that we have to negotiate a fisheries deal 6 months before the next French election? Is that the timing? Because that's...
Looks at Joel,
I'm
just doing
looking
a
at Joel.
quick cut.
All right, end of 26 though, isn't it? All right, okay, so it's a year before. Okay, that's better.
I can just very quickly, I mean, I can provide a relatively specific answer to that question just because I happen to have asked that very same question to, I think what journalistically I have to refer to as a close friend of the shadow foreign secretary. And the answer I got was a slightly gnomic but revealing, look, don't forget that Keir Starmer was shadow Brexit secretary and he's a details man. He understands what the deal and the treaties say. So he knows. And then I refer you to what Jill said about convenient pegs and the politics of how and when people feel politically able to say certain things. But I think there is probably more awareness of that problem in the Labour Party than is being articulated right now.
Cool. Cleo?
Yes. It works, yeah. Actually, just a quick follow-up on what Nick Heath was saying. You mentioned the starting of an analytical process ahead of the TCA review and the stakeholders being consulted. What role do the devolved administrations play in this? The Scottish Parliament currently is running a consultation. It's at the moment on this. So that's my question.
So when I say we're starting it, it's worth acknowledging what starting recognises. I don't want to claim that it's sort of in round 6 of 40 or something. Look, we have structures for working very closely with the devolved administrations on foreign policy matters, which are reserved, but also on EU business. And there's the DAG, which I'm going to misrepresent, which is, I think, the Devolved Administrations Advisory Group that we chair as the Foreign Office with the different devolved administrations. I'm going to be in Edinburgh at a Royal Society of Edinburgh event on the 4th of December. So, I mean, I just say, I guess we take our responsibilities to all parts of the United Kingdom extremely seriously. It is obviously the case that this process will take some time, and we need to make sure that we get the engagement right. So I don't want to make claims for it as a sort of completed effort yet.
Jill, do you want to
I just not so much on the devolved. The devolved are quite interesting because Scotland had the sort of ambition through its Continuity Act of maintaining voluntary alignment as far as it could, and actually isn't really proving to be able to do that. And I think that's a really interesting thing for where Labour goes, because one of the sort of things that does seem to have got a bit of traction with the Labour front bench is the idea that we can at least make things easier for our businesses unilaterally by deciding to voluntarily align with the EU. But without the convenience of the European Communities Act to put that through, it's actually, legislatively quite difficult, particularly when you get the volume of legislation that we're seeing coming from the EU. And just as sort of from a parliamentary point of view, you don't have to be Bill Cash to think that, shoving through secondary legislation alignment with rules that you had absolutely zero say on is just a bit borderline unacceptable. So I think there's a sort of really interesting challenge there, particularly as without some formal changes to whatever trade agreement governs our relationship with the EU, doesn't actually yield anything particular at the frontier to ease those formalities. So I think it's a really interesting question about, do they try and pursue that sort of thing? Obviously, an incoming Labour government wouldn't have the same sort of, desire that we saw under the Johnson and Truss governments to do things differently for the sake of doing things differently. But as the divergence tracker already shows, we've already tracked back quite significantly under Rishi Sunak from divergence for divergence sake. So I think it's quite interesting where that ends up and how that's framed.
I mean, the other interesting thing about Labour, I suppose, when it comes to the devolves is just how much of the sort of economic investment they're talking about is deliberately in Scotland, which marks something of a
maybe interesting
shift.
to
Well, we'll see
what happens in the Holyrood elections.
No, absolutely, absolutely.
Before and after, but anyway.
Yannicka.
I have a question for Nick on the UK government's objective to maximise the opportunities in the TCA. So I was wondering, kind of, what is your approach to identifying as yet unfulfilled opportunities in the TCA? Is there a list of opportunities, and if so, what is kind of on top of the list? What can we expect in terms of implementation of the TCA in the coming years now that Horizon's in the bag and the financial services MOU, kind of what's next?
The correct answer is the starting point is the UK and the Changing Europe report. So,
written by.
So, sort of joking aside, absolutely, we do take. No, I mean, and the only caveat I put to that is obviously not the only report that tries to articulate and answer that question. I mean, it may well be the best, but it's not the only one. So, we take seriously the need to sort of think through the next steps in the EU relationship. I guess the limiting factors that are in our minds are political horizons, right? So if you think about the first election of the European Parliament in, was it the 4th and 5th and 6th of June or whatever, and the impact that will have on EU deliberations and EU policy making and business going into the next year, I think we're quite realistic about how much road there is to run in terms of the short term of prioritising those. And then, you know, some of the negotiations that, I'm not sorry, TCA linked, but they fall out of the new relationship that we talked about at the beginning after the Windsor Framework. You know, the negotiation with Frontex that the Prime Minister announced with President von der Leyen in Chisinau in June, you know, that is an ongoing negotiation we want to conclude and we want to get sorted. And you know, the Prime Minister is very clear about the importance and centrality of migration to the government's international priorities. So that is very significant. And the other one, which, you know, is again, not to reveal anything because it's talked about in the media quite frequently, is rules of origin on electric vehicles and batteries, where there is, we think, a very counterproductive cliff edge coming under the TCA on the 1st of January, and the only people who would benefit from that are Chinese producers, which doesn't help change the market and the industrial capacity for electric vehicles in either Europe or the EU or the UK.
I think we've probably got time for one more question about what I can add. I mean, let me then just pose one final question. I mean, to what extent do structures like the European political community help? I mean, help us in terms of finding that stable equilibrium, help us then deal with the European Union more effectively. And do you hold much hope for recent talk about, you know, we're revisiting concentric circles? Does the government think that is a way of restructuring our relationship in a meaningful manner?
Should I go first? Just
Yeah.
On that. Yeah. So on the EPC, I think when I tell the story of the change that happened in the last year, from if we were meeting a year ago today to today, the decision of Prime Minister Truss to go to Prague EPC was quite an important moment of, not inflection exactly, but certainly increase in trajectory. And, you know, the EPC is by no means sort of a perfect or fully formed body, but it does provide a really useful forum for the whole European continent to come together and have discussions. And, you know, Ms. Truss, Mr. Sunak now twice have gone to the EPC and had valuable days there where they have met with a range of different stakeholders, EU and non-EU, and we've pursued deals on a range of different things, from joining the North Sea Energy Cooperation through to the deal that, or the work that we did on migration in the run into the Grenada summit. So we do see the sort of value of that very flexible, very low input kind of cooperation, which allows prime ministers to use their time very effectively. In terms of the sort of concentric circles thing, I mean, I think the problem for us with that is that we just think the EPC is not an EU body, right? And so framing it as somehow kind of linked to EU membership in some way is just not how we conceive of the EU. Right. And so we don't draw circles like that. It's you know, it includes Iceland and Azerbaijan and you know, Turkey and a whole range of countries for whom this is, you know, they've got wider equities than just EU equities. Yeah. And so that's the way we think about it.
I think the thing that's interesting about the EP, I remember at the event this time last year, I was interviewing Ivan Rogers and asked whether he would advise Truss to go to the EPC, and he said yes. That may be the
Shortest answer I've ever given.
shortest answer. I'm sure he went on to explain at great length why. But I think it is quite interesting. I think it seems to me that the main importance of going to the EPC and why the UK has to go to things is the importance of showing up at occasions which offer the opportunity to build and deepen relationships. So even if there's not much on the substantive agenda, you can have those personal contacts, because one of the big themes of the morning was very much that the sort of loss of those casual contacts that we used to get on a fairly regular basis. I have to say it was becoming increasingly difficult to persuade ministers to show up for councils and, you know, and ministers sort of, other than Ken Clarke when I was his press secretary, to go to the informals and things like that. One or two ministers absolutely loved them to bits and maxed out and went to every bit of them, which was very fun for accompanying staff, but a lot of ministers who really regarded them as all as a bit of a waste of time and didn't want to invest in them. I think one of the really interesting messages, and it'd be very interesting to see whether the Foreign Office is up to doing this with an incoming government, is to persuade ministers, even ones who don't see sort of EU relations or Europe or foreign relations as their brief, of actually taking time out of their extremely pressed and busy schedules to actually make time to build relationships with their opposite numbers whenever forums are in interest, or indeed turning up at some of the sort of, you know, things like the sort of, you know, Königswinter and its equivalents, things like that, to actually just start to rebuild those networks of relationships, which, you know, are incredibly useful when you need to be able to call somebody who you know when there's some sort of crisis, which there will be.
Yeah, very quickly. I think, you know, we had, particularly between 2016 and 2020, a period where this sort of Conservative Party conception of Brexit was very polarised between, you know, you either had a horror of the idea that the UK just ends up in orbit around the EU, you get locked into a gravitational field that you can't control, you're a vassal state, or a delusion of parity where the UK is equivalent in heft, diplomatically and economically, to a 27-nation bloc of you know, which clearly isn't true. And I think so we're very gradually emerging into this understanding that you need to have an institutional relationship and these personal relationships with the European project, which is changing very quickly, as such as really hasn't been ever articulated, or certainly wasn't even articulated in 1974. So I think once you understand that you're building something that has never existed, then you can start to you talk about where that's going to happen. But we're very early on in that stage.
Perfect. I think that bang marks the fact that I've now effectively run out of time. So thank you ever so much to the panel. You've got a couple of minutes to stretch your legs while the panel swap, but if you can show your appreciation, thank you all.
Yeah, are you allowed to do things like meet for coffee and lunch? Do you have a... Yes.
1 second.
Welcome to, we could have a discussion about what is a round table and what is a panel, if you like, because this is a panel and the last one was a round table, so see if you can spot the difference. This is about, specifically about foreign security and defence policy, and of course in the political declaration in 2019 there was provision for quite a far-reaching relationship between the UK and the EU on foreign and security policy, and Boris Johnson decided that he didn't want to pursue that. So I suppose my first question to all of you, and Jamie, if you feel you're being overlooked, just wave and I will see you, all right? But in any particular...
Just to Richard, because we were on a worked out a large number of bilateral and regional relations with its European neighbours. The Northern Group, in which people like Michael Fallon and Ben Wallace invested very heavily in developing that, the Joint Expeditionary Force. We had Rishi Sunak, of course, meeting these northern partners in Gotland, the island of Gotland in the Baltic, just recently. The UK was engaging with Northern Norway on winter training after Russia annexed Crimea. And of course, everybody knows about, since 2010, the Lancaster House Treaty with France, the nuclear cooperation, also a joint expeditionary force, the industrial cooperation, and working closely with Italy, for example, particularly on sixth-generation aircraft, and that continues. So you could sort of make an argument, and I would make that from the get-go, Anna, that in a way, the UK had plenty of workarounds when it came to European security, without even talking about the vital NATO relationship, of course, which we'll talk about. Peter, of course, was ambassador there, so could talk about it just as eloquently, hopefully, as I would try to do so. But this means to say that, the UK is actually doing a lot of EU security outside the EU. For example, if you just take a little example of the UK leading in Estonia with its multinational battalion, many EU countries like France, the Czech Republic, the Danes are rotating in and out of that battalion on a regular basis. So the UK is increasing its interoperability and its capacity to work with EU countries all the time, even if it's not necessarily directly yet engaging in the Brussels framework. You've also got, of course, European leaders themselves who feel that sometimes it's best to sort of have more ad hoc frameworks. Think of Macron's European intervention initiative, for example, based on the common experience with the UK in Mali and the Sahel, and which, of course, gives the UK extra opportunities as well. So my sort of sense of all of this is that, the UK, right from the get-go, always was guaranteeing with nuclear weapons the security of virtually all of the EU member states, bar two. That came out of its NATO commitment. And ironically, that existential defence commitment did not stop. It even increased after Brexit. So I would sort of make an argument that Brexit had a big impact in the economic domain, but I feel that in the security domain so far, its impact has been relatively minimal. Panellists may disagree with me, but that's my starting point.
Thanks, Jamie. Peter. Well, thanks a lot for the conference. I don't agree entirely with what Jamie said about the former British attitude, particularly foreign policy cooperation when we were in the EU. I think we used to see the EU as a very useful amplifier for British foreign policy ideas. And we and the French were probably the two main providers of initiatives and ideas into the CFSP network, and that was often very useful. Since leaving Brexit, I think where we are now, the answer is a lot better off than the rhetoric would suggest we would be 3 or 4 years ago. And there's a one-word answer to that, really, which is Ukraine. I think Ukraine has been an enormously important galvanizer. Up to Ukraine, there was a lot of argument about structured cooperation and a lot of rhetoric suggesting that the UK was not really interested in Europe. We had the Indo-Pacific tilt, as if we were moving beyond Europe. Then Ukraine happened, and I mean that is really serious, and it became, I think, completely impossible to ignore the need for close cooperation, not only with France, the other major European military power, but with the EU. And I think we can see now ad hoc pragmatic cooperation on Ukraine is pretty good. It's not always avowed by ministers who always find it difficult to talk in positive terms about relations with the EU, well, that's changing. But, for example, on sanctions, I think there's good practical cooperation going on. My question there is, can it be made durable beyond this crisis? I will speak personally here, not as chairman of the Lords Committee, but we've had from ministers the argument that if we had had structured cooperation with the EU over the last year or two, not much would have been very different. We've had good cooperation without it. I think that's probably true. The question is, would we still have it on the other side of the Ukraine crisis? And I think, therefore, bedding in more structured cooperation on sanctions, on foreign policy more generally, continues to be an objective. It was on offer in the TCA negotiations. It was not accepted. I think it's not as good on defence as I would like it to be. I think we've learned the lesson through UK-French defence that if relations with the EU are bad, bilateral relations with individual EU members are really difficult. And we've lost most of the momentum out of the Lancaster House process. I mean, we've had some small steps to relink into EU defence, the defence world, one PESCO project and so on. But I've said publicly, and I still think, that there is an EU ecosystem developing with the CARDS process, the European Defence Fund, the European Defence Agency, PESCO projects, which is essentially pretty protectionist. And right at the moment, we are not getting much leverage there at all. And I would like to see us working on an administrative arrangement with the European Defence Agency, for example. So on foreign policy, I think pragmatically it's working because of Ukraine. I think on defence and the defence industrial policy, it's structurally still quite different, and I don't see that changing in the immediate future. But those are personal judgments, as all these will be.
Just by way of a plug, Peter's House of Lords Committee is currently doing reports into how Ukraine has impacted on UK-EU. And Richard...
And we've had, both of my neighbours have been witnesses,
Indeed.
The impact of Ukraine on the future UK-EU relationship, essentially, which covers quite a lot of what we're talking about now.
Absolutely. So, Patricia, just reflecting specifically on Ukraine, what has it changed, if anything?
Oh, I think it's changed enormously. I think Peter's quite right about the divisions and the way in which it's been framed within Europe so that it has unified to a large degree. My question is whether that's sustainable in the longer run, particularly as we go into the elections in the United States. We'll
come back onto Trump.
Yes, I know. Well, I'm not only Trump. So we've seen some fragmentation within Europe, and we'll continue to see that. What I think we haven't yet factored in is how this conflict now between Israel and Hamas is going to play out in Europe, because there's clearly big differences across the Atlantic as well. Yeah. And I think that one of the problems that we're going to have is the issue of funding, and funding the capability in the long run, the defence capability in the long run, and what choices have to be made. How we do it collectively in a cooperative way, which is always a thing that eludes us, but really is the most important thing. You know, we can't all do everything. We all have to take segments. We've mentioned, Jamie mentioned Jeff, and I think that's absolutely right. I think the coming in of Sweden and Finland is absolutely crucial. And then, of course, we have the coming in of Ukraine into the EU. This is a continuing project in that sense. But how do we make sure that we actually do have the capacity and the capability if it gets worse? Because it may well get worse. I know that's awful, but if we look at the drivers right now, it's really hard to see how it's not going to get worse before it gets better. Yeah. And there's a possibility, and we shouldn't rule it out, of course, war in the Pacific. So sorry to be the doom and gloom merchant here, but I think we need to think about resilience. Yeah. I think we need to think beyond the concept of deterrence. I think we've over-relied on deterrence far too much in Western thought. Clearly, Israel totally over-relied on deterrence, right? There was no deterrence. So let's have a really close look at our policies and just see where, and really an honest look about, rather than pretend to ourselves that these things work when they don't.
And do you have thoughts on what Peter was saying about the slightly protectionist bent of some of the EU's policies when it comes to capabilities?
Everybody's got protectionists when it comes to capabilities in their industries. Yeah. Luckily, the industries are often multinational, so they don't really care.
Yeah, okay.
Richard. Maybe just to say something about the sort of broader landscape and then zoom in a bit. I mean, Russia's war in Ukraine just sort of changes the fulcrum for European security, and the fact that in the course of today we've been talking about the EU enlargement, but also the NATO enlargement. I mean, things are not going to be quite the same again. And I think from the UK's perspective, the UK clearly has a major foreign policy stake in EU enlargement, but doesn't have a say. And on the EU side, the EU has a stake in NATO enlargement, but doesn't have a direct say. So I mean, we in a way we're sort of doomed to work together on the biggest of all issues in terms of thinking about European
it's worth
security.
stressing that NATO enlargement has happened, at least in part, and the EU enlargement is quite a way off.
Yeah. But there are all sorts of impacts we can talk about in terms of national.
That's what history suggests, actually, that NATO enlargement happens before EU enlargement.
But I think maybe to reinforce some of Peter's points. I mean, on the foreign policy side, in a way, it was the perfect crisis because it was the reminder of the way to work, but also facilitating the working through means which work very well for diplomats, if I could put it that way, in terms of interaction at the level below the political principles and getting the sort of muscle memory back in terms of how to work together. And there are different views in different parts of Brussels as well. You know, the External Action Service is clearly much more attuned to the idea of working in the way that the EU and the UK have in foreign policy issues. But the question then is what happens beyond Ukraine, Ukraine's issue. And I think it's important to draw the distinction between foreign policy, where things...
Can you just bring the microphone a bit closer?
Sorry. It's important to draw a distinction between, you know, foreign policy, where a way has been found forward, security and defence, which I think is more tricky, and defence industry, which is far more tricky. And it's not just because of the treaty basis, it's also because of the different constellation of forces and so on, and member state interests. And I don't think those things would necessarily have been solved by having the agreement that might have been in place. But it clearly in some areas would have made it easier to have the conversation. And I think the thing that's lacking in a way is having that place where you can have the big conversation about what the future issues are, as opposed to dealing with the immediate problem, which is a big problem, which is Ukraine.
Can I just say, Patricia and I think Jamie both have unavoidable commitments that mean they have to leave this panel a little bit early, which means I'll slightly prioritise them. But Jamie, you're waving.
Yeah, if I may very briefly, thanks a lot. Again, my starting point was that I think that as the UK has still managed to play a meaningful role in European security, and that means the security of the EU, because it's so much part of Europe up to now. But as I wasn't giving a full intervention, I didn't mention the second half of what I wanted to say, which is I do believe there are significant challenges going forward. Let me quickly mention 4 or 5, but only headline. Number 1, of course, the return of Donald Trump and a re-questioning of the American commitment to NATO, the value of NATO, and the position that that could put the UK in, having invested so much in the vitality of the NATO alliance. Could the UK play some kind of bridge-building role in that eventuality? Number 2 is, of course, that the UK has said we are leaving the EU, but not Europe. But what if Europe becomes the EU and the EU becomes Europe? You mentioned, of course, the avis of the Commission on enlargement, moving forward now with Ukraine, Bosnia, Georgia, a perspective of the EU really overlapping with the geographical expanse of Europe in the future. Would it mean a stronger EU, a weaker EU geopolitically? How would the UK need to reposition itself if the periphery loses importance, the US, the UK, Turkey, vis-a-vis the core? I think the next issue, and that was well mentioned, is that the NATO-EU relationship, progressively and never as quickly as I would like, is becoming stronger, which means that NATO will be getting increasingly its assets from the European Union in cyber, in resilience, in industrial policy, emerging technologies, the various things that the EU is doing, including the weapon supplies to Ukraine. So, how does the UK position itself where, these two organisations do become increasingly sort of dependent on each other? The next thing, of course, is at the moment, it's all about NATO and collective defence in Ukraine. But what if in the future we do return to these out-of-area missions, like in Mali or Africa, the maritime issues, the Middle East? Will the UK find it interesting to become a partner with some kind of an agreement with the common foreign and security policy, which I mentioned earlier? Turkey wasn't very happy with the deal that it received from the EU regarding participation, but could the UK, particularly given its role, do better in that respect? The UK did send some forces under the UN peacekeeping umbrella to Africa. And I mentioned Macron's European Intervention Initiative. And of course, finally, and that was addressed by Patricia and others, will there be a choice down the road between being with the United States in the Asia-Pacific, Indo-Pacific, with the capabilities that requires, essentially maritime, and a continuing important land commitment to NATO in Europe? Can the UK afford to be a major actor in all of the sort of service domains, or will critical choices have to be imposed? So I don't think the picture is entirely rosy. I think it's been not so bad up to now, but some big challenges going forward. Over and out.
Thanks, Jamie. There are interesting questions about how good we are at dealing with more than one crisis at once. But I want to look ahead. You touched on the US election.
Yeah.
And a lot of people say, a Trump presidency, Raf said it in the last panel, that a Trump presidency could be a game changer. Is that the case, do you think? And if so, how?
Well, I think, so we have to understand, it may not just be Trump, but any other Republican perhaps could also take us in that direction. And it's not just the presidency, is it? It's also Congress and the Senate. So we've got a problem, and it could even just be paralysis at home, domestic paralysis. So we've all got domestic problems which interfere with our foreign policy. So we can have a consistent foreign policy, but still our domestic issues will trump those. Sorry, the pun. But we have, I think, in the personality of President Trump, a knowledge of how he will behave. And that gives us some resilience, I suppose. And I think that, you know, one of the things that we have to watch out for is his relationship with President Putin, and of course his relationship with Xi, and going forward in China, and the way that he plays those off against each other. He does take positions which are deliberately designed to confront, right? And that's something that we're not very comfortable with in the West. And he thinks that that's the best way to deal with these so-called strongmen of international politics. It's sort of the madman theory of deterrence. You may be mad enough to do it, I'm mad enough to do it. I'll see you. There are real big problems with that, of course, because, you know, what if one of them just calls their bluff? So we have, I think, going forward a lot of difficulties. But even if President Trump doesn't get re-elected, I think we've still got big problems with the United States. And so how we manage with the United States, I'm very interested in what Jamie says about, you know, perhaps a stronger EU in some ways. That would be a very interesting situation, particularly, I think, over China. If I could just say, if we take the issue of cybersecurity, so it's a new topic, relatively new topic, and it's been approached in a very different way because it's a new issue. A bit like space security has. So we've got, you know, a resilience model for cybersecurity. We've got an organic model, one in which we focus on defenses, we focus on agility, we focus on transparency as well, everybody knowing what's going on, lots and lots of private sector involvement as well as governmental involvement. This is the kind of model that we need to adapt and translate into our physical defense approach, because this is a different world now. We need this complexity, this interconnectivity of the way that we work that get to translate all the way through what we're doing instead of the very old-fashioned way that we've been thinking.
Is there not an issue then because so much of the technology is American? So if we're thinking about, you know, problems emanating from the other side of the Atlantic, are there issues around that?
No, not really. I think we're so interconnected on technology. You know, so much of the resources for the technology come from a lot of countries around the world. So much of the brain power, it's all about brain power. It's all about mathematicians. Become a mathematician, there's a future in it. I mean, it's really one of the most important things that there are brains all over the world which can be used in this. We don't have to rely on a single nationality or a single type of person. This is this incredible capacity that we have to be able to think creatively and differently in defense because of our experience in cybersecurity. Let's harness it.
So, Peter, turning to you, would a Trump presidency fundamentally alter the relationship between the UK and the EU, do you think?
Well, I think it could fundamentally change the relationship between the US and European allies generally, and therefore with the EU. And I think that, I mean, speaking personally again, the danger of Trump too is that he would know more what he was doing when he came in. So whereas Trump 1 had some aspirations but floundered around, didn't always achieve them, and the checks and balances worked, Trump 2, the team are already preparing for how they're going to hit the American system, sacking thousands of civil servants and so on. So he would be a more effective implementation of basically the same views. I mean, it would have immediate repercussions for Ukraine. If Trump absolutely pulled down the shutters on economic and military support to Ukraine, decided he'd have a chat with his friend Vladimir about fixing it, it would have potential long-term implications for NATO. If Trump has another go at pulling US out of NATO, and especially if he had a pliant Congress, and he was notoriously anti-EU, as we remember. So all of those things, I think, would knock the Western institutions very badly. Impact on the UK, I mean, we have to look beyond the next election. I would expect it would, as I think I said in the previous panel, underline the need for the UK and the EU to pull closer together again. We will share enough interests in common against a rogue Trump presidency to find ways around, not necessarily renegotiate the TCA, but in this foreign defense policy area, much of it is not TCA based. It can be done by governmental decisions. And I think the incentive structure would be towards working much more closely with the EU. It would be a massive problem to try to even begin to replace what the US has brought to Ukraine, but we would have to do the best we can. And just to come back to Patricia's point about what you might call the new frontier of national security, economic security, technological security, a lot of where that's happening is in this EU-US Trade and Technology Council, which is an interesting institution, gathering force. Blinken has been several times to it, and it's where some of those technology, resilience, supply chain, AI, making sure we're not caught out by Chinese technology, those sort of issues are being debated. And the UK is not there. And so we need to think about what is the forum for talking among Western allies about China policy and the issues of technology, because at the moment it's a bit scattergun and the UK is essentially on the outside of some important conversations.
And
so again, if there was Trump, I think there would be more opportunity to get together with the EU on that.
Peter, if I could add to your list, just increase our ways. We have not talked about, and I know it's going to come up in the next session, the issue of extreme weather events. And climate, and the impact on our security globally.
Absolutely.
And that has to go into absolutely everything that we do.
Yep, I agree.
Is anyone else as amazed as I am by the way in which talk about the need to think about a future Trump presidency is always in the future tense? That is to say, I mean, you know, we really have to start thinking about what we would do in the event of a Trump presidency. Strikes me as we've already sort of missed the bus, especially in things like defence and capability development, because of course there are long lead times. Richard, am I just expecting too much of everyone here?
No, and maybe just to add to the list of misery. I mean, I very much agree with Patricia and Peter's analysis, but I think the UK is in a particularly difficult position because our model that we've adopted is obviously the one in which we've sought to integrate ourselves very, very closely in the intelligence sphere, very closely in the defence sphere, very closely in the defence industry sphere, and very closely in terms of future structured alliances like AUKUS. So, in a way, the UK has bet the house on the US, and it's very, very. The UK will be in a particularly acute position, I think, across all of those areas if things get different. Yeah. And pulling back a bit, if you think about the sort of forums that the UK has also used to pursue foreign policy over the last few years and since Brexit, the G7 and the Quad. The Quad has been absolutely crucial to the diplomacy on Ukraine. G7 has been crucial to sort of driving forward and setting policy on Ukraine, particularly on sanctions, but also security commitments to Ukraine. So, in almost everywhere one looks, you can imagine that, even a US which is sitting on its hands is going to make life very, very difficult for the UK.
But can I just answer your question about why governments aren't thinking ahead very much on Trump? I mean, they may be quietly. I rather doubt it. I mean, I've written in my little book about this. Governments find it really hard to think about things which may happen but aren't exactly happening right now. There are so many actual crises that are hitting them in the nose now that to actually spend a lot of time thinking about what would we do if Trump came in is kind of in a too hard category, and it might not happen anyway category. So I suspect, you're right, not a great deal of thinking is going on. It's also an extremely hard question to answer. The person for whom it will be most critical is Zelensky. Yeah. I mean, if next summer it's looking like a Trump victory is increasingly likely, Zelensky's got some very difficult decisions to make about whether to cash his hand in at that point or risk having his position badly undermined by a Trump victory.
And there are also, of course, Trump's remarkable comments about Gaza and Israel, which are a complete reversal of his earlier position on Israel. So, I mean, the one thing that's predictable about Trump is he's unpredictable.
Yeah, absolutely.
But also he over imagines what he can achieve. So he was going to fix North Korea, right?
Yeah.
So, we again, as I said, we kind of know him, and that gives us, so we can kind of take what he says with some salt and understand a bit that a lot of it is about bravado, and it's about trying to achieve a result, even if it may not get there. I mean, he did shake things up.
As well. The trying can do a lot of damage.
It can, but on the other hand, it didn't work, but it did shake things up with North Korea. Right? Nobody else had managed to get anywhere with North Korea. It didn't work, but it seemed to me worth a go. I don't want to sound like I'm thinking he's a great president or anything, but I think that, there are times when you need a little bit of a shake-up, and he did do that, scary though it was.
He might be a president who refuses to leave office, though.
Well, that's also another shake-up. That's what I mean about domestic issues.
Yeah. Jamie, do you think, in a curious way, a Trump presidency might strengthen the UK's hand in the sense that if the EU is serious about strategic autonomy, certainly in military and security affairs, they need us?
They certainly do, because the UK, despite all of the arguments about the 2% and whether the UK really does meet it and all of that, the UK does spend the money. I mean, we are far from Liz Trump's 3% of GDP on defence, but the UK has been one of the few allies for many years hitting the 2% target. Secondly, the UK, notwithstanding all of the issues about procurement and the state of the army and so on, still packs serious military punch and is willing to use it, which is precisely the reason why President Macron has always been careful to keep the UK involved in these sort of external mechanisms, the bilateral relationship that Peter was talking about, the European Intervention Initiative, these other frameworks, because the UK normally is up for things. It sent forces to Africa, it's deployed ships to the Middle East, it's had to carry a task force in the Indo-Pacific, and the French, as the only EU Indo-Pacific country, are sensitive to those kind of arrangements. The UK also has this convening power. It was able to go off to the Indo-Pacific with the Dutch and other countries in tow as well. So yes, I mean, from a pragmatic point of view, you want to keep the UK as close to you as possible, not just for NATO, but again, for these other out-of-area operations. For example, the EU is currently launching an operation in the Gulf of Guinea, and it would make sense, to try to get the Royal Navy involved in that, just like the UK wants to work currently with the EU and on these underwater cable things. The UK, with its maritime energy infrastructure, is acutely aware of the problem of sabotage of cables, and so there's lots and lots of opportunities to plug in. So yes, I think a Trump presidency would not only, as Peter says, make the UK to reach out to Brussels, but I think it would be very much vice versa. The other thing, by the way, just I know Richard was talking about the high degree of dependency on the United States. That's true. We've always wanted to work first and foremost with the Americans, but I do think the UK has started to diversify a bit. We've been working a lot with the French and the Germans on the Iranian nuclear deal. We've now got a new technology defence sharing agreement with Japan. We're working much more closely with Poland and other countries on consortia for equipment to Ukraine. I mentioned the partnership with Italy on the fighter aircraft and so on. So you could argue, yes, mate, this overnight is not going to replace the US, but I think the UK has been mindful, to distribute itself a little bit more evenly across the ground. Thank you.
Thank you, Jim. Again, if people have got specific questions that they want to chip in as we're going, just put your hand up or catch my eye rather than waiting for a formal... Anyone got anything to chip in now before Patricia has to leave in about 90 seconds, I believe?
Yeah, I was sorry, very quickly. Migration hasn't come up yet, and it strikes me that this is something that's moved quite rapidly, something that obsessed domestic policy to a question of international foreign security policy. So just anything on the EU institutional response to that and the UK relationship and how migration in the Mediterranean, there's lots to think about that, anything.
I just wanted to say that there's a massive climate connection with the issue of migration, and you're absolutely right to identify it. So one of the things, just as I leave, I'm really sorry, I have to go to another thing, that we have underinvested on resilience measures. And resilience is a really important issue, as we found out from not being resilient when it came to COVID, even though we had plans in place. We need to do an awful lot more planning. And Peter, I disagree with you. I think that governments can think through complex systems, and we can do it through gaming. We can do it through scenario planning. We can make governments think these things through. And I think they find it useful to use their imaginations a bit and start to at least plan for the uncertainty, because that's the only thing we're sure of, right, is uncertainty and change. And let's plan for that. Let's acknowledge our world as it exists, and start to think about what resilience measures we could put in several layers deep, which would cover a lot of bases. It would be highly cost effective. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I hope your technology works.
So do I.
Cool. Should we stick on this issue of migration for a moment? It's massive, obviously, but it clearly is. It's far more than simply a security threat. But is a particular issue you're interested in around how we're working with the EU or what the EU is doing to deal with the issue, or both?
Yeah. To what extent is it the case, as it appears from my perspective, that this is now leaking out from domestic policies into something that has to be done intergovernmentally, both by the EU and something that the UK wants to talk to the EU about.
And of course, it's getting embroiled in domestic politics via what's happening in the Middle East as well at the moment. So it's multifaceted. But Peter,
well, I mean,
to solve this problem for us?
It's never just been a domestic issue, has it, Rafael? I mean, the EU has grappled with this for years. It's had the Dublin framework, and it's had these long negotiations on what to do with the fact that most migrants arrive in the south or the southeast, and if you're in Eastern Europe, you want to avoid having them at all. So it's a highly divisive issue within the EU. That's part of the problem that when Britain raised it so forcefully in the Brexit negotiation. It was a really hard issue for the EU to grapple with. It's got harder since. I mean, the country I know best is France. It's very, very difficult and divisive in France, in a way, further exacerbated by the tensions over Israel-Palestine. I mean, is it an area where the UK and the Europeans can come together? I mean, we did get somewhere with the French at the UK-French summit last March. The French accepted it's a shared problem. It's not just a problem of stopping migrants in small boats coming across the channel, but it's a wider problem. There are deals beginning to be done now around Europe on discussions with third parties, returns agreements, anti-trafficking measures and so on. So yes, I think there is a common ground there. Where it falls down is when the UK expects to have a right of return of migrants who arrive here and yet isn't prepared to take any migrants from the EU, well-known territory. So I think it's always going to be divisive within countries. It's got to be grappled at EU level, but it's much wider than that, of course. Part of the reason for the collapse of the French position in the Sahel was the impact of climate change and migration, and then radicalization of the rural poor who got into the towns. So migration and climate coming together, and they are only going to get more difficult in the years to come.
Richard, anything to add on this?
Yeah, I mean, well, clearly the British government is thinking about what might be the best place to have the sort of high-level conversation, which is why it, sort of tried to put that issue into the EPC agenda, and to see that as one of the sort of topics for the European political community. But it's too big, it's under-institutionalized, it doesn't have a sort of process-orientated mode of operation yet, even if it ever would, that would allow it, I think, to pick up that kind of agenda, even if it may have, sort of range of countries involved. It would be good to have the conversation with it. I think what it also does is it exposes how inadequate the TCA is in terms of having a conversation about a really big issue, which where the lines are blurred between foreign policy, security, climate, and so on, where we've got the sort of one-legged stool arrangement where it's all about the economy, if you like, and where there are very limited provisions within the TCA for dialogues on issues beyond. Those haven't got going yet, and they're probably not going to bear the weight anyway of the kind of conversation that one needs to have. So we sort of, I think, back to what's currently missing, which is a structure that allows for a collective conversation on not just this issue, but the EU's economic security agenda, which is, as Peter's touched on, I mean, really is probably one of the major foreign policy challenges that the UK actually faces. But we don't have a place or space to be able to have that conversation with the EU. And the EU is already going off and doing something quite different and thinking about how it evolves its own system to do that in a way that it's going to be very, very difficult to pull all the moving parts together and to have that kind of a conversation at the level that it needs to be had. So I think it's perfectly possible to imagine that we can actually end up with a fix on the classic foreign policy issues, the defence, and even the defence industry stuff. I think what we're really lacking is the place in which you can have this kind of a conversation, even if unsatisfactory. There is no place, as far as I can see, that this happens or is able to happen.
I mean, the problem is there are lots of things going on at once, aren't there? So we have the crossings, whether it's Mediterranean or the Channel, but at the same time, you have a massive increase, and it's across the board in Europe, an increase in non-EU migration because we have ageing populations and we've got economies to keep ticking over, and those debates bleed into each other, and we've got growing insecurity in North Africa and indeed Sub-Saharan Africa, and population growth figures that are simply terrifying if you think that a lot of those places are going to be uninhabitable. There's a lady at the front.
If I would like to continue discussion about the MENA region and Middle East.
Yep. Can we just...
Diana Galea, Oxford University, and my question specifically to Lord Ricketts. I just would like to learn more about the findings of your report about the impact of Ukraine war towards UK, specifically on non-traditional security threats. And what I mean by that, energy crisis specifically, and how do you evaluate the role of the Gulf rich countries, which were particularly Qatar, which was approached as alternative to Russian gas and energy supplies. And second question also related with, you mentioned positive impact of sanctions towards Russia. But I just wonder, it also kind of led to the creation of alternative financial system and de-dollarization by Russia and China and other countries. And another related question also with the role of BRICS countries and some countries from the Middle East which already expressed their interest to join the bloc. If they will join, that means that around 80% of energy countries will be in this bloc. Do you consider is a kind of non-security threat to the UK and the West in general? Thank you.
Well, that's a very comprehensive set of questions. A test of memory rather than anything else. Let me talk about sanctions seriously, and the very, very good points you make. What I was saying was I think that sanctions coordination between the EU and the UK has been pretty good, and with the US. How effective sanctions have been is a much bigger question. I think it is starving the Russian economy of Western technology, not completely because there is evasion, but it's making it much more difficult and expensive to get cutting-edge technology from the West. It did put up barriers to Russian export of crude oil. They have got around that by using their own shipping and no Western insurance. Countries like India are buying Russian oil in very large quantities at a discount to the market price because they can't sell it on the proper market. That's good for India, it's good for China, it's probably good for Russia. It's one of the perverse effects of sanctions, that the tougher sanctions are, the more countries will work to find ways around them. But nonetheless, I think the technology sanctions and the financial sanctions have been pretty effective. Yes, they've pushed Russia into the arms of the Chinese. Whether that's a comfortable place for Russia to be in years and decades to come, I think is a much bigger question. So you're right to flag that up. I think that's a serious issue. I mean, on energy, I'm far from being an expert, but I think the strategic fact of the last couple of years is that Western Europe has weaned itself off Russian gas and oil. That's a huge shift. Would not have happened without Ukraine. It removes leverage from Putin durably. Of course, it's meant to scramble for energy from all sorts of other sources. One of the little sideshows of positive EU-UK cooperation recently has been UK joining this North Sea Energy Cooperation Forum, not an actual EU forum, but EU countries. One of the less satisfactory ones from my point of view is that the carbon price in the UK has been manipulated downwards by the government, so there's now a very large gap between the carbon price in the UK and in the EU, which brings with it the risk of so-called carbon border adjustment mechanisms, effectively a tax on British exports going to the EU if the gap remains wide between those two. So there are conflicting tendencies. There's some cooperation improving in terms of interconnectors and of energy, but now we've got a domestically focused policy to reduce the carbon price, leading to the risk of further barriers to trade with the EU. It's a complex answer.
Jamie, did you hear the question?
I did indeed, although I think Peter answered it so superbly, I don't feel I can add anything useful. But on the migration issue, what was said about engaging North African countries, for example, the EU, as you know, has this Coast Guard formation program with the Libyans and has recently given Tunisia quite a large donation, although that's a bit controversial given the human rights situation in Tunisia. The EU has been paying, as you know, Turkey 6 billion euros a year, not with total success, by the way, to try to get Turkey to take back migrants. So I'm not arguing that these policies are particularly successful at the moment. There's also been criticism of the performance of the Libyan Coast Guard, but at least you get a sense that the EU is trying to deal with the problem on the African continent, reception centres, processing centres. This idea has come up in the UK as well. And of course, engaging with those African countries where most of the migrants are. 80% of the migrants from Africa are in Africa at the moment. And so to some degree, these countries need help dealing with the migrants that come over the borders in refugee camps. So it's a big problem. And whereas as was said by Richard and Peter, it may be difficult for the UK to engage directly with the EU's difficulties in reaching a migration pact. At the moment, the Eastern Europeans are closing borders with each other on this. So we're still very far from a kind of coherent EU view, which then might engage the UK. I note that the Keir Starmer made some noises about perhaps, contributing in the future to an EU distribution quota scheme. That's interesting as an olive branch to Brussels. But to the extent that the EU then tries to deal with these issues of Coast Guard training, search and rescue at sea, interdiction of the smuggler organisations, the same ones that bring migrants into the UK also bring migrants into the EU. There might be a common agenda there. As I mentioned, where the UK did engage with the EU in the past was in maritime operations. I mentioned Atalanta in the Gulf of Aden. There was the Operation Sophia to deal with migration in the central Mediterranean. So there is quite a good track record of this type of cooperation, and maybe that's something we can build on. So forgive me for backtracking to a previous question, but that's where I felt that I had something to hopefully usefully contribute.
That's all right, I'll let you off. Nikolai, is it Nikolai?
Thank you very much. I want to ask the panel two questions. The first is about the relationship of the UK to the enlargement agenda. I mean, the enlargement agenda is very geostrategically driven for the EU. It's pretty much now one of the topics for the next legislative cycle, so the next 5 years. And the UK used to play a big role in the Western Balkans, still is present there. Ukraine, of course, a big role. It is connected to NATO membership, so I wonder where you see the possibly awkward role of the UK in relationship to the enlargement agenda. And then the second question is a bit of the follow-up to the Trump 2.0 discussion and something that hasn't been mentioned. One thing that Trump pushed on the agenda and that disappeared off the agenda by the Ukraine war is the discussion about EU strategic autonomy. And if we see a return of Trump, we will definitely see a return of the discussion European sovereignty, autonomy, however you call it. And that will also pose questions for the UK. And I'd just like to throw that on as an additional question. Thank you.
Richard, do you want to kick us off on that? Yeah, I mean, as I said about enlargement earlier, I mean, the UK obviously can't escape the effects of enlargement, but it obviously has a great stake in the enlargement process being successful. I think, but it's also one of those policy areas where, and this is an interesting question for UK foreign policy in the future, where there are some places that the UK has to free ride on EU policy because it either doesn't have the means to influence the direction of policy or the resources to facilitate or to make a contribution. And I think, it's worth reflecting on the kind of contribution that the UK made in the past enlargements of the EU, which was basically to assist in building capacity in the countries that were to join members, to become members of the EU, and I think made a useful contribution through its own resources. I don't think it necessarily reaped the rewards in the sense that I think it lost its way a little bit in thinking about some of those, certainly the A10 members, but that's perhaps another story.
Can we do enlargement first? Like, we'll get from
yeah,
and come back to strategic autonomy.
Yeah. I mean, just a final thought on enlargement, of course, is that to bring sort of NATO and the member states back into the story. We've also got very significantly changing strategic cultures on the part of EU member states. Some obviously dramatically in terms of joining NATO in a way that they couldn't contemplate it in the past. Others obviously increasing defence expenditure. So, to sort of tee things up for the next question, I think even on the enlargement question, the issue of security and defence is going to be a bigger issue than it ever has been on the enlargement issue, which inevitably drives more of a discussion within member state capitals and across member state capitals as to how you make that work, and also how it's sequenced with the NATO enlargement, particularly if EU security and defence guarantees are going to be meaningful as well, because they aren't meaningful unless I think they're coordinated with what the NATO offer is in terms of Article 5.
Jamie or Peter, anything to add on enlargement specifically?
Well, why don't I ask Jamie on NATO particularly, and I'll perhaps come back on EU enlargement.
Thanks. A couple of quick thoughts. So thanks very much for giving me the floor. The UK was always a big supporter of EU enlargement. Some in Brussels thought that it was because the UK was looking to enlargement to dilute the EU or make it essentially an economic grouping, but the UK was always in favour. And I agree with Richard entirely that I think it's a UK security and strategic interest that the current very large ambitious enlargement on which the EU is now embarking goes ahead. But as Ursula von der Leyen said in the European Parliament the other day, it's going to be a long and winding road, you know, the Beatles. It's going to be very difficult because the EU now needs to enlarge to countries that are in war. This didn't happen before. It was difficult enough in peacetime. So think how difficult it's going to be in wartime. And so where the UK, I think, can play a role is in the following areas. Number one, of course, you know, helping to bring these wars to an end, which will vastly facilitate then the work of the EU in bringing these countries up to EU standards. And of course, in Ukraine, building its defence industry, where the UK is very involved at the moment, you know, sharing its defence technology base with Ukraine. The reconstruction, British business will be very interested in all of those kind of efforts. These may not be directly, you know, associated with the EU in Brussels sending bureaucrats to negotiate on the 35 individual chapters. That's a job only for the EU, and a very legal one at that. But the UK can help to sort of shape the context and the hinterland, which is going to help these things go forward. I mean, Peter was talking about the energy security thing, vital for the Ukrainians and others, where the UK has a big role to play. The second thing is the UK does a lot of technical assistance. And what the UK could do is to sort of hone its technical assistance to be in line with what, you know, the EU is trying to do. So, for example, if you know, the UK starts training Ukrainian civil servants, it will, you know, help to train them in ways that would also help them in terms of their EU accession. I think that's going to be an important sort of contribution too. I think finally it would be to sort of help Brussels to keep a broad strategic picture. I mean, the UK clearly would like to do a trade deal with Turkey. There have been lots of talks. Turkey is not very happy at the moment. It feels that of all of the candidate countries, it's been given by the Commission yesterday the most negative assessment. You've seen the press reports today. And I think one thing that the UK, with its sort of large strategic view, can do is, you know, to make the case for these difficult countries like Georgia, Bosnia, Turkey, which could easily fall off the wagon, Kosovo, of course, not yet a candidate, but up there, you know, to keep that sort of broader perspective and to help, you know, to sort of build bridges between these countries and Brussels at a very difficult time. It's not by accident that the UK has actually sent troops to Kosovo in recent days to help pacify the situation vis-a-vis Serbia. So there's a lot that the UK may not be a deciding power, but I think when enlargement comes along, providing it sort of works, you know, en bonne intelligence with Brussels, it can be a shaping power. Sorry, Peter, I didn't comment on the NATO angle. All I would say is that I think for NATO, it's very important to be very clear what sort of shape Ukraine has to be in order to be able to join NATO. Very difficult if it's divided with Russian troops occupying a substantial portion of its territory. So that would be, I think, the key thing. And secondly, having said that Ukraine can join when the conditions are met, what are the conditions? Whereas the EU is very specific when it comes to what conditions you have to fulfill, NATO isn't. It's very hazy on that. And I feel maybe a little bit more clarity from NATO with the summit in Washington coming up next year, the anniversary summit, might be useful. All I have to say on that, over now.
Okay, just very briefly then, on NATO enlargement, my own feeling is there's no security for Ukraine until it's a member of NATO. I think security guarantees without NATO membership, they've already found, don't mean anything. So that's got to be the objective, to get Ukraine into NATO. Of course, we've got to know what part of Ukraine is going to be subject to the NATO treaty, and as it can therefore only come after some sort of armistice. And historically, NATO membership has come before EU membership, so I hope that's doable. On the implications for the UK of this massive EU enlargement package now coming, first of all, it's going to consume most of the energy in Brussels for years to come. And it's going to therefore put the kind of things you were talking about with the previous panel, you know, renegotiation of bits and pieces of the TCA are going to be well down the Brussels agenda if they're coping with this massive enlargement load. It's going to mean far-reaching reform of the EU. There's no way that the EU can take Ukraine in without major reforms of the EU, of the budget, of the voting system, of structural funds and so on. All that could have implications for the UK in terms of our future relationship with the EU. And you can't have Ukraine into the EU unless there's far-going reform of Ukraine. Anti-corruption, reconstruction, and all the other tests that the EU will apply, and the UK's got major interests there as well. So I think this big package will involve the UK, and it will put UK-EU relations into a different context.
Nicola, we haven't forgotten your second question. We are going to go back to, but Cleo, you had something, I think.
It was a very brief couple of questions to the panelists.
What's this couple of questions stuff for starting?
Sorry. Just very simply, are you aware of any discussion between the UK and the EU or member states on cooperation on development? And secondly, are you aware of any discussions between the UK and the EU or the UK and member states on reforms to the UN?
Any of you aware of any discussions on development or UN reform between?
Yes to the first, and I don't know on the second. And yes on the first is, and this is a chance for a vulgar commercial break, that with Yannick and Joël, we're working on a report that will be published in January, looking at the broader foreign policy relationship between the UK and the EU and where we might go. But I think one of the things that we have become aware of through the process of information gathering and talking to people, that actually development is one of those paths that there is perhaps a more fruitful opportunity to have a discussion on UN reform. I mean, it's an interesting one because, you know, if we think about the integrated review, refresh, I mean, the UK has put itself in a place in which it's willing to think quite hard about what international institutions might be appropriate for the future. I'm not sure, but I'm sure I'll be corrected. I'm not sure whether the EU has yet had that kind of conversation in that way, and certainly not in, you know, the sort of higher level EU documents like the strategic compass, for example. It doesn't feature as an issue or as a interest.
Well, I think on the UN, both the UK and France have been quite reticent about discussing UN reform in the EU for obvious reasons of our structural position. And so I doubt that there's any discussion of that going on. On development, I hope there's cooperation going on day-to-day crisis efforts in Gaza and otherwhere. Could we work on development policy together? As Richard says, it's an interesting area.
Jamie?
Yeah, I've got a quick comment on the UN. My sense is that what the UK is doing now, even if we don't talk about global Britain like we did in the previous government, is to try to sort of be the international sort of do-gooder. And I mean that in a very positive way, the global convener. I mean, last week you saw Rishi Sunak organise this first ever AI security summit at Bletchley Park. He had the Chinese there, which is not very obvious these days in a Western sort of oriented meeting. He had the Secretary General of the United Nations there, the tech companies, 28 governments. You see the UK sort of starting to sort of get into this role of the country which invented the COVID-19 vaccine, which punches above its weight in science and technology, its first-class diplomatic service, of which Peter was an eminent member for many years. It can be the place where the global conversation takes place. And the reason I mention it is because Sunak suggested that what the UN could do would be to set up a panel equivalent to the International Panel on Climate Change, the IPCC, which has given us all of the expertise now that we have on climate change. A similar one for AI, maybe other technologies. So there's this interest, I think, of the UK partnering with the UN, not so much in what Peter mentioned, the hard issues of Security Council reform and the UN's role in peacekeeping, and it's not been brilliant, as we know, in terms of the crisis management, but when it comes to, the global conversation on climate change, on AI regulation, on space and satellites, access to COVID, vaccines, all of these things, the UK can be a very, very good partner, drawing on the legitimacy and the universality of the UN, but injecting, the ideas and the hard thinking, being that convener. So that's the way I think the UK-UN relationship in particular is going to go. Okay, that's my comment.
Thanks, Jamie. I feel incumbent on me to add that Jamie missed out world-leading universities to the list. But we've got 5 minutes left, and the big question that Nikolai posed that I saved because I think it is the big question in a way is, in the event either that the EU takes strategic autonomy seriously anyway, or that a Trump presidency means that they feel they have to take it more seriously than they had, is there a serious risk for the UK of suddenly feeling quite alone?
I mean, first of all, it depends what you mean by strategic autonomy.
The closed, not the open version.
I mean, if you mean what the French originally meant by it, which was basically autonomy from the US and taking an insurance policy against bad days with the US, well, I think then the UK it has to be involved because Europe developing its own real military muscle without the UK wouldn't make any sense at all. Again, if it's strategic autonomy, meaning vis-à-vis China, autonomy of technology, capacity of supply chains, resilience, well, again, yes, it seems to me absolutely inevitable that the UK needs to be part of that conversation in a Trump 2 world, because you can't make sense of future technology cooperation if you leave out one of the technological leaders in Europe. So I think that Trump 2 would push the UK and the EU together in developing what they actually meant by strategic autonomy, and the UK being more of a part of it than it is now.
I mean, that's very rational, but in the event that it means the development of indigenous, i.e. within the European Union, capabilities to make them more autonomous in the world, presumably that is a whole different kettle of fish.
Well, the only real military autonomy, the basis for military autonomy would have to be UK-French cooperation, with Germany building up its capabilities over the decade ahead. But if you're talking about a short-term reduction of US presence in Europe, for example, US presence for Ukraine, I don't see any way of a short-term solution or mitigation than the UK and France working much closer together. Whether that was in an EU framework or some different framework, I don't know. But I think that they are essential building blocks. So it may sound over-rational. It seems to me that that's how life will push us if we get to that point.
Okay, Jamie.
Yes, the European strategic autonomy didn't go down very well either in Washington or in Central and Eastern Europe, and so the French have taken to calling it open EU strategic autonomy to imply the impression that it's not meant to be exclusive, it's inclusive, the ability to work with others. And the agenda in Brussels, from where I'm speaking, has been considerably broadened, as you know. Now it's taken not so much to mean a European army, which isn't going to emerge anytime soon, although you can have, of course, multinational European units, but much more the resilience thing, you know, the reshoring or the friend-shoring, as Janet Yellen, the US Treasury Secretary, calls it. In other words, you know, bring your critical supply lines back home, have adequate stocks of vital components, whether it be vaccines or gas or fuel, you know, have lots of redundancy in your critical infrastructure, control foreign direct investment, you know, beneficial ownership of companies, you know, vis-a-vis hybrid campaigns, all of this kind of thing. You know, on the back of COVID, on the back of, you know, the big climate change incidents, you know, Southern Europe has been hit to a degree unprecedented this past summer with forest fires, with floods and so on, in bringing about this need for more cross-border cooperation to develop climate resilience and so on. And that's a kind of an agenda which, and goes down much better in the European Union, because even the Central and Eastern Europeans can go along with that. It's more economic, it's, as Peter was saying, it's more technological, it's not so military. And secondly, you know, resilience is a big UK thing. We pride ourselves, you know, on our national risk register and all of these things, that we also take critical infrastructure, resilience, cyber defense, all of these things very seriously. So to my mind, initially at least, not so much when it comes to, you know, the UK integrating some kind of European strategically autonomous army, but when it comes to, you know, joining these connected energy networks, you know, emergency response type of things, preparedness, you know, joint grids, raw material, rare earths, all of these things, I think, you know, there is a way that the UK would be interested in joining that. But of course, final word, it depends on the progress the EU makes. You know, the more the EU diplomatically, strategically, militarily is seen to be making strides, is moving forward, not what we see at the moment, where it's one step forward on Ukraine and then 2 steps back over the Middle East. But to the extent that the EU gets its act together and, you know, moves forward as a powerful sort of force in the world, but clearly the more the UK has to take it seriously and find ways of re-engaging in it. So a lot depends on what the EU's ability to live up to the rhetoric in the years ahead. But I think the resilience agenda is one where where bridges definitely do crisscross the channel.
Thanks, Jamie. Richard.
I mean, I agree with the analysis that it's important and should be mutually beneficial for both of them to be involved, because the analysis is probably the same. But I'm pessimistic with the evidence that we have in the defence area. The strategic compass, the EU's big sort of statement as to its interests and so on, has within it the idea that there'd be a big push on third country relationships. I mean, that's something that hasn't been pursued really to any significant degree. I think if you look at the EU's response to Ukraine, and particularly the ASAP programme on artillery ordnance, that hasn't been structured and pursued in a way that is open to third countries, including the UK, which has something significant to offer there. And then if you look at the longer term plan in terms of the European Defence Fund and something that Peter's committee was looking at yesterday, I mean, that's structured in such a way that the only country, third country or associated country that can participate is Norway, basically. So, that's not a setup that would give one any hope that this is a set of arrangements that have been put in place to allow, the European state, which has a significant contribution to make, could really add value and would sort of contribute to the idea that in the defence sphere this would be open rather than closed. I think I'm much more glass half empty rather than glass half full.
I'm all in favour of glass half empty. Right, thanks to some spectacular chairing, you now have 20 minutes for a cup of tea. But before you go, if you could please express your appreciation to the panel for what was a really interesting...
Covered a lot of ground.
really pleased to be here. I'm Sarah Hall. I'm a Senior Fellow and a Deputy Director at UK in a Changing Europe. And I'm going to be chairing this. Hussein has stressed to me that this is a panel rather than a round table, so hopefully I'll be able to implement panel-style activity. I'm delighted to be joined by a range of experts. I think this panel is a little bit different to some of the ones we've had earlier on, in that each panellist is bringing a sector-specific interest, but the common theme is really thinking about some of the key sectors and the key policy domains that are concerning both the EU and the UK, and really thinking about the ways in which relationships in those policy areas are developing. And rather provocatively, the title of the panel is around friction or cooperation. At UK in a Change Europe, we often think about this in terms of convergence and divergence, so we're hoping that those are some of the common themes that might come out. And without further ado, I'm going to introduce our first speaker. I should say that each speaker is going to make some opening remarks around their areas of specialty, and then we'll open the floor up to wider questions. So our first speaker is Andreas Stefan, who is going to talk particularly around issues relating to green and subsidy controls. Over to you.
Thanks very much. Hello, everyone. I'm one of the few people today with slides. Typical academic. Only 32 to get through in 8 minutes. So, So I'm a competition lawyer, and I'm going to focus today on subsidy control. But I want to begin just by giving a little bit of an update of what's happened with competition since the UK left the EU, since the end of the transition period. So there has been quite a bit more divergence than I and others had predicted. For example, we are taking a different approach to digital markets. There is the Digital Markets Competition and Consumer Bill that's going through at the moment, which is taking a more effects-based approach to regulating digital markets than the Digital Markets Act in the EU, which is more prescriptive. It's more about ex-ante regulation rather than ex-post, so telling big tech companies what they can and can't do. We also are seeing some divergence in terms of guidelines published by the Competition and Markets Authority and block exemption orders. We're also seeing very open lobbying of the UK to diverge from the EU. Only this week, the shipping industry has asked the UK to retain an exemption from competition law that has existed for many, many decades, basically on the grounds that in order to ship containers across the world, shipping companies should be allowed to talk to each other about the fees they charge, a sort of cartel. The EU is going to end the block exemption because they've decided that shipping has become a very concentrated industry, and there isn't much effective competition, but we are being lobbied to go in a different direction. Many of you will have heard about the Microsoft-Activision merger. So this was a merger that was approved by the European Commission that was initially blocked by the Competition and Markets Authority. And again, some very open lobbying. I can't remember who it was from either of these firms or from the industry, but they said the UK is closed for business, the CMA is out of control, and all this sort of business, writing to the PM, asking them to rein in competition policy. And in the end, the CMA managed to reach an agreement with Microsoft and Activision on remedies that would address some of their competition concerns. But perhaps the biggest divergence has been in subsidy control, or state aid as it is known in EU law. And this was touted as an area where there could be a real Brexit success story, because EU state aid rules were perceived as being very prescriptive, a very tight system of regulation which was difficult to negotiate. And alongside this, what we've had is a movement from both the Conservatives and the Labour to devolve spending decisions away from Westminster. So the Labour Party in particular wants to devolve a lot of spending to mayors and local authorities and devolve governments. And of course that will mean that subsidies won't just be granted by government departments at Westminster, but potentially by local authorities across the country. So let me give you a very quick 30-second crash course on EU state aid rules. So basically, in the European Union, there is a general prohibition on subsidies that distort competition and trade between member states under Article 107 of the Treaty for the Functioning of the European Union. And this prohibition is very wide. Basically, the starting point is that subsidies are illegal. because the meaning of this is very, very wide. Most subsidies will potentially distort trade between member states. So what you do in order to grant a subsidy is you look for an exemption. There's a few very narrow exemptions. You look to benefit from the block exemption regulation, which basically allows subsidies that are the most beneficial types of subsidies, or you have to give prior notification to the European Commission and they approve it after doing a balancing test. So they balance the distortion of competition against not just the sorts of concerns we tend to have in competition law, like consumer welfare and efficiency, but also things like social and regional cohesion, environmental protection, growth and competitiveness and things like that. Now, under the TCA, whereas the UK didn't have very much to abide by in terms of competition law, there were actually very, very detailed provisions in the TCA to do with state aid. So if you remember back to the Boris Johnson government, it was one of the big sticking points. The worry was that the UK would become Singapore on Thames, massive spending of subsidies. At the time, Johnson, Jeremy Corbyn, Dominic Cummings all wanted light WTO-style controls on subsidies, not EU state aid. But in the TCA, we have to follow the principles which broadly reflect this balancing exercise. But the UK approach is fundamentally different, apart from the fact that these principles have to be abided by. So under the new UK subsidy control regime, the starting point is an assumption that subsidies are legal. And there is no notification or approval process. There is not even a formal regulator. So we are required to have an appropriate body overseeing subsidy control, and that is the Subsidy Advice Unit within the Competition and Markets Authority, who play a purely advisory role. They haven't got the power to decide that a subsidy is unlawful or order that it be recovered or anything like that. They just give advice, and subsidies that are very large, there's a mandatory referral system. But basically, the enforcement of the subsidy control regime relies entirely on private enforcement, on interested parties, those who might be disadvantaged by the subsidy, bringing a challenge before the Competition Appeal Tribunal. And interestingly, acts of the Westminster Parliament are not subject to this regime, but laws that come from the devolved administrations are. So is this new regime more flexible and a Brexit success story in the way that it was meant to be? Well, there are aspects of it that are a lot more flexible than EU state aid. So authorities self-assess against the principles rather than seeking notification. So there's no hold-up, there's no notifying to a regulator and waiting to hear back. Enforcement depends not only on interested parties noticing that the subsidy is being given, and that's done through a transparency website, but also being willing to bring a challenge within 28 days. And when they do, the grounds for challenge are very narrow. They're judicial review only. So basically, you can only challenge a subsidy if the awarding authority didn't adhere to the principles or under general public law grounds, which are illegality, irrational, or procedural unfairness. On the other hand, there are ways in which the new regime is less flexible than the EU. In particular, we are one of the only countries in the world to have a domestic subsidy control regime. So most countries only worry about subsidies to the extent of international trade agreements or the WTO rules on subsidy, both of which tend to lack teeth. They tend to concern goods and not services and be based on a system of reporting. But there are two other very more important aspects. The first one is that the block exemption provides a lot of legal certainty in EU law. And we do have an equivalent in the UK, which is streamlined routes, but they are far more limited, as you'll see in a moment, than the equivalent in the EU. The other problem is that abiding by these principles requires quite a bit of technical knowledge and technical ability. So, for example, one of them is that authorities awarding a subsidy must be satisfied that subsidies' beneficial effects should outweigh any negative effects, including, in particular, negative effects on competition. Now, I haven't got time to go into the technicalities of what this exercise would involve to be done properly, but it's an exercise that even the European Commission and the CMA get wrong sometimes. So the idea that Norwich City Council can be satisfied that competition will not be distorted by a subsidy they give in the Norwich area is quite ambitious. But all of this has been overshadowed by the EU Green Industrial Plan and the fact that a couple of things have happened. So first of all, there was a crisis framework to do with COVID, then one to do with the Ukraine war, which basically hit pause on a lot of the key aspects of EU state aid by allowing member states to spend very, very generously. But the second thing that's happened is the United States adopted the Inflation Reduction Act, so something like 320 billion in subsidies for green industries, provided that the main production occurs in North America. And of course, this forced the EU's hand. And so what we have is a very odd situation where the big fear was that the UK would spend a fortune on subsidies before the Brexit happened, when actually it's the EU. And this table here shows you, firstly, the red is how much the maximum subsidy for things like feasibility studies has gone up by in the block exemption, compared to what's allowed under the UK streamlined routes maximum equivalent. So, sort of linking back to the discussion in one of the other panels, it is strange that the British government hasn't made more of a fuss about this. The fact the EU is actually, really kind of pushing pause on EU state aid and being far more generous with the money that can be awarded. I better stop there because I realise there's others and there will be more chance to talk, but if you're fascinated by subsidies now that you've heard me speak for 8 minutes and you think I'd really like to learn more, a paper I'd written on this subject was published in the Modern Law Review last month and is available on open access, so anybody can read it for free. Thanks very much.
I'm sure an invitation to write a UK and a Changing Europe blog based on your open access paper will be winging its way to you shortly. And thanks so much for sticking to time. So we're going to take a whistle-stop tour through different sectors. So I'm going to invite Scott James to talk about financial services. Honestly, obviously a key strategic interest for the UK in particular.
Yeah, thank you very much indeed, and thanks very much for the invite. So I will kind of rattle through the sort of state of play with financial services where we are and sort of speculate a bit more on life beyond 2024. I think that the first thing to note is that the Sunak era in sort of financial services policy really starts in February 2020, of course, when he becomes Chancellor, because he's really led sort of financial services policy from the Treasury. So in that sense, financial services is a bit unusual in the sense there's a lot more continuity, and we're kind of coming up to sort of 4 years of the Sunak era in this sense. So we've got a good sense of what Sunak's position is on financial services. That said, there has been some significant changes and a sort of rowing back on the government's initial ambitions, which were sort of framed around Big Bang 2. And this idea that you could push for a more substantive deregulation of financial services to boost the growth of the city, that this would be a sort of quick win for the UK post-Brexit. And we've seen a gradual sort of rowing back on that. Where we are kind of up to, building on the UK government's post-Brexit strategy, a new chapter for financial services, which was set out in July 2021. And again, was very much framed by Sunak's thinking in the Treasury. Very ambitious, talking about making the UK a world leader in green finance, a fintech hub, strengthening all these financial services relationships with emerging economies, China, etc., new arrangements with Switzerland and other EEA member states. What we've seen since then is the big sort of legislative piece is the Financial Services and Markets Act, which was passed earlier this year, which sets out to repeal retained EU law in this area and deliver a so-called smarter regulatory framework. So this is really the substance of what the Sunak-era reforms set out to achieve. The Edinburgh reforms, which were defined, set out by Jeremy Hunt back in December 22, sets out no fewer than 31 regulatory proposals of varying degrees of ambitiousness. Some of them are really quite ambivalent in terms of what they're trying to achieve, and critics sort of noted at the time that this was a sort of laundry list or a wish list of things that they wanted to do. But nonetheless, it's quite sort of broad and ambitious in scope. Not going through them all in detail, but the sort of headline pieces of financial regulation which the government has sought to revise and reform and therefore push for more divergence on are things like Solvency II, the insurance regulation, the prospectus regulation to make it easier for companies to register with the London Stock Exchange, areas around securitisation, MiFID II, short selling and money market funds. And where we have seen some changes, or at least rhetoric around changes, is rowing back on bank ring fencing for smaller banks in the UK, and of course the banker's bonus cap, which has now been scrapped. And other reforms around wholesale markets and the senior managers regime. So it is a bit of a long sort of technical list. How do we kind of make sense of all this? Work that I've done with Lucia Quaglia, we sort of talk about this in terms of differentiated de-Europeanisation or differentiated divergence. So what we're seeing is actually quite a really mixed picture. There are some areas, particularly around capital markets in fintech, where the UK really is trying to diverge from the EU, albeit in a very sort of incremental way. But that's not the whole story, because also if you look at sort of bank capital and the latest iteration of Basel III rules, actually you see the UK going beyond EU and international standards. So there's divergence, but in another direction, where the UK is actually trying to become more stringent. There's other forms of sort of de-Europeanisation, passive de-Europeanisation, where it's the EU diverging from the UK, particularly around crypto regulation. And also, I mean, things like Solvency II, we argue, is potentially a case of failed de-Europeanisation, because actually the UK and the EU are actually moving unilaterally in the same direction, and therefore you don't really get any sort of meaningful deregulation. More recent developments, the Memorandum of Understanding, you'll remember, was sort of drafted back in 21. This was signed in June 23. The Windsor Framework sort of paves the way for the Memorandum of Understanding on Financial Regulation to kick in. And the substance of that is this joint EU-UK Financial Regulatory Forum, which met for the first time in October this year. And you can kind of look at what was discussed. There's some quite interesting issues around the sort of things that they talked about and how they foresee this forum kind of evolving in the future, things like cross-border implementation issues. There's a big emphasis on international standards and making sure that the UK and the EU comply with whatever international rules and standards develop in this area. There's some mention of equivalence and discussion around equivalence issues, but the EU and the Commission have always made clear that this is not the forum for substantively discussing equivalence issues. This is just a way of sharing information about where the two sides stand with respect to implementation of equivalence. More interestingly, in some ways, there's some scope for discussion of macroprudential developments and financial stability issues, which is particularly important at the moment, and also sharing information on the UK and the EU's position in international negotiations, which again is a long-standing sort of tradition of regulators on both sides. Where I will kind of finish is sort of thinking beyond this, because so far, you know, there's a lot of discussion. We've got this regulatory forum set up. How might this kind of evolve, and what are we kind of looking for longer term? It's impossible to predict, but I'm going to say there are sort of 8 known unknowns which might shape the sort of future direction of UK-EU relations in this area. One is that there's a lot of politics coming up. So there's obviously the British election, the European parliamentary election, but also the US election. We keep mentioning the US, we keep mentioning Trump, and Trump version 2, should such a thing come about. But that is important, particularly in an area like financial services, because a Trump presidency or a Republican presidency makes international standards in finance less likely, because Trump and the Republicans don't like those sort of multilateral negotiations. And that makes EU-UK alignment on financial services more difficult. It adds an extra layer of complication, because there's no kind of international reference point which you can use as your starting point for discussion around sort of quiet alignment. Second issue is geopolitics. All financial regulation is increasingly geopolitical now and geostrategic. The EU's broader agenda around open strategic autonomy is increasingly leaking into financial services and financial regulation. You see French and German banking lobby groups explicitly talking about the EU defending and supporting strategic autonomy in finance and payments, for example, and euro clearing. Again, the Commission is still very much pushing on bringing clearing of euro-denominated derivatives back from London, back to the Eurozone, ostensibly for financial stability reasons, but increasingly and interestingly framed around this idea of strategic autonomy as well. But that will have to be balanced against other geopolitical objectives like cooperation on financial security and sanctions. Okay, so there's a sort of balancing act to perform there. Financial stability is an ongoing concern. We've seen in recent years the collapse of SVB, the problems around Credit Suisse, the collapse of FTX. So there's all these new and kind of ongoing cross-border regulatory issues which requires cooperation. There's the long shadow of Trussonomics. There's the long shadow of the September 22 gilt crisis, which I think is spurring, and if you read Andrew Bailey's speech from yesterday, I think, on this, the bank is very much pushing for closer UK-EU cooperation around the management of LDI funds, liability-driven investment funds, which is part of what happened back in September 22. So these offshore funds predominantly based in Dublin and Luxembourg, so it's very much in the UK's interest to sort of come up with some sort of cooperative supervisory arrangement for those. Euro clearing, I already mentioned, the Commission is pushing for EU banks to have a yet non-defined level of Euro clearing domiciled within the Eurozone, and they've set a June 25 deadline for that. I think the deadline for that will slip considerably, but nonetheless, it's clear that the Commission is still kind of pushing that agenda. There's likely to be new international standards, notwithstanding what happens in Washington in November, particularly in the area of non-bank financial institutions, so shadow banking and digital finance. This is kind of the gap in financial regulation and international standards that's left from 2010. And again, the Bank of England has always been a cheerleader around that. Final point is closer to home, how the kind of next few years might pan out. Something I call central bank dominance. Central banks have never been more powerful than they are now. The Bank of England has never been more powerful than it is now. And again, a legacy, I think, of the September 22 crisis is that the Bank of England is in this very sort of dominant position. I think that puts an incoming Labour government, Starmer government, in a particular position. So I think Starmer and Reeves, if they come to power, they're obviously going to be relatively politically experienced. So I think what you'll see for the first couple of years is a lot of deference to the Bank of England and to Andrew Bailey on financial services policy, in the same way that George Osborne deferred a lot to Mervyn King, certainly in the first couple of years of the coalition government. So I think that is an important factor. On the structures of cooperation, and I think this will push for more continuity under a Labour government, or we'll see more continuity over the next couple of years. I think regulators and the city actually quite like the current arrangements. They quite like the quiet politics of the Financial Regulatory Forum because it's depoliticised. And the last thing they want is to kind of open up this whole area of financial services. And the last thing they want are big, noisy politics negotiations around a free trade agreement with a financial services chapter. Because particularly what the city are terrified about is as soon as you do that, financial services ends up then getting traded off against other policy areas as part of that bigger political negotiation. So they actually quite like the quiet politics of the arrangements that are now being put in place. So I think that, again, will be a sort of dynamic for continuity. I'll stop there.
Great, thank you very much. We're now going to move sectors and move to Vivian Garvey from Queen's University Belfast. Over to you.
Yeah, thank you very much. I'm now going to talk about the environment and climate change. I'm very happy that there has been quite a few mentions already of climate, especially earlier today. So I guess starting, we have, compared to competition, compared to energy, if we look at the treaties, we have actually quite a limited legal base, both, and goes in quite different directions. So in the withdrawal agreement, in the Windsor Framework, we have some kind of dynamic alignment on a very narrow part of the EU environmental acquis. Whereas in the Trade and Cooperation Agreement, we have the level playing field and this idea of non-regression, but it is a very, we haven't yet tested how that non-regression is going to work. A lot of it has to be around trade, like you need to be able to measure impact on trade before the non-regression can kick in. So I guess in a way and that's why I'm going to talk about everyone's favorite EU climate instrument, CBAM, as one of these areas in which this kind of impact could be felt. Now, we have that limited legal base. We also have some mixed kind of political appetite or mood music when it comes to cooperation on climate. So if we look back to July, we start July 2023 with the Parliamentary Partnership Assembly meeting. We've got parliamentarians from both sides meeting and talking about things they'd like to do together. And cooperation on climate is seen as one of the big things they should be doing. We should set up a new specialized committee on net zero to help the UK and the EU work together to achieve net zero. Now, if you work in the environmental sector, you know that then by the end of July, what we have is the Prime Minister announcing that, of course, new licenses for oil and gas is perfectly compliant with a net zero agenda in the UK. And so alarm bells ringing on the EU side of things. Oh, is the UK stopping being a climate leader? Is the UK someone we can trust to actually deliver on its international commitment when it comes to climate change? So we kind of push and pull on climate ambition, especially on the UK side, ahead of the election. And finally, when it comes to the environment, what we've seen is limited capacity on the UK side. The UK has decided to take on a lot with the choice to, for example, reproduce a UK REACH instead of just keeping on participating in the EU system around chemicals. And we already know that the UK is just not managing to keep pace with registration of new chemicals. And so we're having already a strained system on the UK side in terms of just delivering on climate and environmental ambition after Brexit. Now, that brings us to CBAM. In case you do not know what CBAM is this carbon border adjustment mechanism. It's been talked about for a long time at EU level. It's finally passed. The idea is all about trying to handle carbon leakage. And so the idea is that you wouldn't want producers in the EU to be undercut by imports coming to the EU that did not have to face as much carbon prices. And so the idea is that these sectors that are under the ETS, so the emission trading system, the carbon market, carbon price market in the EU, it's like cement, hydrogen, electricity, fertilizers, all of that, that you would have not just to pay your carbon price if you're producing into the EU, but if you're an EU importer, you'd have to first be able to monitor and to establish how much emission is embedded in what you import into the EU. And then once you have measured those embedded emission, you'd have to buy CBAM credits, which would be at the same price of internal ETS credits, so that you would have to pay the equivalent carbon price that you would have had you produced it within the EU. And that's where it becomes a bit complex. Of course, if you also have a carbon price levied abroad in the country that is producing what you're importing, then you can depending on if that price is lower than the EU, you can claim back some of that price, right? So you're not going to pay if you've already, It's a very complex system. It is at the very beginning of its implementation. What we are now in that first phase where we're going to see only a few sectors impacted, and they're going to be at first for the first 2 years, 24 to 26, just monitoring and trying to measure those embedded emissions, and the credits will kick in from 2026 onward. The UK, on its own end, has done a consultation on whether the UK should do a CBAM. That was running over the summer. We are still waiting for the outcome of the consultation, like the government actually saying what they're going to do on the basis of that consultation. But, of course, the fact that we have this weird moment in climate action on the UK level raises a lot of questions of what's going to happen. Now, CBAM in Brexit is complex, also because CBAM and the ETS in general is complex with Brexit, because Northern Ireland is a tiny bit part of the EU ETS. So wholesale electricity, for wholesale electricity, Northern Ireland is within the EU ETS. For everything else, it is within the UK ETS. Now, of course, we're not going to expect, hopefully not, CBAM credits being levied for trade within the island of Ireland, but then that raises questions of can the EU expect CBAM costs to be put between GB and NI trade? For all of those NI CBAM things, I would strongly suggest you look at the work my colleagues at the Centre for Inclusive Trade Policy have done. They've done a huge amount of reports on this. So go to citp.ac.uk, find out more about this. But for now, because we don't have much time, I'm going to look at more CBAM GB issues, which is even if we have a similar type of CBAM, if the paperwork is different, you're still going to have costs in terms of implementing it. And that means EU importers are going to just look to the biggest UK firms that will be better able to handle this, and they're not going to keep on trading with SMEs in those sectors. Even if we have, an ETS in the UK, which we have, because the costs are different, because the price of carbon is different, we're going to have CBAM EU costs. So currently we are around 39 quid per tonne in the in the UK carbon price, and 81 euros per tonne in the EU one. So there's a massive difference right now in carbon price between the UK and the EU. So the easiest solution is for the EU and UK to link their ETS, and there's possibilities for that under the Trade and Cooperation Agreement, and for the UK to mirror a CBAM, and to mirror the EU CBAM down to the same type of paperwork to limit, friction there. Now, is that politically feasible? Is it politically feasible before the election or after? Arguably, I don't think it's politically feasible before the election. Alignment is a hot potato, and it's not something that I can see currently this current government saying, of course, we are going to first be more ambitious on climate. That is just exactly what they're not doing. And of course, we're going to just align with the EU. That goes against everything that I would expect the Conservatives want to say ahead of an election. That makes it perhaps much more interesting for if we were to have a Labour government after the election. Now, that doesn't mean that it makes it easy. We still have massive issues around the capacity in the UK and massive issues around trust between the UK and the EU. Here, the Retained EU Law Revocation and Reform Act has not helped, and even though some of that issues have been solved, in fact, there is much less EU legislation that is going to be chopped come the end of December. You still have a lot of powers for ministers to change a lot of those environmental rules, and so potentially kick in these non-regression concerns. Nevertheless, I think it is an extremely interesting moment and extremely interesting opportunity for the UK, irrespective in many ways of whoever is in charge, for both better relationship and rebuilding that trust and rebuilding that kind of practical cooperation, but also to manage the other front of divergence, which is the intra-UK one. So in the first one, what we have, so Graham Stewart, who's a kind of minister for net zero, has announced back in the spring that the UK has been given observer status for this informal expert group in Brussels to actually decide how we're going to monitor, how we're going to measure these embedded emissions. Now, observer status is not full membership, of course, but that means the UK is in those negotiations around how we are going to measure these emissions. And the UK is then in a position to say, oh, by the way, we're doing a lot of research, we've found these kind of potential issues. So the UK can contribute meaningfully to this discussion if it wants. The other thing is that, of course, what we're seeing on the environment-climate issue is that we are seeing currently the UK government using the UK Internal Market Act to stymie innovation and to stymie policy divergence coming from Wales and coming from Scotland, whether on single-use plastics or whether on deposit return scheme for bottles. And that's kind of okay, I guess, from a Conservative government that is rowing back on environmental ambition. It's going to be much more problematic if you have a Labour government that says we're going to do a lot on climate, but also we're going to prevent Scotland and Wales from doing a lot of climate. Instead they come with a position, we're going to work with our EU partners and be more ambitious on climate, well, that cuts the grass under the Scottish and the Welsh government who want to keep pace with the EU, because suddenly the UK as a whole would keep pace with the EU. Suddenly the UK as a whole would be more ambitious on climate. So it'd be a very smart thing to do. But in terms of the practical difficulties of limited capacity and the fact that the CBAM costs will start being levied from 2026 onward, that means irrespective of if you've got the ambition, it's still going to be extremely difficult to do within the allocated time.
and as it was extremely difficult to talk to you about this within the allocated time. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you. I'm now going to hand over to Catherine Barnard from the University of Cambridge and UK in a Changing Europe.
Thank you. Well, thank you very much for that, and thank you to all of those of you who've worked so hard organising this. I'm going to talk a bit about migration, which is another small subject that I've got about 8 minutes to tackle. Now, of course, migration is the area where there has been the most significant divergence because, of course, we have left the single market, and, of course, that meant that free movement was turned off. And it has been turned off comprehensively, but, of course, that's not the end of the story. Because there are 7 million or so people who have applied for EU settled status or pre-settled status under the withdrawal agreement. And those were both EU nationals, but also their third country national family members who were able to apply under the scheme, and also a bunch of others, which have been much more tricky, so-called Ruiz Zambrano carers and Tejera carers, which are those who fall under various bits of case law of the Court of Justice. Now, everyone who wanted to continue lawfully residing in the UK who fell into those groups had to apply for EU settled status. 7.4 million have applied, 49% got settled status, 38% got pre-settled status, and about 500,000 have had their applications refused. And there is a now significant backlog because although the deadline for applying for settled status was the 30th of June 2021, it was always possible to make a late application provided you had reasonable grounds. And there are a number of reasonable grounds, but essentially they were about vulnerability, because you're either a child or because you lack the mental or physical capacity to apply late. Something quite significant has changed over the summer. Prior to the summer, the UK government actually took a rather generous approach to delayed applications and were quite supportive of them. And what we were seeing was that there were people who arrived after the UK had left the EU who stuck in an application for settled status, even though they were not legally entitled to it. They got certificates of application and were able to work and put their kids in school. And now they're caught up in the backlog of the 150,000 cases which have not been looked at. Now, what happened over the summer was that the Home Office has really quite significantly upped the ante, and it made it much, much more difficult to apply late. They will accept applications for those who've got reasonable grounds for doing so, but now there is what's called a validity test, and with the validity test they will only start looking at your application if you go through the validity threshold, which looks at whether you were really a vulnerable person, and that's why you made your application late. And there is no appeal, as far as we can see, against being turned down at that validity stage. So what we're seeing is 2 and a bit years on, it is now significantly harder to apply for settled status. Meanwhile, there was a question about what happened to those who'd got pre-settled status, i.e. who'd got less than 5 years residence in the UK. The original position was that they should have applied to upgrade to settled status. The only problem is lots of people didn't know they had to do it. If you work from university or the NHS, you probably know, but if you work in a chicken factory, it's much less likely that you do know. So the IMA, the Independent Monitoring Authority, brought an interesting and important case seeking judicial review of this requirement to upgrade, and they had a comprehensive victory in December 2022, where the High Court recognised that you could not lose your status simply because you had failed to upgrade from pre-settled status to settled status. The problem is the government has really struggled to work out what to do about it. They have made some announcements and have tried to use digital footprints to check and to help people to sort of automatically upgrade, but that presupposes you have a digital footprint, which you're likely to do if you work in a university or a hospital, because you will have been registered with Inland Revenue, but those are the very people who would have known to upgrade in the first place. It's the chicken factory workers and those on 0 hours contracts who have a very patchy digital footprint, and it's that group that's not been protected. But the courts have done something else. I don't know if you saw yesterday, there was an important decision handed down by the Court of Appeal in a case called AT. Now, AT was about a Romanian woman, never worked in the UK, a victim of domestic abuse, ended up in a homeless shelter or domestic refuge shelter. She was denied universal credit because she only had pre-settled status. And one of the questions that was raised was, could she stay, look, she's destitute and she should get universal credit. Well, under the rules, because she's only pre-settled status, the answer was no. But the interesting bit, and why AT is potentially really significant, is the court said that in the case of these highly vulnerable people, the Charter will apply. The Charter of Fundamental Rights will apply. The Charter of Fundamental Rights, which we did not carry across in the 2018 Act, will apply to these very vulnerable people, and therefore the DWP has got to do an individualised assessment in the case of each person likely to be rendered destitute to see whether this would be a breach of their fundamental rights. And I think the answer generally to that question would be yes. So lots happening in respect of EUSS, and even though we don't think that there are 7 million EU nationals living in the UK, there are certainly a very large number of EU nationals living in the UK, and remember, they will have rights as if they were still, we were still in the EU, until the latest child in their family has died. So we're talking decades and decades of application of the withdrawal agreement. Now, of course, migration's a hugely sensitive issue outside the EUSS world. I just want to say a little bit about that in the UK, and then a word about UK-EU cooperation. It will be only a word because there's not much to say. Now, in respect of other matters, the government, Suella Braverman, repeatedly talks about all of the safe and legal routes for coming to the UK. Well, in fact, if you look hard, there are a small number of safe and legal routes for those who are not able to come as economic migrants and pay the extraordinary visa fees that are necessary to come under the economic migration scheme. So for all the talk about the safe and legal routes, in fact, they basically boil down to 4. There's various schemes for Ukrainians. There's the BNO scheme for people with British nationality in Hong Kong. Or not for British nationality or overseas, not in Hong Kong. There are some very, very small schemes for Afghans. There's the Afghan resettlement scheme, which has taken about 20,000 people. There's the Arab scheme for those who help the British government or military. But otherwise, there is nothing for Afghans. And then there are the fourth group is there are a bunch of resettlement schemes which are run in conjunction with UNHCR. And the UNHCR refers refugees to the UK government, and we've taken about 20,000 under those schemes. But otherwise, there is nothing else for anyone to come to the UK. And why do I emphasise that? Well, the bottom line is, of course, that's why we've got proliferation of people coming on small boats, because they're desperate. They're desperate because they can't fit under the schemes I've just outlined, and they certainly can't come in as highly skilled migrants because often they're not, and also they cannot afford the visa fees. And just so you get a flavour of how large the visa fees are, if you're coming for 5 years and there's 4 of you, so the worker, spouse and 2 children, the visa fees are about £30,000. And so this is quite dramatic. They went up last month, significantly over inflation. Now, of course, if you're coming from Afghanistan, the chance of you having that sort of money is for the birds. So it brings us back to small boats. Now, it's absolutely the case that the number of small boats has gone up dramatically. Just to give you a flavour, in 2020, 8,500 people came on small boats. In 2022, it was 45,500. So, I mean, it's absolutely clear the numbers are going up. Paradoxically, it's a sign of great success. It's a sign of great success because it means that the other routes that people were coming by, namely climbing under the Eurostar and trying to get into the backs of lorries, all of that has been turned off through extraordinary government intervention both in the UK and France. And so once those routes have been turned off, they are trying other routes, and there are a lot of smugglers who have tried to help them, which has led to 2 major pieces of legislation, the Nationality and Borders Act 2022, which did all sorts of things, not least to say that if you came through a safe third country, which by definition, if you were coming from Calais, you would have done, you shouldn't be able to claim asylum. And most recently, the Illegal Migration Act 2023, which is intended to pave the way for the Rwanda scheme. It imposes a duty on the Home Secretary to ensure that those who've arrived on small boats are removed from the UK, and they either get removed to their home country or to safe third countries, which includes Rwanda. Big question then is how safe is Rwanda? Well, the Court of Appeal said, actually, we don't think it is that good. Court of Appeal said, if you are sent to Rwanda, there's a real risk of being returned to your home country from which you have fled, and therefore there's a real risk of you being subject to persecution or other inhumane treatment. Now, this case, of course, has gone to the Supreme Court, and I think it was just announced this morning the Supreme Court is going to hand down its judgment on the 15th of November. So we shall then see. Now, from this point of view, the UK is showing a degree of cooperation, or at least trying to lead the way. Austria is trying to copy the UK Rwandan scheme, but there is a major difference. And the major difference is that the Austrian version of the scheme will send people to Rwanda for processing, but if they get asylum, they're allowed to come back to Austria. Under the British version of the scheme, you get sent to Rwanda, you're processed in Rwanda, and if you get asylum status, you stay in Rwanda. So there is cooperation at that extent. Now, I'm just about to wrap up, just to say, what about any other cooperation? Answer, very little at the moment. There is a little bit of bilateralism, perhaps most famously the UK-France Sandhurst Treaty, which is the one where the UK gives quite a large sum of money to France to try and get France to be a bit more enthusiastic about policing the frontiers. And there are some talk, there's some rumours that there might be some sort of bilateral arrangements in the pipeline whereby school trips can come to the UK without having to go through all of the hoops that are there at the moment. But other than that, there's not a whole lot to report. Thank you very much indeed.
Great. Thank you very much. I'd now like to invite our final speaker, Anthony Foggett from Chatham House, who's going to discuss energy policy for about 5 to 10 minutes if you can, so that we can open the floor. That's great, thank you.
Far more interesting questions than listening to me. Thanks very much to the other speakers, it's fascinating. Talking about energy, I mean, I guess as in other sectors, it was never part of the referendum. We didn't discuss energy, but yet it's had a profound immediate impact and longer-term consequences for both the way in which the UK operates its energy systems, but also its relationship with the EU and the rest of the world. So in terms of my maybe 7 minutes, I'll just talk about a bit about what the immediate impact was and then how that's changed over time. and I'll skip through bits of this because I think some of it has been touched. But yeah, firstly, the immediate consequences. But it's important to stress, as has been mentioned, that Northern Ireland remains part of the EU's, part of Ireland's single energy market. So it operates on a different regime to the rest of GB. And in particular, that's impacted in terms of the way in which the energy systems operate. A significant part of that is electricity and the gas interconnectors. And in summary, basically, because of Brexit, we are now operating the interconnectors in a different way that is less efficient, and therefore electricity trade is more expensive. It's not huge, but its percentage is different. That difference in terms of the way in which the interconnectors were operated and the fact that the UK was no longer a member state of the EU led to a slowdown and in some cases a stopping of the construction of interconnectors, in particular to France. So that occurred in the years immediately following the referendum. In terms of the gas sector, probably the most important, or one of the significant opportunities was or change was the reciprocity agreement about security of supply and the requirement for a member state to supply another member state with gas, in particular those sectors that were most affected. And we saw that was potentially significant last winter over Ukraine. The UK also left not only the EU institutions, but many of the energy bodies associated with them. So things like the European Council of Regulators and the network, the system operators organisations. Also, in terms of what the UK lost, was areas around finance. So from a research and development perspective, a project development through the Trans-European network. Regional funds were a significant supplier of energy funding. And then, of course, things like the European Investment Bank was a major investor within the energy sector. The other things worth flagging is in terms of Euratom. So the Euratom Treaty was a separate legal body to the EU. It supported and supplied the oversight on civil nuclear power. And as we've left that, so we've had to set up our own institutions in this area. And then the final area, which I would touch upon, but we'll skip over, is obviously around climate change and the emissions trading scheme that are really quite fundamental and remain important today. Also, just to touch upon and mention the review of, which was mentioned in the previous section or the previous panel, in terms of in 2026, June 2026, energy is another one of these areas in which there should be a review. And we've already noted that energy is less of a priority, and already the French government have made a link between fishing and electricity around the Channel Islands. So it will not be divorced from the wider political context, and I think energy will be lower down the priority list. So in terms of where we are with the current status, again, as with other things, we've seen the war in Ukraine really quite fundamentally changing the relationship between the UK and the EU. Energy, as we're all too aware, was a huge part of the consequences of the war for individuals within member states and the UK. Probably most significant from a UK perspective was that the UK, before the war, had most of the significant liquefied natural gas import infrastructure, which meant that the UK has been, and in particular was, a significant land bridge for the importation of natural gas into continental Europe. And in 2022, the UK's imports of LNG, so through the existing infrastructure, increased by 74%. But virtually all of that was passed through into the EU member states. So we increased it, but it wasn't burnt within the EU, within the UK. And around 18%, so nearly 1 in 5 tons of gas in the EU storage at the start of last winter had flowed through the UK. So this was hugely significant, and I think it indicated to both the UK and the EU the fact of the interconnection of the markets. So Europe's energy market was much bigger than the EU single market, and I think that has had knock-on consequences that we've started to see. So in terms of the electricity interconnectors, we've seen the those that were suspended, some of those haven't gone ahead, but others have been built. And in fact, since the referendum, there's been the completion of the IFA 2 in France, North Sea Link to Norway, and Electrolink to France. There's 3 more interconnectors, with the starting and development to those to Denmark, Germany, and Ireland. So interconnectors have, in some ways, back on track, and there's been a significant increase in the flow of electricity between the continent and the UK. Also, as was mentioned, it's quite interesting in 2022, because of problems in the French nuclear fleet, there was a net export of electricity from the UK to the continent for the first time. That's been reversed, but it just indicates that the advantages from a security of supply perspective of greater flows of electricity. Also, as was mentioned before, the North Sea Energy Cooperation, one of the things in the short Liz Truss administration that she did was say that the UK would become re-engaged within this. And this is really important. This is about offshore electricity, offshore wind in the North Sea, and makes total sense. Why would the UK and the EU have different regulatory regimes when something is so important to the future? It's probably worth flagging that in terms of Euratom, I mentioned this was one of the areas that we left. And again, it was mentioned earlier this morning in terms of the fact that the UK has rejoined the Horizon 2020, the research programme. It has not done so with Euratom. They've said that the quote says that it's too late. And I think that may be because part of that is fusion, and a lot of the EU's fusion goes to the ITER in France, which isn't really going very well. So, we haven't rejoined the fusion programme. ETS was mentioned, I think, is really important. It'd be interesting to discuss whether or not we think in 2026 this is an opportunity for the UK to have a linked ETS, which was always intended, but was stopped for various reasons. And so in terms of the way forward, firstly, I would say in terms of energy, we're still approaching another winter. And last winter, in some ways, we got away with it. There was a much milder winter. China had more gas available because of COVID. We have to see. So energy, I think, will remain part of the political agenda over the coming months and probably rise up the political agenda. I've mentioned the issue about offshore wind. I think that's really important. I think the ETS and linking an ETS makes total sense for everyone and is an area in which you could see cooperation. It could happen under the radar. It won't become a political issue. Nobody cares whether or not the UK has an ETS which is linked or not, but would require significant changes, maybe in terms of the rejoining or recognising the European Court of Justice, which would open the door in a number of areas. But I think that would be a step in which you would see then greater cooperation and a recognition within the energy sector that this makes total sense. Thank you very much.
Great, thank you very much. So I appreciate that has been something of a whistle-stop tour across a large number of policy domains. I think there are some common themes around the complexity of the picture, the dynamism of the picture, and also I think the role of UK domestic politics and the way that that might change post the Sunak era, which I'm just referring back to the theme of the workshop. So I'd like to open the floor up for any questions. Yes, please.
Excuse me, thanks. Just a question to Dr. Stefan and Dr. James, and both questions relate to the interplay between the EU, the UK, and the US, and where the UK should position itself. Dr. Stefan, you referred to kind of the state aids evolutions, and some people might see that we're in a race to the bottom on state aids. I mean, you mentioned yourself the frictions within the EU on this. You've obviously got the IRA, which is essentially subsidy or state aid based, and you have China, which is not backwards in coming forwards on this. As well as that, you have EU regulations now against foreign distortive subsidies. So what's the danger of the UK being caught in a vortex on this, particularly as the big beasts are tooling up, so to speak, on this point. And my question to Dr. James is, again, on the same issue. It's the question of ESG regulations in the EU and the kind of, for example, the Sustainable Finance Disclosure Regulation, which basically bakes into it kind of different levels of ambition, pure ESG and, if you like, pass ESG and honors ESG, if I can put it like that. In the US, you now have a reaction against this. You have the states of Texas, the states of Florida, basically saying that ESG-based investment is illegal, will be illegal in their states. And you have some of the big corporate investors like BlackRock and Vanguard going into reverse gear. Again, where should the UK position of itself to avoid being caught between the big beasts on these regulatory issues? Thanks. Apologies for the long question, I'm sorry.
Andreas, would you like to go first?
Thank you. Very, very good question. And it's important to remember that the reason why state aid law exists is because different member states have different fiscal pockets. So if you look at the money that was spent in reaction to COVID, I think something like 50% of the subsidies were spent by France and Germany, even though they only account for 40% of economic activity in the EU. So poorer countries can't afford these subsidies. In answer to your question, that the UK is staying on the sidelines, and normally not getting involved in a subsidy race is a good idea, but when it involves something as fundamental as shifting production and supply chains to become more sustainable, then actually, and in the face of a climate emergency, then actually spending huge sums of money on that isn't such a bad idea. And I think the UK will be left out. And funding a battery factory in Oxfordshire and one or two other little projects isn't going to compensate for that.
Thank you. Scott.
Yeah, thanks for the question. I'm going to dodge the question slightly in that I probably don't know enough about ESG regulation to be able to kind of talk about how the UK could position itself. I mean, in the sort of broad politics and the obvious contestation of everything ESG related in the US that is quite distinct in terms of financial services regulation and therefore kind of lends itself to the UK staking out a slightly different position. It would lend itself to closer to cooperation with the EU as opposed to the US. I mean, the two kind of caveats there is obviously it depends what happens in November, because a Republican presidency obviously ramps up the controversy in this area even more and makes any UK-US cooperation in this area even more difficult, if not impossible. I mean, the other caveat is the extent to which you can kind of delegate this stuff to central banks, and therefore it becomes much more depoliticized and kind of shift the debate, where it is already at the international level through various international fora. And that's a kind of way through navigating some of this. So I think in one sense, I think it lends itself to closer UK-EU cooperation because the US by default is ruling itself out of doing very much in this area. But at the same time, as I say, the more you can kind of shift this to the international level, the more scope there might be for sort of quiet coordination, I guess, between the two.
Thank you. Are there any other questions? Jill? Yeah.
I just wondered whether there were areas where, this probably doesn't apply to Catherine, perhaps she can answer if she wants, where you might have thought the UK government would have seen advantage in diverging more from EU law, but they haven't taken it.
Shall I start?
Yes.
I mean, the obvious example is employment law. If you remember, prior to Brexit, there was much talk about getting rid of the hated working time regulations and getting rid of the agency work regulations, and there'd be a great competitive advantage. Now, I've always thought that was nonsense, because whether you could do a bit of a tweak round how much paid holiday you get, it's not going to be the reason why it's going to attract a huge amount of investment to the UK. But in fact, what's happened has been the opposite. And if you look at the Retained EU Law Act, the bits in the schedule which were turned off were entirely historic documents anyway. And today the government has just published 2 draft statutory instruments which essentially restate swathes of EU law, particularly the case law of the Court of Justice. Yes, there are tiny tweaks around the edge, but those tweaks are really very minor and actually reflect current practice anyway. So it may be that they're worried about the level playing field provisions in the TCA, but in reality, there's just no appetite for divergence in employment law.
Scott, do you want to say anything on financial services, which I think is a sector that
Yeah. I mean, the obvious areas in which the UK under Johnson and now Sunak, and I guess briefly Truss, wanted to push more concertedly for divergence and have found themselves constrained for various reasons. Obviously, everything to do with fintech and crypto. So, I mean, particularly Sunak's kind of pushed to make the City of London a fintech hub. I think there the UK, and in the last couple of months, the UK has clarified what its regulatory framework for fintech and crypto is likely to be, and they are actually carving out quite a distinct approach. The EU moved first with the MiCA, the regulation on crypto assets, which has sort of taken a more stringent approach and a distinctive approach. So they basically carved out crypto regulation at the EU level and developed a particular approach which is tailored to crypto. What the UK are doing, what the FCA are doing, is basically a sort of same risk, same regulation approach, which is to say, well, we'll kind of treat crypto and crypto assets in the same way as other investment assets, and we'll design regulation which is less tailored to those, and we'll kind of default to the way in which we kind of regulate those things already. So I think they're both designing their own regulatory approaches in those areas, but they're taking quite different trajectories. And I think the distinctiveness of those trajectories will probably open up more over time. But this is still kind of an evolving area. The only other area I'd mention is Solvency II, because again, this was the big flagship in the Edinburgh reforms, unlocking all this capital from the City of London to go into infrastructure spending. And again, that's been constrained both by what the EU is potentially or proposing to do, which is quite similar, so therefore any competitive advantage is eroded, but also by regulators themselves who've constantly made it clear that they weren't happy with a lot of what the government was proposing, so they've been kind of, their hands have been tied by that. The political point I'd make is also the interesting thing under a Starmer government is how dependent a Starmer government will be also on the city for lots of things, for unlocking a lot of the investment, for unlocking a lot of the private capital, which will be necessary for the infrastructure spending and the growth agenda, but also for absorbing potentially a lot of government debt and whatever government borrowing is necessary to pay for the green transition. So there's a lot of kind of complications and an interesting dynamic with the city which will develop.
Fabian, we've got 1 minute. If you can summarize, I know it's a complex area.
So just, I think there's on SPS and on food standards, there's a really interesting dynamic where we have members of government or members of Tories front bench will say something about, you know, I love US steaks and I completely trust hormones, and suddenly the NFU and the Green lobby are just managing to just, well, push back. So I think there's a lot of interest where you have within the government a wish to deregulate on some areas where actually you don't really have buy-in from industry behind that. So I think that's where you have, you know, they haven't deregulated because there's actually no call for deregulation outside of the Conservative Party in these areas. Where you do see a bit of difference there is on gene editing, for example, where actually you don't really have that much divergence because, yes, the UK is going in one direction, but the EU is actually also going in a very similar direction. So you're having, I think, a lot of things there when it comes to deregulation, where is there an appetite in the UK beyond the Conservative Party, and that if we have a different government, we're going to be able to test that as well.
Super. Thank you very much. I'd like to thank the panellists, particularly for their expertise and their timekeeping, and thank them in the usual way.
And for your attendance in this busy day today. I'm delighted to have three excellent parliamentarians to discuss the parliamentary angle in all of this. And I think this is one of the topics I was very keen to have a discussion on, because certainly if we go back to referendum and the notion of taking back control, I think Parliament might rightly have felt that that was an opportunity for it to explore. But with my three speakers, we want to kind of consider what Parliament has done, what it is doing, and what it might do in terms of scrutiny, in terms of contributing to the development of the relationship with the European Union, and how that might work. And if we have time, which I'm not sure whether you will, we might talk about the role of the devolved institutions as well, which was something that has come up at different points during the day. Now, I'm aware that two of the panel have hoofed it over from the House of Lords and the Commons, and so we might give them a moment to catch their breath, which means I'm going to start with Julie Smith, Lady Smith in Unum, who is going to kind of give us just a few opening thoughts, and then we'll take it from there and we'll see how it goes. Thank you.
Thank you. I have hoofed it over from the House of Lords as well, but I came this morning, listened to the opening sessions, and then came back a little bit earlier this afternoon. So I've been going and peeking at the reception desk periodically to see whether there were going to be any other speakers on the panel, because we've had great fun. We could have various titles. I was given two different badges. Sir William Cash only had one badge. Obviously, people felt confident that he was Sir William Cash. Stuart was given 4 badges, reflecting any permutations one might like of his name. And so I played around with the badges and said, if I were him, I would take Dr. Stuart Wood, which is the one I spotted him wearing. I'm wearing the one that suggests I'm a professor, rather than the one that says I'm a member of the House of Lords. I am both of those things. I think being invited to be on this panel was because my day job is as an academic, and as an academic I have worked on the UK's relations with the European Union, but also I was part of a project which Bill and his opposite numbers in the House of Lords contributed to on national parliaments and the European Union, where we had a workshop in Portcullis House in the days before I was in Parliament, but looking very much at European scrutiny. And in the days before the referendum, the House of Lords European Affairs Committee did an extremely good job, and I can say this because I've never been on the House of Lords European Affairs Committee, so I can say it objectively. But it did a job that in many ways was a bit like that of a think tank, and I think this is a comment generally about House of Lords committees, and Stuart may want to disagree with me, but there's a difference between the Lords and the Commons committees. The House of Lords Committee, so this is a very recent one, the future of the UK-EU relationship. It runs to 120 pages or so, and is a very thorough analysis. But Lords reports take months or occasionally years to take evidence, to draft the reports, and then it takes the government another year or sometimes 2 years to allow us time to debate the reports. So in many ways, pre-referendum, the European Affairs Committee could be seen as producing the sort of reports that if you were a think tank, you would be very proud of. And at a certain point, then Commission President Barroso pointed out how good the House of Lords reports were. But how does that really help us take a relationship forward? I think we are very good at analysing situations and raising issues that the government needs to think about. The real difficulty then is actually getting the government to think about the issues we've raised. And that was true pre-referendum and it's true post-referendum. But I'll let Stuart talk more about the role of the European Affairs Committee, and I won't touch on the Commons European scrutiny, which obviously I'll leave to Bill. So what I'd like to suggest is there are 2 other ways beyond the formal committee structures and reports where the Lords can play a role, or Parliament can play a role, and then suggest a useful way forward, which loops back to the discussion this morning about bilateral relations. I think one of the areas where we can actually hold the government to account more effectively than in committee reports is actually in either written or oral questions, because you can keep posing questions and eventually you have to get the government to answer in one way or another. So I think in terms of trying to keep the government accountable, the question time process in the Lords is quite a good way of doing it. Whereas in the Commons, you have a day once every 3 weeks or 4 weeks to have defence questions or foreign affairs questions. In the Lords, we have 4 questions a day, and it's not set by here it's foreign affairs, here it's defence. It depends what the question is. So active peers, can get questions put on the order paper, whether it's about the future of the EU relationship generally, or, as Viscount Stansgate has done incredibly effectively, on Horizon Europe. Viscount Stansgate is, of course, the eldest son of the late Tony Benn. He petitioned to get the title back, and then he won a hereditary peers by-election to be in the House of Lords. And one of the things he keeps talking about is Horizon Europe, and I think he is probably now extremely pleased that the government seems to have taken the right action, even if it's taken a long time. So questions can be a useful way of scrutinising the government. And then, obviously, on legislation, we had the referendum bill, and then the withdrawal bill, and then the trade agreement, and so on and so forth. And at each stage, the Lords does an extremely detailed job of scrutinising legislation. And it has caused some of my colleagues to be seen as enemies of the people, a bit like the judges, because sometimes the executive seems to think that taking back control was about taking back control to the executive. In Parliament, particularly in the Lords, whether you were a Brexiteer or not, the assumption was we were taking back control, bringing back control to Parliament, and we do scrutinise legislation seriously. So we have been able to make some amendments to legislation, but maybe not as many as we would like to do. So that's the formal. What I'd like to suggest, where I think Parliament could be doing more, is in thickening up relations with other national parliaments as well as the European Parliament. And I'm not sure if Richard Whitman is still in the room, because I owe him an email. Yes. I owe an email, Richard, to say, yes, I can come and meet the MEPs on the 6th of December or whenever it is. But what we should be doing much more is having informal but regular meetings with our opposite numbers in the European Parliament and in national parliaments. And I'm going to wrap up on this point. I mentioned this morning about the Labour government under Tony Blair that tried to strengthen bilateral relations. Talked about a step change in the UK's bilateral relations. And one of the approaches which I think made sense 20 years ago, and it still makes sense now, is having close relations. Well, what the Labour Party did was they would nominate MPs to be the link person to a particular national parliament. So Roger Casale, for example, with Italian links, was the link to the Italian parliament. And what I think we could be doing a lot more is trying to make sure we've got close relations with national parliaments and with our sister parties, which most of the parties represented in the Commons and the Lords do have close relations with sister parties, and also through the transnational parties at a European level. Of course, there is a formal mechanism of linking Westminster and the European Parliament, but it almost feels a bit like going back to the early days of the European Parliament, because most of the people who are the UK representatives to the delegation to the European Parliament are actually the people who, many of them were MEPs before we left the European Union. And it does feel a bit like if you looked at who the representatives in the old European Parliament before we had direct elections, they were very often the keenest advocates of European integration. And I think we need to be going beyond that, beyond a select few, to thickening up relations more generally. And I think that is a way that Parliament could be better placed to be pushing the government then on initiatives that aren't just executive-led initiatives, but also those where Parliament, as representatives of people, can be playing a part. And with that, I shall draw to a close.
Thank you very much, Julie. I think Stuart's had enough time to decide whether being called a think tank is a plaudit or a criticism. Stuart, as a member of the Select Committee in the Lords,
Sure.
Again, welcome your thoughts.
Thank you. Lovely to be here and to be alongside Bill and Julie particularly, and Simon, of course. I just want to make clear I'm not speaking on behalf of the committee view. This is just my views based on the time I've spent on the committee. I want to say one party political thing, which is, I promise you, a framework point about what I'm going to say. It's not a cheap shot. Which is, I definitely think that at least until earlier this year, for reasons we all understand, there was a political impetus within the government to refuse to acknowledge the European Union in some way, in ways that I think have harmed practical development of post-Brexit procedures, including scrutiny. And I mean not recognising the EU ambassador. I mean refusing to attend Council of Ministers meetings and not taking the EU seriously as a negotiating partner on issues when an EU-wide deal is the logical thing to do. For example, travelling creative artists and that sort of thing. There may be good reasons not to do it, but there have definitely been consequences to that position, not least for scrutiny. I also want to say that I think the government's position on how much it consults Parliament and the effectiveness of scrutiny with regard to European Union issues, with the UK-EU issues, is actually probably not really to do with how Europhile or Eurosceptic the government is. I suspect a Labour government, when it comes in, will be equally jealous about keeping Parliament out of its business. And it's a mistake to think that when this government, as it has done, much to the annoyance of people like me on my committee, doesn't play ball with the procedures, whatever you call them, that somehow it's because of a division over the Europe issue. It's not. It's an executive-legislative division, and that's likely to persist. So I think that's one thing I want to say up front. I also want to say that the Windsor Framework, and this may have come up earlier in the day, apologies for not being here, has definitely changed the mood music. It's definitely changed the mood music. There is a thing called the SIFT. The SIFT is in the Lords EU Committee process when things which require formal scrutiny of the Lords Committee, and importantly the Lords Subcommittee on Northern Ireland, it is decided which committee at which point in the sausage machine process does the official scrutiny. And most things go to Northern Ireland because that, of course, is the issue which has most sort of legal engagement on the issues. I think our team, I'm not speaking on behalf of them, but I think my impression is that there are a few more issues coming the way of SIFs towards the EU committee after Windsor. Windsor has definitely unblocked a sort of logjam. I'm not saying that's a UK fault. I think it's, we all have our views of what happened. So there may be things changing which are at least, a little bit more of the material is coming through the sausage machine. But the main point I want to make is that the framework for scrutiny basically collapsed when we left the European Union. There was a pretty simple but quite robust framework. May not have been perfect, but it existed. The new processes are there, and people do a lot of really good work, and I think the Lords does some interesting reports. We do some good work, and we do lots of formal things. With my political science hat on, if you can call it effective scrutiny, I probably don't think so. I maybe agree with Bill more on this, actually. I'm not sure that it counts as proper scrutiny, and I'll explain why. When it comes to documents, for example, previously the Council issued a document, the Minister signed it off, it was connected umbilically to the Department, and then it came to Parliament. There was a natural process. Now it isn't clear how you connect the decision-making moments to the moment of parliamentary scrutiny, either in the Commons or the Lords. There isn't a natural... So what happens is that the European Union's sort of agenda and timetable throws up key moments, like the Commission Work Plan, for example, Commission Work Programme, which then gets thrown into the government, which then gets thrown to Parliament, or should do. So there are moments in the EU calendar when the EU issues a document or a sort of forward-looking plan which the government sends us, which means we end up scrutinising the EU's position on things, which you might think, is that scrutiny? It's just saying, well, it's interesting the Commission's planning this. What we don't get really is engaged in what the UK's response to it is. And you might think, well, why should they? Because we've left the EU. But there is no real scrutiny of the UK's position on these moments. And that is an issue, it seems to me. And how this could change, I think, is an interesting issue to look at if you care about changing it, as I think I do. How do you get scrutiny of the UK government's position on these issues? I mean, a couple of examples of, I'll give you an example on, I hope this isn't telling tales, you'll tell me if it is here. On the Horizon, we as the Lords Committee wrote a letter to the government saying, you know, what's going on with the Horizon? And we basically got short shrift. Then the government announces a Horizon deal, and we suddenly get an explanatory memorandum. Because the deal is the moment that prompts a kind of moment of scrutiny. So at that point, the government reluctantly will let us inspect what's going on. But it's really about inspecting the European Union day-to-day rather than the government. On ministerial engagement, in the EU there was a rhythm to it. I think the Europe minister came every 6 months, the ambassador to the EU came every 6 months. We haven't had, and it's, to be fair, James cleverly did try and come a couple of weeks ago, and problems in the Lords meant it couldn't happen. The Foreign Secretary hasn't come to the committee in 3 years. Now, there's people who might think that's totally outrageous, and you might think, well, who cares? And I suspect James cleverly thinks he doesn't particularly care. But there's something a bit wrong when the person formerly in charge of European policy doesn't come. In the entire existence of the committee in its new form, hasn't attended yet, I think. On Northern Ireland, the process works much better because there is this subcommittee on Northern Ireland, at least in our part of the Parliament, and it has formal scrutiny, and it's managed by Michael Jay, former head of the Foreign Office, and it has a balance of people across the spectrum in Northern Ireland, and therefore it's one of those committees whose mere existence is a sort of political achievement, right? And the fact that it agrees to things, however anodyne, is a continuing sort of thumbs up to the arrangements, however fraught they might be. So that's quite important. But procedurally it's formally quite important in that it approves a lot of secondary legislation, essentially, that applies to Northern Ireland. And by the way, the gap in UK parliamentary scrutiny of what EU laws in Northern Ireland is a bigger issue. But it does good work on that. The problem is, a lot of it's incredibly technical. Issues like, you know, minimum mercury content in fillings and regulations on that. A lot of it's already agreed anyway. And a lot of it is so far down the pipe, like proposals for carbon border adjustment mechanisms in 20, whatever it is, that you're kind of reading it and going, well, that's very interesting. You might as well read one of Anand's team's papers on it as well. It has a similar sort of weight and currency. So formally speaking, it's not clear to me that's really scrutiny. It's good work that maybe results from it, but it's not what I would think of as scrutiny. And that, of course, is the purpose of the Stormont break. Well, part of the purpose, of course, is to enable Northern Irish parties to say, wait a minute, we see this thing coming down the pipe, we're not sure about this. Personally, I think this is a lot of smoke and mirrors about the Stormont break. It's not quite clear to me how this is going to operate. I understand exactly why it was announced, but the mechanism of it is still incredibly opaque. We're a long way from it becoming a matter. The other issue is machinery of the comitology around the TCA and the withdrawal agreement, all the committees that are set up. At the beginning, as I understand it, there was an effort to get document-based scrutiny of these committees, but it was basically resisted by the government. And what you get is the minutes. Our committee gets the minutes of these meetings, which, you know, good minute writers don't tell you much. But if the EU takes a position on an issue covered in one of the committees, we get their paper. So it's the same problem again. We get more detail from the EU than the UK. So what is the case for better scrutiny? Is it just a purist in me? I'll stop in a sec. What's the case for better scrutiny? I mean, because lots of details of Brexit are unfinished business, because of Northern Ireland and the continuing grounding of Northern Ireland rules in EU decisions, because of the TCA review, the details of the TCA, the fact that trade rules, we have 2024, a wave of new rules are going to be coming in, because the EU is our closest partner, because nothing happens really that isn't relevant to our UK-EU relationship internationally. All of these reasons, these seem to be reasons why it's not just like the UK's relationship with another part of the world. And there are big gaps, it seems to me, even the last year or so, on Gibraltar, on Prüm, the cross-border data sharing, on areas of the TCA where the government has sort of, behind the scenes, without anyone seeing it, just sort of agreed to go along with EU rules on technical things for the sake of a better life because business has been lobbying for it, and no one gets a sniff of this. It never gets scrutinised. If I had Bill Cash's politics, I would want Parliament to have a say on these things, where the government is sort of inching towards the EU's position and hoping no one casts a scrutiny light on it. So there's all these reasons why a better scrutiny, it seems to me, is in the interest of us all. What would a test for the next government, whoever it is, be? That Brexit comitology gets scrutinised much better, withdrawal committee and TCA committees. That the phased-in rules for the new border target operating model get properly scrutinised. That the TCA review, when it happens, has a sort of complement in parliamentary oversight. And in particular, this point I come back to, I'll end on, that we develop a way of actually asking and getting the UK government to talk about what it wants and its positions on things, rather than just getting the EU documents and finding out what Ursula von der Leyen wants on it. Thanks.
Thank you. So William, a man who only needs one name badge. We've talked around the ideas of where the Lords are and possibly where the Commons are. Where is your thinking on this?
Well, I mean, basically, I've got to just tell some of the audience in case they didn't know, some people will. I've been on the European Select Committee since 1985. I've been chairman since 2010, and I've played a fairly active role in relation to what I call British matters, which some people prefer to call European matters, because I'm interested in British sovereignty. We joined the European Union. I invite you to read around what happened in 1970 and the manner in which we were promised there would be a veto. It was going to be a sort of common market arrangement, and basically the white paper itself is worth studying. The report by Con O'Neill on how the negotiations were conducted is fascinating. And basically, it got through by 6 votes in the Commons. It's actually about self-government, and it's about democracy. And all the legislation in the world ultimately has to depend on where it comes from, the opinions of people. And basically, the opinions of the British people were effectively parked from Section 2 of the 1972 Act, said, although it was a gradual process of increasing competence over the period of time, an evolutionary process towards greater political integration. And I don't need to rehearse all the battles I've been engaged in because they are so numerous that it would take me 5 minutes even to, or perhaps even longer, even to spell them all out. So, for practical purposes, my interest in this is entirely as a Member of Parliament who is elected and has been elected continuously with ever-increasing majorities since 1984, when I first came in the House of Commons. I'm the oldest Member of Parliament, by the way, just in case you wondered. And I believe passionately, and I'm a constitutional lawyer by training, and not just a theoretical one. I practiced real constitutional law for 25 years before I went to the House of Commons. My family has been in Parliament since 1840s, great uncles, you know, all sorts of things. And I believe very strongly in democracy. So for me, sovereignty is democracy. And we had to decide what we were going to do about the historic revolution that took place in 1972, when the European Communities Act, in one section, Section 2, decided that we would now eventually become a rubber stamp for decisions taken by the Council of Ministers, meeting behind closed doors, deciding matters ultimately by majority vote, without even a transcript. Now, I have to ask the British people over and over again, to which I always get a very simple answer, because I believe we would win the referendum anyway, why it is that anybody would want, and I put this actually to the Reith lecturer last week, why would anybody want to have their own day-to-day lives governed by laws which were made by a Council of Ministers behind closed doors by majority vote of 27 other countries and without even a transcript? And yet, in our own Parliament, now that we've left the European Union, we can make our own laws by virtue of a democratic system of elections which take place, where everybody has a fair shot, and basically the decisions are taken by a government which is elected by the majority of the constituent MPs who are elected to Parliament by the decision and will of the voters. It seems to me that there isn't even a question that can be answered without raising some very, very strange results. If people think it's better to be governed by the European Union or by that Council of Ministers as compared to by the voters of our own country, you have to make a decision. Do you actually want to be a country which has its own parliament, where the laws are made by its own MPs, by its own voters, or do you want it made so? All these laws are being scrutinised by, I've been on this committee, every Wednesday we have a meeting. I've been on the committee since 1985. God knows how many laws have been passed. They calculated at something around about 4,000 laws, but I think it's much more than that, and it's certainly much more than that in impact. Actually, we abdicated our sovereignty in 1972 by act of parliament without a referendum. I campaigned for many years to get a referendum. I led the Maastricht Rebellion against my own government, John Major. Nobody could accuse me of being a party man, although I do happen to be a very strong conservative. I happen to believe in our country. I believe in our ability to be capable of standing on our own feet. And I think that Project Fear, which was the campaign run by the then Cameron government, was a total outrage and cost 10 million quid. But actually, I believe we would win the referendum. But why did I want a referendum? Now, this is the point, because this is about people, it's about voters. Parliament had collusion between the two front benches. To put it bluntly, John Smith and John Major had no intention of leaving this undemocratic system. So basically, as far as I was concerned, the most important thing was to get out of the European Union, but to do it step by step. And so I put down a sovereignty clause in 1986, in June. And it said effectively that nothing in this act shall derogate from the sovereignty of the United Kingdom Parliament. That ultimately became Section 38 in 2020. Almost identical wording. So if I get any acceptance of an argument carried forward with persistence, it was that in 1986 I put forward a proposal which I wasn't even allowed to debate, believe it or not. I was stopped in my tracks. And I had to complain to the speaker, and I was told, no, you can't do this. But by 2020, after many years of campaigning, not only that, we got Section 38, which you'll be very familiar with, which is one of the most important constitutional revolutions combined with the other parts of the agreement that the British people gave us to leave by what should have been nearer 60%, but actually was only 52 to 48%, but good enough. And then the Brexit general election, where there was a massive endorsement of the referendum. So, without talking about specific areas of law, what I'm interested in is the nature of our constitutional revolution and the ability of the British people to govern themselves through their own members of parliament. I don't think there is any answer to that, so I don't tend to argue about it, because I don't really find that anybody wants to stand up and say they would prefer to be governed by Council of Ministers, etc., behind closed doors, on the one hand, by 27 other countries, as compared to being governed by their own people, unless, of course, they believe in world government, which some people do. And I don't actually have, I mean, I have had many contests with my rivals, with my, quotes, opponents. I actually get on with them very well, as a matter of fact, most of the time. I mean, people like Ken Clarke and Michael Heseltine and others, I don't disregard their arguments, but I can't understand them, because I just don't understand why anybody would want not to be governing themselves. That's all. It's quite simple. So the scrutiny process is just a subset of all the different laws that are made, and leaving the European Union was followed by the retained EU law bill. Now, this is really important. Nobody really has quite latched on to how important the retained EU law bill is. And Julie said the House of Lords has had quite an active part in the last. we've had one hell of a battle over the retained EU law bill. And what's happened, and this is my concluding remark, because I'll answer questions, if you like, on anything you care to ask me, but you can get out of the European Union by Act of Parliament and you can pass Section 38. But what was unforgivable was that Theresa May's government, when it introduced the first withdrawal agreement, did something which was inconsistent with the decision that was taken in the referendum, and, by the way, later on, would have been inconsistent and is inconsistent with the decision of the British people to endorse that referendum in 2019 on the 13th or 14th of December. Because it said we are going to maintain the supremacy of EU law as a principle, and we are going to accept the idea that the interpretation of that law will be done, admittedly not by European judges, but by our own judges. But that encapsulated and concentrated all the failures of constitutional propriety, which I've described, which is sovereignty as democracy, in continuing the law as if it was English law, but it was interpreted according to the precepts and the interpretive system of the European Union. Not the Court of Justice, but our own judges. Now, that just was nonsense. So there was a big battle over removing that. And my committee gave a report on the subject. I won't bang on about that, other than to say that we won and the government agreed that we would get rid of EU retained law. But in the House of Lords, with great respect, I have loads of friends in the House of Lords, so of all parties, but I have to tell you that it was an astonishing sight to see them battling away, trying to prevent us from getting EU retained law eliminated from the statute book. I could never understand the rationale behind it, and eventually we became quite clear there was going to be a constitutional crisis, and the Lords gave way, and we then got it through. So we now have, although it's not a completed process, there is a provision in that Act which requires reports of the schedules of all the legislation that was passed between 1973 and 2020 to be listed with the recommendations of the government as to what they're going to do by way of either repealing it, modifying it, or continuing with it with modifications. We're in that process right now. And I hope it'll be pretty much finished by the next general election. But one thing about the House of Lords, I say this with great respect to my many friends there, I really don't think that using a majority in the House of Lords when it's an unelected chamber should interfere with the slogan or the epigram or whatever you like to call it that I use, which is sovereignty is democracy. Sovereignty belongs to the people. That is why the referendum had to be enacted, and it took me, God knows how many referendum bills, bit by bit, to whittle away at the will of the government. And David Cameron, in the Bloomberg speech, eventually decided that he wanted to do it because he thought he was going to win. Bad move. Because he couldn't and he didn't. And actually, I won't say who it was, but it was one of the most senior members of the government. On the very morning, at about 6:30, when I arrived in the House of Commons, when the result had come through on the 23rd, or was it the early 24th of June 2016, I met this very distinguished member of the Cabinet, and he and I met in the members' lobby. And he said, "Well done, Bill, you've won." And he was actually very relaxed about it, because I don't think he actually really believed terribly much that it was a good idea to stay in the European Union, but that's the way it was. But look, this is a revolution. That's the key issue, and I'll say no more. I think it's very important to remember we've regained our ability to govern ourselves. There are always difficulties, whether you're an independent country or not. The question is whether or not, for example, in time of war, or in terms of international development or international trade or whatever, you get the balance right. And my view, for what it's worth, is that you do better if you govern yourselves than if you're governed by other people. End of story for the time being.
Thank you. Time is not our friend, but we have time for questions from the floor, if anyone wants to anyone? Sure, at the back.
Can you hear me? Yeah. A couple of questions for Sir Bill. So you're talking about kind of restoring parliamentary democracy and people's control over lawmaking. Do you have any concerns about the function of the Retained EU Law Bill Act, whereby laws can be reformed through secondary legislation with virtually no parliamentary oversight? Is this really a more democratic way of making and revising law? And secondarily, a lot of businesses are still aligning with EU law because they need to access a single market. Were we not better off inside the union where we had some say over those rules than outside where we can do absolutely nothing but business follows them anyway?
Well, I've already explained, if you have majority voting, unless you have the most astonishing naivety about other countries' motives for gathering together to make sure that they get the legislation they want, I would not subscribe to the idea of majority voting. So for practical purposes, we weren't influencing. There was some brilliant work actually done by, begins with H, Simon Hicks, London School of Economics. They're still functioning. I think they've just started up again, actually. It is amazing stuff. Please read it. You'll find that we weren't actually getting anywhere. You can say that you're influencing, but you can influence by other means. Actually, when it comes to things like the online safety bill, which has just gone through Parliament, just been enacted, just to give you but one example, we were able, through our own Act of Parliament, and you may have heard man in the doors on the radio this morning, because they've just come up with their guidance, self-harm and suicide amongst young people drawn into this algorithmic black hole is a really serious social problem. Now, you may think that's got not much to do with Europe, but it really has. The Data Services Act, which was passed by the European Union, is inadequate to deal with it for a variety of reasons, not least of which is there are no real penalties on the people who are the big tech bosses. And what I did with Miriam Cates in the space of 3 weeks was to convince the government that they had to have really effective sanctions. I worked very closely with the NSPCC. I spoke to them only this morning about what was happening. In a nutshell, we transformed the essence of the bill. Ofcom now have real powers which are going to enable them to be able to control this unbelievable social nightmare that's been created. That's the kind of thing that you get. If you're in a majority voting system, there was no way, if we'd been members of the European Union, we'd have been sucked into the other and we'd never been able to solve the problems or find solutions to certain parts of the problems which we have by virtue of our own parliamentary decision-making. On the first question, which is, forgive me, secondary legislation. Do look at Section 2 of the European Communities Act, Section 2, subsection 2. Actually, every single damn piece of legislation was put through by statutory instruments, with a few exceptions which were acts of Parliament. For practical purposes, and you couldn't amend those either. Not one single piece of European legislation from 1970, I'm speaking as somebody who's on the committee since 1985, I can tell you not a single piece of legislation that was passed by the European Union from the day of the royal assent of the European Communities Act 1972 to the day when we actually left the European Union and we got Section 38 through the House of Commons in the Withdrawal Agreement Act, under Boris Johnson, not one single piece of legislation was ever amended or rejected. So for practical purposes, it was done by a system which was essentially, from a UK point of view, undemocratic, lacked democratic legitimacy. We didn't influence it properly. And lastly, you couldn't get rid of it. So for practical purposes, for all the reasons that I've given, I don't agree with the premise of your questions, and all the legislation which was brought in was actually brought in by statutory instrument anyway.
Stuart.
I mean, just following that, I mean, I think that is, for me, that's, I mean, I think you've been a very I mean, I don't agree with you on Brexit and on the European Union, and I don't want to rehearse the Brexit thing. But in a way, that's not the question for this session. And I think one of the things I've always found puzzling about your position, Bill, is, I mean, sovereignty is there's both an external and an internal condition for sovereignty, right? Sovereignty is Britain making its decisions untrammeled by the majority voting in the European Union. You make a strong case on that.
Okay.
But sovereignty is also about ensuring that the processes actually operate internally once formal decision making has been restored, if that's the word you want to use, from the European Union to Britain. And what I find baffling is that you don't seem to particularly be bothered about the lack of transparency, the fact that government can essentially, in dozens of cases, realign rules and regulations to have a quieter life because of commercial pressures with the EU on single market issues. And there's no scrutiny going on. Now, I would have thought someone who's passionate about sovereignty would care about Parliament getting stuck into those
Well, that's
things.
very interesting, because as chairman of the European Scrutiny Committee, we do it the whole time. And as a matter of fact, we've been doing it since 1985. The only problem was it didn't matter what we said. It didn't make any changes to any of the legislation.
And now it does?
But what about Henry VIII clauses or Thomas Cromwell clauses?
I get this. Stella Creasy put up a huge fight. And I've no doubt you were helping her, or other people were as well. I've no idea. What I do know is that it didn't get anywhere. And there is a good reason for that. And that is that, as I've said, if the legislation is of such huge volume, and there is an overriding question of how you are to govern yourselves, which is, to my mind, as you gathered, my main concern, and then the legislation has been already effectively passed by a statutory instrument in the first place, with the majority of the whips at a given point in time, making sure that people write their correspondence rather than engage in the debate. Because I've been to so many European standing committees, I've had more of those than you've had for hot breakfast. And I can tell you that the whole thing was a farce. So the practical point is that a lot of the grandiose discussions, and I have friends in the House of Lords, some of whom were so-called Eurosceptics, who actually were putting up a case against the procedure that was finally adopted. But I'm afraid to say that I think it's all a bit of a charade. The most important thing is that when you do legislate after you've got out, you do it on your own terms, and you do it with your own words, and your courts actually interpret the legislation wait a minute, not yet, in accordance with the rules of interpretation that we had pre-1972. In other words, they look at the plain meaning of the words. You look at what Parliament intended. You don't have purposive rules. I'm going to get technical now because I'm a constitutional lawyer. These decisions are taken by judges on the basis of the object of the legislation as a whole, rather than the words that are used by Parliament. We could spend a lot of time on this, but I don't buy your argument, because basically the Henry VIII clauses that you mentioned were the only means, in my opinion, for making the decisions in the kind of time scale that is realistic. And in fact, because the original laws themselves were made under similar arrangements, the idea that somehow or other there was a kind of democratic legitimacy to it is, I think, erroneous.
I'm going to hazard a guess that we're not going to solve this
in
the next 10 minutes or indeed years. I'm very mindful that it's been a long day. I'm also very mindful that we've got three speakers who have busy schedules. So if it's all right, I'll wrap it up by saying this discussion will have to continue. We might have to have a whole day event to unpack these things. So firstly, can I say a huge thank you to my three speakers, so if you could give them a round of applause. And finally, can I say a huge thank you to Hussein, to Cleo, to David, and to Pippa for all of their organisation on this. I'm notionally an organiser, but I've done nothing. So can we thank them as well? That's it. The exit is that way, and we hope you have a very good evening.